Chapter 733. Supreme Grade Divine Weapon. That's a Supreme Grade Divine Weapon. Finally, the title of Supreme Grade Divine Weapon attracted everyone's attention to the worldly splendor space beside Chu Ci. At this moment, everyone could see the greed in their eyes. They did not try to hide it at all. But what they didn't notice was that Linley, who was sitting in the corner, saw the greedy looks in their eyes. Linley's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a murderous aura filled his entire body. Zhuge Ho, who was sitting at the side, had the same reaction as everyone else. It was a supreme grade divine artifact. It was something that all the major sects were envious of and longed for, let alone him. However, when he felt the murderous aura around him that made his soul tremble, he immediately shivered and the greed in his eyes disappeared. Zhuge Ho, who had recovered, glanced at Lin Rei from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at the contestant with a supreme grade divine weapon. In the next moment, Zhuge Ho was stunned. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of excitement, because he saw that the owner of the supreme grade divine weapon was Chu Ci. If even one of her subordinates had a supreme grade divine weapon, then what Lin Rei said before, that he could refine it himself, was more than 80% true. When he thought of this, how could he not be excited when he thought of the fact that he was about to get his hands on a supreme grade divine weapon? That was something he had always wanted. At the same time, he was very clear that he was beside Lin Rei. At the same time, he was glad that he recovered early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, other than Lin Rei and Zhuge Ho, everyone else was the same as before. However, the murderous aura in their eyes became denser. They couldn't wait to rush up and snatch the supreme grade divine weapon. Desire and greed were about to take over their bodies. Wong. At this moment, Lin Rei snorted coldly. Immediately, everyone present felt as if their hearts had been hit by a force of 10,000 kilograms. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. It's just that Lin Rei's cold snort contained a huge amount of mental energy and a cultivation of a middle-stage God Emperor. If not for the fact that the cultivator had a strong mental energy, he would have been heavily injured by Lin Rei. Of course, among these people, only Zhuge Ho, who had recovered first, did not receive Lin Rei's attack. At this moment, everyone's faces were pale, and a trace of bright red blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their hands couldn't help but cover their chests, and their faces were filled with pain. At the same time, it was only at this moment that the crowd noticed the owner of the supreme grade divine artifact. They were instantly shocked. It's better for you to take what's yours. It's useless for you to look at what doesn't belong to you. If you want to snatch it, I don't mind killing a few people to shake up the situation. How about it? Everyone. Lin Rei closed his eyes. His tone was as cold as ice. His words were like a sharp blade that pierced into everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone was terrified. They couldn't help but recall the scene of the fat, old man's death. Fellow cultivator Lin, it's our fault. We won't do it again. Yes. Fellow cultivator Lin, we didn't mean it. Please forgive us. Yes. We didn't mean it. Please don't lower yourself to our level. Because they were afraid, even though they were the higher-ups of a sect and were powerful cultivators. In the face of death, everyone was the same. They were the same. They were the same. They were the same. They were the same. Looking at them, Lin Rei calmed down and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's begin." Yes, let's begin. Let's begin. Liu Yu nodded at Lin Rei's words. He then stood up and raised his voice. Everyone, the first round will begin. Those who want to refine pills, the Alchemy Guild will provide the pills. If no one wants to refine pills within 3 hours, you will be eliminated automatically. Now the Alchemy Conference begins. At Liu Yu's command, the 16 alchemists below started to get busy. At this moment, when they heard that the Alchemy Conference had begun, they glanced at Lin Rei, who was sitting beside them. Then, they started to choose the spiritual herbs to refine the pills. Let's refine the spiritual recovery pill. This kind of pill is harder to refine than other pills. Seeing that everyone was choosing, Chu Si thought of the spiritual recovery pill and started to choose. Lingji grass? Sitting in the seat of honor and looking at the spiritual herbs, Chu Si chose. The spiritual recovery pill appeared in his mind. Oh, good boy, I didn't expect you to refine this. At this moment, Lin Rei's face showed a trace of relief. This was because he knew how difficult it was to refine the spirit recovery pill. Other pills generally only required a dozen to 30 types of spirit herbs, but the spirit recovery pill was different. This spirit recovery pill's medicinal effects were particularly comprehensive. Even in the market, this kind of pill was not common. Not only could it restore spiritual power, but it could also restore exhausted spiritual power, mental power, and physical strength. Moreover, the spiritual recovery pill required 64 types of spiritual herbs. For this kind of spiritual herb, an average alchemist would need 2 to 3 days to refine. However, Lin Rei did not think so when it came to Chu Si. He believed in Chu Si's strength and his illusory spirit blood fire. At most, it would take 1.5 hours. After 1.5 hours, the spiritual recovery pill would be refined. According to the quality of the pills Chu Si had refined in the past, it would be able to reach the level of 5 pill veins. It wasn't just Lin Li. Everyone's gaze landed on Chu Si as well as Tianyi Huayu. They were all very curious. For such a powerful person who also possessed a supreme quality god artifact, what level of pill would he be able to refine? Some people even started to try to rope in Chu Si. After all, an alchemy master was very important to a sect. Moreover, Chu Si was not only an alchemist, but also a cultivator in the middle stage god-emperor realm. With such strength and heaven-defying alchemy skills, then the entire deity world would probably try to rope him in, even if they knew he was a disciple of the Danzong sect. Of course, Chu Si, who was in the middle of selecting spiritual ingredients, naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, all he wanted to do was refine a good pill and not embarrass Lin Li. He couldn't disgrace the name of worldly splendor. Not far from him, a woman in white was looking at him with a venomous expression. Just you wait. So what if you have a powerful alchemy cauldron? You're not that person. You don't have the realm of a revered great alchemist. Although I can't take revenge on you, it's enough to crush you in the alchemy conference. The woman gritted her teeth. If Chu Si knew what this woman was thinking, he would definitely ignore her and focus on concocting pills. Because Chu Si didn't put her in his eyes. This woman was not a person. She was by Yi, who was with Lu Yu in the Alchemy Guild. I'm finally done. At this moment, Chu Si looked at the 64 spiritual herbs floating in the air and smiled. Then, in a flash, he returned to his original position. Chu Si no longer hesitated. She had already wasted a lot of time choosing spirit herbs. At this moment, she was already racing against time, even though she knew she had enough time. Boom! At this moment, Chu Si sat down cross-legged and looked at the supreme-grade Tian Di Huayu in front of him. Chu Si was excited. In the next moment, his alchemy fire rushed out and rushed into the Tian Di Huayu. The first step of refining pills was to preheat them. This was something all alchemists had to do, including Lin Rei. Of course, this step could be skipped if the alchemy furnace was not used. 5 minutes later, Chu Si felt that the preheating process was successful, following which she threw all 64 types of spiritual herbs into the pill furnace at once. This is refining pills? Yeah, this? Chu Si's actions shocked everyone present, including the contestants who were refining pills. They were all stunned at this moment. Some of the contestants were so shocked by Chu Si's actions that they cut off the flow of flames into their pill cauldrons. In an instant, their cauldrons exploded. With a loud bang, a cloud of black smoke drifted out of the furnace. At first, it was fine, but as the black smoke drifted out, a foul smell spread out. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. At this time, a middle-aged man opened his mouth and complained, F***CK, don't you have any morals? Why are you refining the stink pill? Can you do it? This isn't a war. Is there a need to disgust people? At this time, The middle-aged man's words reflected everyone's thoughts. This sentence was also what they wanted to say. The stink pill was a mid-grade emperor-level pill. Although it was called the stink pill, it was called the stink pill because of its pungent smell. Because it was a stink pill, the refining process was very complicated. It was poles apart from Chu Si's spirit recovery pill. However, Chu Si was not affected by the changes in his surroundings at all. At this moment, he had completely integrated into the world of alchemy. Just as Chu Si threw the 64 herbs into the worldly splendor space, a terrifying mental force was activated. It rushed into the worldly splendor space and split into 64 streams, attaching themselves to the 64 herbs. At this time, Lin Rei, who had been paying attention to Chu Si, saw this scene and his heart skipped a beat. His face was full of surprise. This method was only known to him because it was the alchemy method he created. This method could greatly increase the speed of refining pills. However, the conditions to practice this method were very strict. Spiritual power, strong spiritual power, was the key to this alchemy method. Before he went into seclusion, Lin Rei taught him this method. At that time, it was just a spur of the moment. He did not expect Chu Si to really learn it. At this moment, he knew that Chu Si's alchemy skills had really improved, and not just by a little bit. Lin Rei was happy for him. At this time, Chu Si used his spiritual power. Because this alchemy method required a very precise amount of spiritual power, Chu Si's face was slightly pale and his spiritual power was slightly sluggish. After all, if one's spiritual power did not meet the requirements, forcefully using it would damage their spiritual power. If it was serious, their spiritual power would directly collapse and turn into killing intent. At this time, Chu Si just met the minimum requirements of this method. Although it was a little strenuous, he could still do it. Moreover, this was his second time using it, so his movements were a little rusty. I hope there won't be any mistakes this time. Bless me. At this time, Chu Si could feel the impurities of the 64 spiritual herbs in the furnace slowly being removed. Chu Si could not help but pray. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The alchemists whose furnaces had exploded had already cleaned up and started refining again. Some of them had also reached a critical juncture. What about Chu Si? At this moment, he had a smile on his face as he looked at the 64 drops of spiritual medicine quenching liquid in the furnace with a relaxed expression. Phew, I finally succeeded. Looking at the liquid, Chu Si could not help but sigh emotionally. However, although he was emotional and happy, he did not relax at all. This was because the next step was the most important part of alchemy, the fusion and formation of the pills. Success or failure depended on this step. Phew, come on. Sensing the time, Chu Si took a deep breath and immediately used his spiritual power and alchemy fire. Immediately, the alchemy fire increased and the 64 drops of refining liquid began to fuse under Chu Si's refining. Fusing pills was a huge project. Because the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs were different, the fusion of the pills had to be done very carefully. Otherwise, one careless mistake and the whole thing would be lost. In the end, it would be a waste of effort. The child is worth teaching. Upon seeing what Chu Si had just done, the smile on Lin Li's face grew even wider, because everything Chu Si had just done had completely exceeded his expectations. 9-dragon pill fusion spell, fuse for me. Immediately, Chu Si shouted loudly. Then, mysterious seals were formed one after another. Under the urging of Chu Si, the speed of the seals became faster and faster. In the end, except for Lin Rei, the others could only see an afterimage. I didn't expect this person's alchemy skills to be so high. And he also has such a powerful spell. If I can. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was sitting in the upper seat, looked more and more excited as he looked at the seals formed by Chu Si's hands. Greed appeared in his eyes, and he wanted to take the pills for himself. Suddenly, a cold intent made him throw those thoughts to the back of his mind. He did not dare to take them out again. The reason for Lu Yu's fear was Lin Rei. Thinking of Lin Rei's decisive killing methods and his identity as a venerable great alchemist, he became timid. 9 Dragon Pill Fusion Spell. Pill Fusion. Just as Lu Yu's imagination was running wild, Chu Si's voice rang out. Mysterious seals were formed one after another. Wong. With a strange sound, the alchemy furnace made a strange sound. A medicinal fragrance drifted out. Smelling it, the spiritual energy in one's body increased slightly. Whoosh! Withdrawing his alchemy fire, Chu Si's tense figure and body were completely relaxed. However, because he had used too much spiritual energy, his spirit was sluggish. At the same time, a red light, like a comet, rushed out from the sky and landed in Chu Si's hand. Spirit Recovery Pill done. Chapter 734. How could he be so fast? Everyone present saw the pill in Chu Si's hand. However, what shocked them was that an Emperor-grade alchemist would need at least 2 to 3 hours to refine an Emperor-grade pill. Yet, the person in front of them had used less than an hour and a half to refine an extremely complicated pill. Not only them, but even the president of the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yu, was shocked. As an Emperor-level alchemist, he naturally knew how long it took to refine an Emperor-level pill. Among the crowd, Linley was the only one with a smile on his face. His face was filled with gratification. He was also a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, he already knew that Chu Si's alchemy skills had greatly improved. At this moment, among the 16 alchemists present, only Chu Si had successfully refined an Emperor-level pill. Similarly, the 15 alchemists present were anxious when they saw that someone had successfully refined an Emperor-level pill. At the same time, their anxious hearts were slowly filled with admiration. It was not easy to refine an Emperor-level middle-level pill in such a short time. President, this is the spiritual recovery pill I refined. The quality is not bad. Do you think I passed? At this moment, Chu Si put the spiritual recovery pill into a pill bottle and stepped forward. In the next second, he arrived beside Lu Yu and presented the pill bottle to Lu Yu for him to see. Even Chu Si himself had never seen the spirit recovery pill before. Although he hadn't seen it, he was confident that the quality of the spirit recovery pill he refined was extremely high. It was for no other reason than the mental energy consumed to refine the spirit recovery pill. Yes. Hearing Chu Si's words, Lu Yu nodded. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. The moment Chu Si refined the pill, his curiosity had been aroused. After responding, Lu Yu reached out and took the pill bottle. Then, ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he impatiently opened the pill bottle. A red pill lay quietly inside. Is this? At this moment, Lu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes widened as if he had seen something amazing. Even a Grandmaster-level alchemist like him was shocked by this. What's wrong? What's wrong? F*CK. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Don't F*King keep silent. Hurry up and tell me. You bastard. Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll do you tonight. Do you believe me? At this moment, the crowd was also filled with curiosity. When they saw Lu Yu's reaction, the curiosity in their hearts was magnified countless times. In response, they didn't care about their status as they scolded Lu Yu in a low voice. The smile on Lin Rei's face grew wider as he watched this scene. However, even he was very curious as to how far Chu Si had managed to go. Even Zhuge He was no different from the others. He stared at Lu Yu anxiously, wanting to seek an answer. As for the alchemists of their own sects, they were already indifferent. As for Chu Si, he was the only one who was extremely confident in his own pill. However, when he saw the smile on Lin Rei's face, he was satisfied. From his point of view, he didn't care about other people's opinions at all. Only Lin Rei. Lin Rei's opinion was what he was looking forward to the most. 5 pill markings, this. At this moment, Lu Yu didn't seem to have heard the crowd's urging. He was still filled with shock as he stuttered. However, at this moment, Lu Yu was shocked again and again. This was because when he opened the bottle, a red pill with markings was lying inside. This was a devastating blow to him. 5 pill markings. This is a spiritual recovery pill with 5 pill markings. Its market value is immeasurable. This what? Pill markings? 5? Zhuge Ho, who was sitting beside Lin Rei, stood up in shock the moment he heard Lu Yu's words. He stared at Chu Xi in a daze. At this moment, Chu Xi's gaze was also on Lin Rei. In the end, Zhuge Ho's gaze landed on Lin Rei, who was sitting beside him. At this moment, an extremely terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Damn, could it be that Chu Xi's pill-calling technique was also taught by Lin Rei? When this thought appeared, Zhuge Ho's gaze towards Lin Rei became even more venerable. It was as if he wasn't looking at Lin Rei right now, nor was he looking at an expert. Instead, he was looking at a desolate era saint. At the same time, at this moment, the thought of befriending Lin Rei completely emerged. At this moment, Zhuge Ho understood that he couldn't offend Lin Rei. He would rather offend the entire sect than offend Lin Rei. Mother of asterisk Kerr, is he even human? His cultivation is only at the Emperor realm, and his pill concoction technique is already so heaven-defying. Do you want to live or die? That's right, that's right. If you're so awesome, why did you still participate in the Alchemy Guild? Aren't you intentionally trying to destroy the confidence of our sect's alchemists? I wouldn't dare. What if our sect's alchemists lose all hope in the path of pill concoction? Then, at this moment, the remaining 15 sects were filled with regret. They deeply regretted participating in this alchemy guild. Each and every one of them had a long face as they looked at Chu Xi and Lin Rei. However, more than that, they were looking at their own sect's alchemists. Looking at them, a trace of pity appeared in their eyes. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. However, if your mental strength isn't enough, don't force yourself to use that concoction technique in the future. I don't wish for you to become an idiot. Do you understand? Lin Rei transmitted his voice. His tone was filled with gratification. Yes, I understand. At this moment, after receiving Lin Rei's approval and praise, Chu Xi's heart was filled with satisfaction. Fellow Taoist, how did you do it? Can you tell me? No, can you teach me? Even if you want me to become your disciple, this old man won't refuse. Lu Yu, who was still in shock, suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Xi. His eyes were filled with desire as he pleaded. At this, Chu Xi was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. When she regained her senses, Lu Yu had already knelt on the ground and started kowtowing. Fellow Taoist, please tell me, how did you concoct these elixir veins? Or what method do you have? Please tell me. At this moment, Lu Yu's voice was filled with grief. He was on the verge of tears as he knelt on the ground and begged Chu Xi. As long as you tell me, I'll agree to anything you want. Even if it's my alchemy guild, I won't refuse. You can take it as you wish. To be honest, although I'm a grandmaster alchemist, I can only concoct 2 elixir veins. Even so, I'm already satisfied. As long as you let me learn the method to concoct elixir veins, I'll become your disciple. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. For a moment, everyone's brains seemed to have short-circuited. They were all stunned on the spot, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that a renowned Grandmaster-grade alchemist would kneel before an Emperor-grade alchemist and ask for guidance in alchemy. Such a scene could be said to be one that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. However, as the saying goes, the one who has reached the top, and the teachers will. When everyone recalled that Chu Xi was able to refine a pill with 5 pill veins, they understood. At this moment, looking at Lu Yu kneeling in front of her, Chu Xi was in a difficult position. President Lu, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I'm not sure about this method. Moreover, I don't have the authority to teach you, so I'm sorry. Then, to ease the awkwardness, Chu Xi turned around and used her right hand to summon spiritual energy to her pill furnace. Pooh! 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 A series of strange noises were heard as streaks of red light shot out of the cauldron like comets. Then, they landed in the pill bottle that Chu Xi had prepared in advance on a specific trajectory. This scene shook the hearts of everyone present. They originally thought that Chu Si had only concocted one pill, but seeing the streaks of red light flying out, there were at least 20 pills. At this moment, everyone was deeply shaken. At the same time, they were even more worried for their Sect's disciples. At the same time, everyone had already changed the name of this alchemy conference to Chu Si. After all, she was someone that even Lu Yu had to kowtow to. How could they, the juniors, be a match for her? At this moment, everyone only hoped that their Sect's alchemist would not collapse because of this. She put away the pills and looked at the bottle full of pills with 5 elixir veins with satisfaction. Finally, she went to Lin Rei's side and quietly stood behind him without saying a word. This scene made everyone sigh, but no one dared to say anything because they were filled with fear of Lin Rei. Wonk. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from below. A young man in white stood up, and a green light rushed out of the giant cauldron and flew into his hand. Haha, it's from my sword Sect. The second one is from my sword Sect. Good. Sitting next to Lin Rei, Zhuge He's face was full of smiles. He looked like a chrysanthemum flower, which was very funny. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just because your Sect's alchemist was the second to concoct the pill? Even if you call him out, it still depends on the quality of the pill. If it's not good, it's useless. Yeah, that's true. Let's see what the quality of the pill is first. Don't embarrass yourself later. As soon as Zhuge He laughed, everyone around him began to attack him. At this moment, when he heard everyone's words, the smile on Zhuge He's face froze. They were right. Even if the pill was concocted in advance, it was still too early to say what the quality was. Thinking about this, Zhuge He looked at his Sect's alchemist. His eyes were filled with nervousness and anticipation, but also with worry. President Lu Yu, this is the pill I concocted. Please take a look. At this moment, the young man in white came to Lu Yu's side. His face was full of confidence, as if the result was not important to him at all. What? Another alchemist who can concoct pill veins? A cry of surprise came from Lu Yu's mouth. Immediately, the faces of some of the old men who were waiting to see a joke froze at this moment. It was as if their faces had been slapped by thousands of people. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads and stop talking. The old man who was laughing the most previously had his head buried in his pants. Haha. Of course, the one who was the most shocked at this moment was Zhuge He. How could he not be excited that his Sect had concocted a pill with pill veins? How is it, President Lu Yu? Did I pass? The young man in white looked at the stunned Lu Yu and said indifferently, Yes, you passed, Lu Yu said in a low voice. But then, Lu Yu raised his head and his eyes were filled with doubt. Although the pill you concocted only has 1 pill veins, you are indeed a rare genius. I don't know if you're interested in joining my alchemist guild. Don't worry, if you come, I, Lu Yu, guarantee that all the resources of the alchemist guild will be used on you. How about it? Get lost, Lu Yu old bastard. You are too much. How dare you snatch in front of me, Zhuge He? Are you looking for death? At this moment, Zhuge He was furious and even had the intention to kill. Originally, it was because his Sect's alchemist had concocted a pill with pill veins. But who would have thought that the president of the Alchemist Guild, Lu Yu, would snatch it in front of the Sword Sect? Interesting. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Yu and Zhuge He. Only Lin Rei's divine sense was on the young man in white. An early-stage God Emperor? Looking at the young man in white, Lin Rei muttered in his heart. He glanced at the young man before turning back to Zhuge He. His face was filled with puzzlement. He did not understand why the other party was clearly a genuine early-stage God Emperor, yet he only revealed the strength of an early-stage God Monarch. If he did not have the primal chaos, heavenly scripture, and strong enough mental energy, he would not have been able to see the young man's true strength. Moreover, from the aura on his body, it was clear that he was using some secret technique to hide his cultivation. Looking at him, Lin Rei was worried. Although he did not know why he was like this, Lin Rei was worried that he would be a dark horse this time. Thinking about it, Lin Rei said to Chu Si behind him, This young man in white is not simple. He is an early-stage God Emperor, so his mental energy should not be what it seems on the surface. As for his alchemy skills, I'm not sure. So, you must be careful when you meet him in the future, understand? Air. Yes, I understand. Nodding, Chu Si's gaze landed on the young man in white. At the same time, the young man in white felt Chu Si's gaze. He turned around, and their gazes met. The two of them stared at each other for a few minutes. In the end, the young man looked away with a surprised expression. Not simple. Chu Si, I could only think of this at this moment. Wong, 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 Wong. At this moment, a series of Wong sounds could be heard from below. Various colored lights could be seen rushing out of the pill furnace. At this moment, the first round of alchemy was nearing its end. Chapter 735. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the 3-hour time limit was up. However, out of the 16 alchemists, 7 or 8 still hadn't finished. Looking at them, Lu Yu stood up with a regretful expression. He sighed and said, "Everyone, time is up. Alchemists who have not finished, please stop." No, I'm still. At this time, the alchemists who hadn't finished their alchemy were filled with despair when they heard that the competition was over. They had high hopes for the Alchemy Guild's conditions. It could be said that if they could be nurtured by the Alchemy Guild, they would be willing to give up their lives. But now, after Lu Yu's words, everyone felt as if they had hit rock bottom. All the bones in their bodies were broken, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. I'm sorry. Looking at the 6 or 7 alchemists, Lu Yu's face revealed an apologetic expression. He didn't want to do this, but the rules of the competition were like this, and he couldn't change them. Those who have been eliminated, hurry up and leave. After saying that, Lu Yu nodded to the disciples who were maintaining order at the side, indicating that they should be prepared. This was because there had been cases in the past where people had retorted at the end of the competition because they had lost. Therefore, Lu Yu had to be prepared for this phenomenon in advance. But what surprised him was that the 6 or 7 alchemists didn't cause any trouble this year. Instead, they quietly left with looks of despair, disappointment, and dispiritedness. After all, they were all in the upper echelons of their respective sects, and were respected by tens of thousands of people. They wouldn't do what Lu Yu wanted them to do. In this regard, Lu Yu heaved a sigh of relief and gestured for the guards who had already stepped forward to retreat. The 6 or 7 alchemists had all left. Looking at their dispirited backs, Lu Yu sighed in his heart. However, he quickly recovered. After all, he had seen this kind of scene many times. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the 9 bottles of pills in front of him. His face was full of smiles as he scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, the first round of the alchemy conference has ended. The 9 bottles of pills in front of you are the winners of this round. Of course, there are high-quality pills and low-quality pills. Next, I will not be able to choose the top 6. As for the owners of the remaining 3 bottles of pills, they will be eliminated." After speaking, he didn't wait for the others to reply and began to inspect the bottles. Picking up a bottle of pills, Lu Yu opened the lid and looked inside. There was a blood-red pill lying quietly in the bottle. The smell of blood came out of the bottle. Although the smell was very faint, Lu Yu could still smell it later. Blood demon pill. It's such a pill. At this moment, Lu Yu's face was filled with shock. He knew about the blood demon pill. Although it wasn't considered a forbidden pill, no one in the god world would concoct it, let alone use it. The blood demon pill was made from human blood as a catalyst. Then, it was made from all kinds of evil herbs. It was combined with a unique alchemy technique. Although this kind of pill was a good thing a long time ago, it was also fatal. It was something that could destroy a cultivator's future. After consuming the blood demon pill, it could double one's original cultivation base and increase one's strength. It was refined for killing. However, there was a fatal side effect of consuming the blood demon pill. Once the pill lost its effect, the user's essence blood would be completely exhausted. In the end, the user would die from the lack of essence blood. Of course, there were side effects. If the person didn't die, they would have to pay a huge price to save their life. Not to mention all kinds of precious spiritual herbs. The most important thing was that even if the person passed, their spiritual root meridians, and Dantian would be completely destroyed. Even if they wanted to be rebuilt, it would be impossible. The moment he saw the legendary demonic blood pill, Lu Yu felt goosebumps all over his body. A sense of dread filled his heart. He wasn't the only one. The moment the blood demon pill was spoken, everyone's face changed. Their eyes widened like the wind, and they were filled with fear and disgust. This kind of thing, even if it was given to them, probably no one would want to get it. This kind of thing was harmful to both others and themselves. Therefore, they naturally avoided it as far as possible. What's wrong? The Alchemy Conference doesn't seem to have this rule. Is it not allowed to refine the blood demon pill? At this moment, a young man with a sinister aura swept his cold gaze across the crowd. Then, his gaze fell on Lu Yu, and he asked, this? Lu Yu choked on his words. To be honest, there was no such rule. However, Lu Yu really didn't want to let him pass, but in the end, out of helplessness, Lu Yu could only grit his teeth and stomp his foot. He said, fine, there is no such rule. However, you have to know that there are still 6 alchemists who have yet to see their pills. If your pill isn't as good as theirs, then fine, I'll wait. I hope President Lu Yu of the Alchemy Guild is a fair and just person. Without waiting for Lu Yu to finish, the young man interrupted him. Then, he retreated to a corner and leisurely minded his own business. No one dared to compliment the young man's attitude. At the same time, because he had concocted the demonic blood pill, everyone present had the urge to kill the person in front of them. However, when everyone wanted to kill the young man to prevent future trouble, Lin Rei, who was sitting in the corner, didn't have the slightest intention to do so. At this moment, he felt that the young man had the same personality as Sha Tian, who he had taken in the profound sky continent. He was a murderous person, but he was a wicked person. Interesting. Lin Rei was very interested in the young man. He knew about the blood demon pill. It was very troublesome to refine this kind of pill. Perhaps even Chu Ci, who was already a supreme emperor alchemist, might not be able to refine it. In order to refine the blood demon pill, the first prerequisite was to have a firm Dao heart. Otherwise, the blood demon pill would backfire and die halfway through the refinement process. The second requirement was cultivation. If one didn't have a strong cultivation as a foundation, then everything would be nonsense. Therefore, Lin Rei was sure that Chu Ci didn't have the ability to refine the blood demon pill. It was undeniable that this young man was a genius. Of course, if the crowd knew what Lin Rei was thinking, they would definitely go crazy. After all, this was something that they would never think of. At this moment, Lu Yu didn't linger on this matter for long. He then looked at the second person's pill. The second person had refined the ethereal pill. Similarly, it was a pill with an elixir vein. At this moment, Lu Yu had the urge to cry. Damn, are there so many alchemists who can refine elixir veins now? Although Lu Yu muttered in his heart, he still had a smile on his face and looked very amiable. Then, it was the third person's pill. Looking at the crowd, Lu Yu picked up the pill bottle and opened the lid. Instantly, a nauseating smell rushed out of the pill bottle and spread in all directions. F***CK, what's going on? Are you trying to kill me? F***CK, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill me? Do you believe that I won't kill you? The nauseating smell filled the entire hall of the Alchemy Guild. Immediately, everyone frowned and covered their mouths and noses. Their faces were filled with anger as they cursed. Even Lin Li was no exception. He hadn't imagined that the smell of this pill would be so strong. But what was different from other people was that when he asked about the smell, Lin Li was startled, and then a hint of a smile appeared on his face. This alchemy conference is really interesting. This stink pill has almost reached the threshold of 4 elixir veins. I really didn't expect this. Lin Rei muttered in his heart. That's right, the stink pill. This was the alchemist whose furnace had exploded. However, what surprised Lin Rei was that not only did he refine the pill, but he also refined the pill so well. Thinking of this, Lin Rei transmitted his voice to Chu Ci behind him. When you refine the pill later, use it. The next battle won't be so easy. What do you mean, young master? Hearing the sudden words, Chu Ci was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly recovered and asked. Sigh. Lin Rei was also helpless towards Chu Si's point. However, he had no choice but to explain in the end. There are a few extraordinary people in this group. The pills they refined aren't much worse than yours. Therefore, I want you to suppress them with a peerless appearance. I want you to win first place. Do you understand? Chu Si couldn't disobey Lin Rei's orders. Moreover, his wish was to win first place in this alchemy conference. This was also the condition he promised his master. At this moment, everyone was sucked in. They stared resentfully at the little fatty who refined the stink pill. They didn't expect this little fatty to be so disgusting. However, to the crowd's surprise, while everyone was sucked into the suction force, Lu Yu's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were wide open. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Three marks. 3 pill marks? This. While everyone was puzzled and focused their attention on Lu Yu, a voice came out from his mouth. Boom! His words were like a bolt from the blue, heavily bombarding everyone's hearts. Apart from shock, everyone was shocked. They couldn't say anything. After all, according to the number of people, there were already 4 people who had pills. Normally, people who could refine pills with pill marks would have been poached by the major forces. But now, so many of them had appeared. These 3 people made Lu Yu even more jealous. After all, even he only had 2 pill marks. He could only refine pills occasionally. Therefore, jealousy and excitement flashed across his face. The matter passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. In this short period of time, the results of the 7 pill refiners were all seen. During this process, Lu Yu was shocked again and again. At the same time, he was also very surprised. After placing the last bottle of pills on the table, Lu Yu stood up and looked at Lin Rei, who was sitting in the corner. Then he announced, Everyone, this round can only accommodate 6 people. So I'm sorry. Then, Lu Yu sighed and pointed to the young man who refined the blood demon pill and the 2 other pill refiners. His face was full of regret. Although these 3 pills are good, the quality of their pills is not as good as the other pill refiners. Compared to the other pill refiners, it's like heaven and earth. They can't be compared. I hope you can work harder in the future. What? My pill is not good? At this moment, the young man who refined the blood demon pill stood up and questioned Lu Yu. As for the other 2 eliminated pill refiners, they didn't ask for justice like the young man. Instead, they left obediently. Seeing how agitated the young man was, Lu Yu didn't waste any time and directly placed the pills of the other pill refiners on the table. Suddenly, rays of light swept across the table. As for the young man in front of him, the moment he saw the pills on the table, his expression changed and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. How is it? Looking at the young man's expression, Lu Yu smiled and said, The rest of the pill refiners here are all pill refiners with pill veins. Tell me, what can I do? I can't be biased. After saying that, Lu Yu gestured for the young man to leave. At this moment, the young man had lost his mind. After all, the scene just now had shocked him. All of them had pill veins. That was 6 people. Thinking of this, the young man nodded and said, In that case, I'll take my leave. In good. Looking at the young man's back, Lu Yu sighed. Then, he looked at the 6 pill refiners who had successfully passed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. At this moment, when he saw the pills refined by the 6 pill refiners, Lu Yu had already given his disciple's name to Chu Si. After all, he deserved it. He knew very well that he had a venerable grade pill refiner as his master. Looking at the crowd, Lu Yu opened his mouth and said, All right, the first round is over. After the first round, a total of 6 people have been eliminated. The second round is about to begin. Among the 6 of you, there will be someone who will die in the second round. I hope you're all prepared. Don't worry, President Lu. We're all prepared. When will the second round begin? We can't wait. At this moment, the fatty who was refining the stink pill asked Lu Yu with a face full of excitement when he heard Lu Yu's words. He looked at Chu Si with shining eyes. Hey, it's about to begin. He understood the fatty's meaning. Looking at him, Lu Yu smiled and said, The second round is about to begin. You can start at any time. Challenge one person and propose the pill you want to bet. Then, according to the quality, rank, and quality of the pill, the person who loses will be divided. The time for this round was the same as the previous one. If one didn't pass within the time limit, it would be considered as a forfeit. All right, I want to challenge Chu Ci. I heard that he refined 5 pill veins. As expected, after hearing Lu Yu's words, the fatty who had been waiting for his prey hurriedly stepped forward and pointed at Chu Ci. As suddenly, someone wanted to challenge him. For a moment, he was stunned. Chapter 736. What? You don't dare? The fatty sneered when he saw Chu Ci's stunned expression. He looked at Chu Ci with disdain and provocation. Chu Ci was startled when he saw the fatty. At this moment, Chu Ci suddenly became serious. There was no such word in Chu Ci's dictionary. Chu Ci was displeased when he saw that he was being mocked. He said, "Come on, didn't you want to challenge me? I'll give you a chance today. I'll let you know what it means to be completely dominated." The fatty had completely ignited Chu Ci's competitive spirit, especially in front of Lin Ray. He didn't want to be defeated by this kind of trash. Good, you've got guts. The fatty nodded when he saw Chu Ci agree. His face was full of smiles, but he didn't know that what awaited him was a devastating blow. I'm Yuda Fa, an emperor-level high-level alchemist from the Rain Sect. Although I heard that you can refine a pill with 5 patterns, we'll have to see the next round. Okay. Chu Ci smiled and nodded. His lips curled up slightly, and a trace of mockery appeared. Even so, Chu Ci didn't let down his guard against Yuda Fa. Instead, he became more nervous and serious. Because of Lin Li's warning, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He didn't want to lose. He didn't want to beg in front of Lin Li. He didn't want to lose in front of so many people. He wanted to win, and he wanted to win beautifully and bring glory to Lin Li. All right. Since everyone is so excited, let's begin. Next, each of you will find your own opponent. The time limit is 3 hours. Like before, any abnormalities after the time limit will be dealt with according to the rules of elimination. Seeing that the situation was going well, Lu Yu hurriedly stood up and said to the crowd. Just like that, the second round began. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Ci and Yudefa. After all, among everyone present, only the 2 of them had the highest alchemy skills. Moreover, they were especially looking forward to what pill Chu Ci would prepare next. At the same time, even Lin Li was beginning to feel eager. He wanted to see what Chu Ci would do next. Under the gazes of everyone present, Chu Ci and Yudefa, who had the halo of a protagonist, began their battle. Both of them went to their respective cauldrons. At this time, Yudefa looked at the cauldron beside Chu Ci with envy in his eyes. Hey, how about we make a bet? Chu Ci was stunned when he heard Yudefa's request. However, he wanted to see what tricks Yudefa had up his sleeve, so he said, "Let's not talk about the bet first. Tell me what the stakes are. If the stakes aren't equal, I won't agree." Hearing this, Yudefa was stunned for a moment. Then a bright smile appeared on his face. With a harmless appearance, he muttered, "Actually, it's nothing. If I lose, you give me your cauldron. If I lose, I don't want your pill furnace. Moreover, I don't think your pill furnace is worth that much." Chu Ci hurriedly interrupted him when she heard that he was eyeing her pill furnace again. A supreme-grade divine artifact was very precious to Chu Ci. Moreover, it was given to him by Lin Ray after the worldly Huayu had been upgraded. How could he casually use something like that as a stake? Of course it's not my cauldron. Looking at Chu Ci, Yudefa said, "I know your cauldron is a supreme-grade divine artifact. Therefore, I won't use my cauldron to bet with you. I'll use this." With that, he flipped his hand and a small, sparkling and translucent pagoda suddenly appeared. The moment the small pagoda appeared, a golden light shot into the sky. In the next moment, the small pagoda devoured all the spiritual qi within 100 feet radius. However, what made people sigh was that after devouring all the spiritual qi within 100 feet radius, the small pagoda didn't do anything else. Moreover, what made people curious was that the small pagoda didn't seem to be complete. It looked like there were only 4 levels of the pagoda. There were more levels above, but they weren't combined with the pagoda. Looking at the small pagoda, although the moment it appeared, people would be shocked. Some people would even think that it was a supreme treasure. However, looking at him, Chu Si's face was indifferent. Chu Si wasn't stupid enough to use his supreme-grade divine artifact to bet with this small pagoda. However, among the people present, Lin Rei was stunned. His divine consciousness had been pulled into the system by the little dragon. At this moment, in the system, the little dragon was like an otherworldly expert. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon said, "Take that pagoda back. Its origin isn't simple. Even your chaotic dragon spear can't compare to it." What? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was shocked. He didn't see anything special about the small pagoda, but seeing how serious the little dragon was, Lin Rei couldn't help but want to ask about the small pagoda's origin. "Host, listen to the little dragon. Take down that small pagoda. It will be very helpful to your future. Moreover, if you can find the rest of the missing pagoda and combine them, the power will be devastating." This. Just as Lin Rei was about to ask, the system, who had been silent all this time, opened its mouth. Moreover, it was catering to the little dragon's intention. Regarding this, Lin Rei was shocked. This scene had never appeared ever since he got the system, and now it was all because of a small pagoda. Moreover, it was a waste product. This made him value the small pagoda even more. "Okay, I will let Chu Si bet with him. But you must promise me that when I take back the small pagoda, you must tell me about the small pagoda's origin." In response to Lin Rei's words, the little dragon and the system unanimously rejected Lin Rei. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that the time isn't right. When you have the courage to merge with the Tao, I will tell you a little about the small pagoda's origin. As for now, you don't have the ability to do so, understand?" Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei, who still wanted to say something, fell silent in the end. After all, they had been together for thousands of years. He had long understood the little dragon's character. He knew that the little dragon wouldn't go against its decision even if it had to die. Regarding this, Lin Rei could only give up. "Okay, go quickly. You must get this thing, even if you have to snatch it." With that, without waiting for Lin Rei to say anything, the little dragon waved its hand. An invisible force pushed Lin Rei out of the system and back into the main body. At this moment, just as Chu Si was about to reject you, Defa, Lin Rei hurriedly transmitted his voice to her. "Don't reject him. Agree to his bet. But you must win. I must have the small pagoda in his hands. Do you understand?" This. Okay. Originally, she wanted to refuse, but after hearing Lin Rei's order, Chu Si was a little reluctant for a moment, but she still obeyed. Looking at you, Defa, Chu Si subconsciously looked at the wager at the same time, and then responded, "I accept this bet. If you lose, the small pagoda is mine. If I tell you, my alchemy furnace is yours." Wow. Once these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone began to lose their composure. They also saw the small pagoda's strange appearance, but they still felt that it was impossible for Chu Si to accept a supreme-grade divine artifact. But now, the result made everyone's jaws drop. Even after a long time, no one reacted. Of course, among the crowd, except for Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei couldn't wait for the bet to end quickly so that he could obtain the small pagoda and investigate it. "Okay, since that's the case, let's begin. The bet has been going on for a while. I don't want to fall behind." Boom! With that, a purple alchemy fire rushed out of his palm, and he began to refine the pill. Seeing Udefa like this, Chu Si didn't want to fall behind. She sat down cross-legged and began to search for the ingredients to refine the supreme-grade Emperor pill, the Tiger Yang pill. The Tiger Yang pill was a famous body-tempering pill. If consumed by a body-tempering cultivator, it could increase the strength of their physical body. If consumed by a cultivator, it could also increase the strength of their physical body. One had to know that the only weakness of a cultivator was that their physical body shrank. This was a common problem for all cultivators. Of course, except for Lin Ray and those who lived on the edge of a knife. Some people would even take the initiative to increase the strength of their physical body. Of course, there were also some people who thought that as long as they cultivated spiritual energy, as long as their spiritual energy was strong enough, they could make up for the shortcomings of their physical body. Seeing Yudefa's progress, Chu Si didn't delay any longer. She immediately took out her alchemy fire and began to preheat the pill furnace. In just a short minute, the pill furnace was successfully preheated. Then, Chu Si used the same method as before and threw all the spiritual herbs that were used to refine the Tiger Yang pill into the pill furnace. Perhaps it was because she had used the same method twice, but this time, Chu Si's refining speed was especially fast and smooth. She didn't stop at all. One by one, mysterious and beautiful runes appeared from Chu Si's hands. She seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. It was as if, in the entire world, there was only her and her pill furnace. As time went on, Chu Si's speed of forming hand seals became faster and faster. Perhaps even she didn't notice it. This movement was smooth and fluid, and it was done in one go. If there was such a thing as perfection in the world, it would be nothing more than this. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the stage, saw Chu Si's actions. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. He actually gained enlightenment at this time. Looks like it won't be long before he completely enters the realm of a Grandmaster Alchemist. Of course, for Lin Ray, it wouldn't be long. It could be a day, a year, or even 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In the end, it would depend on that person's comprehension and temperament. Lin Ray couldn't help. In the end, she could only rely on herself. As for the information, Chu Si didn't even know that she had unintentionally entered the state of enlightenment that everyone dreamed of. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Some people couldn't bear the pressure of being challenged. Some even felt that they were simply too strong for their opponents, causing them to fail midway and be eliminated. Fatty Yudefa, who had bet with Chu Si, opened his eyes at this moment. He had a smug smile on his face as he looked at Chu Si, who was still refining. His heart was filled with indescribable joy and excitement. Aren't you awesome? Aren't you very fast at refining pills? In front of this young master, everything is trash. With that, Yudefa formed hand seals and shouted, "Pill complete." Wunk. The rumbling sound of the pill furnace rang out. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Linley's divine sense, turned towards Yudefa. Although he knew that Chu Si would respond, he still smiled worriedly. Whoosh! The moment Yudefa retracted his pill fire, a dark red light rushed out of the pill furnace towards Yudefa's direction. Oh! Fire Spirit Pill. High-grade Emperor-level pill with 4 pill veins. TSK not bad. At this time, Lin Ray, who had used his consciousness, naturally knew what pill Yudefa had refined. He even knew its effects, quality, and pill veins. Seeing this, Linley let out a sigh of relief in his heart. In that moment, all of his worries vanished like smoke in a thin air. Hee, let's see how you'll beat me now. Yudefa smiled as he put away his pill and walked towards Luyu. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from behind. Yudefa stopped walking and turned his head to look in Chu Si's direction. He saw a yellow light, like a comet, fall into Chu Si's hand and put it into a pill bottle. Phew! Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief. However, because she had used her mental strength again, she was even more dispirited now. So what if you've refined it? You're still later than me. Seeing that Chu Si had finished refining the pill, Yudefa snorted coldly. He walked towards Lu Yu and handed him the Fire Spirit pill. Tourism Association President. This is the pill I refined. Please take a look. All right. Hearing this, Lu Yu quickly took the pill from Yudefa's hand and looked at it. Hiss! When Lu Yu saw Yudefa's pill, his eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. He sucked in a breath of cold air. However, because he had seen Chu Si refine 5 pill veins, he quickly calmed down. Not bad. The Fire Spirit pill can increase the cultivation of those with fire spiritual roots. It's a high-grade Emperor-level pill and can be used by cultivators below the godly Emperor realm. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Rain Sect is so lucky to have such a great alchemist to help them. No wonder they can become one of the 7 sects. Yeah, that's right. At this moment, the higher-ups and disciples of the Rain Sect heard the discussions around them, and their faces were filled with pride. Quick, let's see what Chu Si's pill is like. Just as the people from the Rain Sect were feeling proud of themselves, someone suddenly shouted. Lu Yu excitedly placed the fire spirit pill in his hand on the table beside him. Then his expectant gaze landed on Chu Si, who was standing behind Udefa. Chapter 737. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Si smiled and walked to Lu Yu's side step by step. She handed the pill she had refined to him. President Lu Yu, this is something I refined. See if it's up to your standards. Haha, fellow Taoist, you must be joking. The pill you refined has 5 patterns. If your pill isn't up to par, then no one would want my pill. Lu Yu took the pill bottle from Chu Si's hand and opened it impatiently. A yellow pill lay quietly in the bottle. Suddenly, a fragrance rushed out of the bottle and drifted into the air. Huyang pill, a supreme grade pill. Fellow Taoist, you're really patient. Smelling the pill fragrance, Lu Yu could tell that this was an extremely difficult alchemical pill to concoct, even among the highest level alchemical pills. The concoction method was extremely complicated, and what shocked him even more was that on this Huyang pill, there were 5 alchemical patterns carved into it, as if they were naturally formed. Another top-grade Emperor-level pill with 5 pill veins. At this moment, Lu Yu couldn't help but look at Chu Si with admiration. In his entire life, he had only seen such alchemy skills when Linley had tested out an Emperor-level pill. Now, he had seen it again. Although there was a vast difference in strength and cultivation base between the two of them, the way he had forged the pill just now had caused him to subconsciously glance at Linley, who was sitting leisurely to the side. In his eyes, other than admiration, there was only reverence. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. Seeing Linley's powerful alchemy skills, even he wanted to take him as his master. Of course, he knew that Lin Ray wouldn't take him as his disciple, so he didn't ask for a rebuff. If he insisted on disturbing Lin Ray, it would only make Lin Ray hate him. How is it? Tell us. Damn, you can't even beat a fart with a stick. Can you hurry up and tell us? Lu Yu, you damn pill refiner, hurry up and tell us. How is fellow Taoist Chu Si's pill refining? At this moment, the crowd was pressing down on Lu Yu expectantly. However, even after listening for a long time, Lu Yu still didn't say anything. At this moment, everyone started complaining angrily. The people who were slightly anxious were none other than the people from the Rain Sect. They were looking forward to Chu Si's results because it was related to the reputation of the Rain Sect. Hearing the crowd's indignation, Lu Yu snapped out of his daze and glanced at them with a pleased smile. Fellow Taoist Chu Si. Fellow Taoist Chu Si's pill is a top-grade Emperor-level pill, the Huyang pill. What? Who? Huyang pill? Or is it a top-grade Emperor-level pill? At that moment, Udefa, who was waiting in front of Lu Yu, heard that Chu Si had concocted a top-quality Emperor-level pill. At that moment, he knew that he had lost because he had only concocted a high-quality Emperor-level pill. There was a gap between the 2 levels. Furthermore, he also knew about the Huyang pill. He was also very much looking forward to this kind of alchemical pill. However, this kind of alchemical pill was very troublesome to concoct, so no one had ever concocted it. At that moment, Udefa's expression was very rich. He was both disappointed and excited. After Chu Si saw this, she paused for a while. CK, what the hell are you doing? You're still so excited after losing you. Of course, Chu Si wouldn't say these words. Looking at Udefa, Chu Si placed her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Fellow Taoist, you've actually done very well. The road ahead is still long. Don't be discouraged. Keep up the good work. I'll be waiting for you ahead. T.H. Hearing this, Udefa directly ignored her. Don't be so happy. This time, it was just a moment of carelessness. If there's a next time, I'll definitely let you know what it means to be a pill master. Chu Ci was embarrassed. He didn't expect that his consolation would make the other party so impudent. However, at least he won this round and didn't let Lin Ray down. At that moment, seeing the two's actions, Lu Yu quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Chu Ci, I really want to know why you were able to concoct a pill with 5 pill patterns twice." All right, fellow Taoist Lu Yu, let's not talk about this anymore. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Chu Ci knew what he was going to say next. She didn't wait for him to finish and hurriedly stopped him. "I can't teach you the art of pill concoction, so give up. Besides, everyone has their own Tao of pill concoction. You have it, so do I. Therefore, don't force it. Let nature take its course, and you'll achieve Tao." Boom! Let nature take its course, and you'll achieve Tao. Let nature take its course, and you'll achieve Tao. Ha ha! At that moment, Lu Yu muttered Chu Ci's last words to himself. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he was going to break through to the next level of pill concoction. Haha, this kid actually managed to make a Grandmaster Pill Master gain enlightenment after just one round of enlightenment, and even found a miracle to break through. Lin Ray, who was watching from the side, already knew the meaning of this sentence. Of course, this sentence was useless to him. However, it meant a lot to a Grandmaster Pill Master. If that person's comprehension was of the highest grade, then he would be even further and more perfect in the Grandmaster Pill Master realm. Of course, Chu Ci himself didn't know all of this. Because of his words, a person who was of a higher level than him found an opportunity to break through. The crowd was also very puzzled by Lu Yu's sudden laughter. Although they didn't understand why Lu Yu was laughing, they knew that something good must have happened to him. A few minutes later, Lu Yu finally stopped his crazy laughter. Looking at everyone's puzzled expression, Lu Yu didn't explain the reason. Instead, he announced the results of this round to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of the Alchemy Conference has come to an end. Udefa and Chu Ci had a bet. Although Udefa concocted an Emperor-level high-level fire spirit pill with 4 pill veins, Chu Ci concocted an Emperor-level high-level fire spirit pill with 5 pill veins. According to the characteristics of the 2 pills, as well as their levels and qualities, the final winner is Chu Ci. And the bets of this bet will belong to the winner." As he spoke, everyone's gaze subconsciously turned towards Udefa. Feeling the crowd's gaze, Udefa nodded with a disappointed face. Then, he flipped his left hand and a broken but crystal clear small pagoda appeared. Wong! Just like before, the spiritual power within 1,000 feet radius was completely devoured by the small tower the moment it appeared. At this moment, no one noticed that Lin Ray, who was sitting at the side, was very excited. He was determined to get the small pagoda. He wouldn't give up until he got it. And now the small pagoda was his. "Thanks." At this moment, looking at the winnings, Chu Ci's face was full of smiles. He was very happy because he had completed the task given to him by Lin Ray. At the same time, he was happy that his alchemy skills had finally stabilized at the level of a high-grade alchemist. Then, Chu Ci reached out to take the small pagoda. However, the moment his hand was about to touch the small pagoda, Udefa withdrew his hand. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Li's face suddenly vanished. His expression turned grim, and a murderous aura began to emanate from his body. "I'm going to kill you now." He was ready to kill Udefa at any time. Of course, before that, he still wanted to see what tricks Udefa was playing. At this time, Chu Ci's hand was still in the air. He looked at Chu Ci with a cold expression and said, "Hey boy, don't be stubborn. You will die if you do." At this moment, Chu Ci was angry. He thought he could get the small pagoda, but when he thought of Udefa suddenly taking it back, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. After all, the small pagoda was something Lin Ray wanted. Even if he had to kill the person in front of him, he had to get the small pagoda. At this moment, the middle stage God Emperor cultivation was activated by Chu Ci. At that moment, A world-destroying suppression suppressed everyone present. This was especially true for Udefa. This action was all caused by him, and he was close to it. Thus, he didn't feel it all. Seeing Chu Si angry so easily and feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, Udefa smiled bitterly and shook his head. He wanted to explain, Boy, don't you think you're asking for it? If you wanted to give it to me, wouldn't it be over? Why did you have to make it so unpleasant? Looking at Udefa, Chu Si walked step by step to his side. Seeing the small pagoda hidden in his bosom, Chu Si directly grabbed the small pagoda. After that, his body flashed and returned to his original position. Only at this moment did Chu Si feel at ease after grabbing the small pagoda. Since the small pagoda was taken back, Chu Si naturally had no reason to suppress the crowd. He immediately retracted his pressure and cultivation. Finally, he glanced at the crowd with an apologetic look. After he was done, he didn't even look at Udefa. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Lin Rei. Hey, Dao friend, wait, I have something to say. Please don't listen to my explanation. At this moment, seeing that Chu Si didn't even look at him, Udefa became anxious. He didn't care if Chu Si would kill him for his recklessness. Just like this, his body flashed, and he arrived in front of Chu Si. In the end, what shocked everyone was that the moment Udefa arrived in front of Chu Si, he directly knelt on the ground and spread his arms. It was a posture that said he wouldn't get up if Chu Si didn't listen. Seeing him act so shamelessly, Chu Si was stunned. He didn't expect a dignified, high-level, emperor-level alchemist to act like this. The ancient said that a man had gold under his knees, but now, what do you want? Looking at him, Chu Si said impatiently, You were the one who said you wanted to bet. Now that you've lost, you don't want to admit it. Let me tell you, it's impossible. I'm taking the small pagoda. If you want to take it back, unless you can beat me. At this moment, Chu Si looked at Udefa with a serious face. Of course, Chu Si knew that Udefa was no match for him. That was why he made such an unreasonable request. No. Udefa, who was still on the ground, immediately shook his head and denied Chu Si's words. No? Then you are? I want that Huyang pill of yours. Although I am an alchemist, I am still unable to concoct such a high-quality medicinal pill with 5 pill veins. Thus, saying this, Udefa laughed and rubbed his hands, looking like he was asking for it. Phew. So it's the Huyang pill, I thought. At this moment, Chu Si realized that Udefa wanted his Huyang pill. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Yes, I want the Huyang pill. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chu Si can give it to me. Of course, I can use something of equivalent value to exchange for it. Saying this, Udefa's expression was full of desire. Seeing Udefa like this, Chu Si thought for a while and said, Okay, I agree to the exchange. However, you have to let me give the small pagoda to my young master first. We could talk about the Huyang pill later. What do you think? Sure. Hearing Chu Si's agreement, Udefa stood up with a happy smile on his face. Okay. Nodding, he walked quickly to Lin Rei and handed the small pagoda to him. His attitude was very respectful. Young master here. Okay. Lin Rei didn't think too much and directly held the small pagoda tightly in his hand. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed Udefa. He knew that Udefa wanted the Huyang pill, so he didn't keep him any longer and dismissed him. That's right, it's him. I didn't think that this guy would come as well. At this moment, the little dragon suddenly appeared and stood in front of Lin Rei. It looked excitedly at the small pagoda in Lin Rei's hand. At this moment, on the other side, Chu Si, who had left Lin Rei's side, came to Udefa's side. Looking at him, Chu Si said, Speak. What do you plan to exchange for my Huyang pill? I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Udefa chuckled. Then, with a flip of his hand, a red fruit the size of a fist appeared in his hand. The smell of blood. The moment the red fruit appeared, the smell of blood wafted from it. That's right, it's indeed the smell of blood. Looking at Chu Ci, Defa introduced it to her. I don't know what this fruit is called, but I do know that it is extremely valuable. Moreover, it appeared together with the small tower. If it wasn't for the smell of blood on its body, I would have directly eaten it back then. Oh, hearing this, Chu Ci walked forward and lowered her head to observe the fruit closely. At this moment, the closer she got to the fruit, the thicker the smell of blood became. It was as if she was immersed in blood, and it was a nauseating feeling. Blood plasma fruit? At this moment, the little dragon, who was standing in front of Lin Rei and looking excitedly at the small pagoda in Lin Rei's hand, suddenly smelled the smell of blood. The name blood plasma fruit involuntarily appeared in her mind. Blood plasma fruit? Hearing the little dragon's mumbling, Lin Rei asked curiously. Chapter 738. Hearing Lin Rei's question, the little dragon smiled and began to explain. The blood plasma fruit is an incredible existence. It has only one effect, but it's the best thing for you. Oh, Lin Rei's face was filled with curiosity. The blood plasma fruit is a divine fruit that can increase the power of one's bloodline. It's very useful for you now. Your bloodline is still in a dormant state. If you consume the blood plasma fruit, your bloodline will awaken. At that time, you'll benefit immensely. Hearing this, Lin Rei's face was filled with indescribable joy. All right, I understand. With that, Lin Rei transmitted his voice to Chu Ci. Chu Ci, exchange with him. This thing is beneficial to me. I understand, young master. Chu Ci never dared to disobey Lin Rei's orders. Even if it cost him his life, he would slit his own throat without any hesitation or complaint when he heard that Lin Rei needed this red fruit. Chu Ci hurriedly agreed to Defa's request. All right, I'll use this fruit of yours to exchange with me. Although I don't know what it is, it can emit the smell of blood. It's a rare foreign object. With that, Chu Ci took out a Huyang pill that he had just refined and handed it to Defa. Ah, really? Defa was a little surprised by Chu Ci's straightforwardness. He had said before that this matter might not be so easy to settle, but he hadn't expected that he would really use this unknown fruit to exchange for the pill he had been dreaming of. Of course, but if you don't want to exchange, I can. Whoosh! Just as Defa's face was filled with excitement, Chu Ci teased him. But before he could finish his sentence, the Huyang pill in his hand had disappeared. Instead, the fiery red fruit appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Chu Ci did not waste any more words with him. He walked to Lin Rei's side and handed the blood plasma fruit to him. Young master, your subordinate has fulfilled his mission. Looking at the blood fruit, Lin Rei nodded. Not bad. You did very well in this matter. After saying that, Lin Rei directly took the blood fruit in his hand and immediately fed it to the system before handing it over to the little dragon. Little dragon, keep this for now. When we go to the Saint's world, use it as food to strengthen the power of my bloodline. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon nodded with a gratified expression. That's right. That's what I originally thought too. All right, I'll give it to you when you break through to the Saint stage and reach the Saint's world. With that said, the little dragon casually placed the fruit in front of him. Suddenly, the blood fruit disappeared. Lin Rei, who had been paying attention to the little dragon, saw the little dragon's move and immediately had a plan in mind. I'm telling you, I'm not going to teach you this. You'll have it when you get to Hongmeng. So rest. Don't think about these messy things anymore. At this moment, the little dragon was like a worm in Ruo Lin's stomach. He knew what Lin Rei was thinking and promptly advised him. Hearing the little dragon speak his mind, Lin Rei awkwardly nodded with a smile and said goodbye. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. This is the last round. After that, it's time to fuse with the Eye of Tendo. Thank you for your hard work. TSK, hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon rolled his eyes at him and immediately teased. As long as you don't cause me any trouble in the future, I'll be thankful. Looking at the little dragon's reaction, Lin Rei didn't say anything and directly exited the space. because he knew that the little dragon said that because it didn't want him to have any psychological burden. When Lin Rei returned to his body, he suddenly heard Lu Yu's voice. Lin Rei was taken aback, but he soon understood. It turned out that the third round had begun. However, he didn't expect that there would only be a short break between the rounds. This was naturally nothing to an alchemist like him. But to Chu Ci, although it was considered an experience, it was extremely taxing on her mind. The third round has begun. This is the finals. I will set the questions, and you will refine the pills. Whoever can refine the better grade and quality will be the champion of the alchemy conference and will also receive the rewards of the conference. At this point, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Ci, who was standing behind Lin Rei. This was because in everyone's hearts, there was no one who could be compared to Chu Ci. With his skill in refining top-grade Emperor-grade pills and 5 pill patterns, the one who would be injured in the end would be his competitor. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Chu Ci's competitor with pity. Speaking of it, it was rather strange. This time around, the remaining person was actually a woman. Furthermore, no one had expected that she would become one of the final victors of the 2 matches that had been completely ordinary in the previous 2 matches. Even Lin Rei felt a little strange. He had tried to check the woman's cultivation, but on the surface, the result was the same. She was a mid-stage divine monarch. However, Lin Rei felt that her cultivation was probably higher than that. System, check that woman's information. I want to know everything about her. Looking at the woman competing with Chu Ci, Lin Rei couldn't help but activate the system. Ding dong, please wait a moment. System is checking. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Rei's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. 1 minute later, ding dong, checking completed. Do you wish to check? Yes, check. After saying that, a screen appeared in his mind, and the woman's information appeared on it. Damn, it can't be. When Lin Rei saw the woman's information on the screen, Lin Rei couldn't help but curse. He was even more shocked. At this moment, the screen said, Huayin, female, 6,321 years old, Great Circle God Emperor, High Venerable Great Alchemist, daughter of Emperor Hua of the Hua family of the Holy World. Fire, wood, and thunder, 3 top-grade spiritual roots, and top-grade comprehension ability. Seeing this, Lin Rei was completely stunned. He thought that this woman was from a big power, and that her cultivation was high. He also thought that her Dan realm cultivation wasn't the mid-stage Emperor grade that she seemed to be on the surface. But he never thought that this woman was from the Holy World, and that her alchemy Dao was about the same as his. Moreover, her alchemy Dao was 1 level higher than his. After seeing all of Hua Yuan's information, Lin Rei couldn't stay calm. He wanted to get the sacred medicine as a reward, so he couldn't lose. Okay, the third round will officially start now. Just when Lin Rei was thinking of a solution, he heard Lu Yu's voice announcing the start of the third round. Instantly, Lin Rei was shocked. Without thinking, he said directly, "Stop." As soon as he said that, everyone's gaze gathered on Lin Rei. Their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. They didn't understand why Lin Rei would call for a stop at this critical moment. Feeling everyone's puzzled gaze, Lin Rei laughed. Then, he stood up and took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was beside Chu Ci. You go down first. This woman is not simple. You are not her opponent. Lin Rei transmitted his voice to Chu Ci. Oh. Hearing Lin Rei's transmission, Chu Ci turned to look at Hua Yuan in surprise. Then, he was filled with curiosity. As far as he could remember, Lin Li had never done something like good enough before. But from Lin Li's serious tone, he knew that this was not a simple matter. Then, he didn't refute. He nodded to Hua Yuan and retreated behind Lin Rei. Then, he stood respectfully behind Lin Rei and didn't say a word. Lin Rei, my friend, what do you mean by? At this moment, Lu Yu hesitated for a while. In the end, he went up to Lin Rei and questioned him. However, it was better to say that he was asking for instructions. After all, at this moment, Lu Yu's attitude towards Lin Rei was like that of a grandfather and a grandson. Damn, what's wrong? Did Lu Yu's personality change? Where's his usual arrogance and disdain? Where's his usual arrogance? Yeah, this is unbelievable. He's actually like this. Is this a 1,000-year-old story? Yeah, that's right. Even our Rain Sect master is respectful when he sees Lu Yu. But now, at this moment, after seeing Lu Yu's attitude towards Lin Rei, the crowd started to discuss. However, the majority of them said that Lu Yu's personality had changed. He was no longer the same as before. At this moment, hearing the crowd's discussion, Lu Yu's attitude was still respectful. After all, he knew the alchemy skills of the alchemy expert before him. I wish to have an alchemy competition with this young lady. Is that possible? Lin Rei didn't waste time with Lu Yu's request. He directly spoke his mind. What? You wish to have an alchemy competition with her? At this moment, hearing Lin Rei's words, Lu Yu thought he heard wrong. Then, he repeated himself. His expression was filled with confusion and confusion. He thought he had heard wrong. That's right, Lin Li said, frowning impatiently. I want to ask this alchemist for some advice on pill concocting, as well as some knowledge of the Tao of alchemy. I just want to ask him one question. Is that all right? Since this fellow Taoist wants to have an alchemy competition with this young lady, then let's have a go. At this moment, while Lu Yu was in a daze and didn't know how to answer, Hua Yuan, who had heard everything from the beginning, spoke. What? Competition? The moment Hua Yuan's words entered Lu Yu's ears, Lu Yu looked at her with a strange gaze. He felt that if he wasn't crazy, then she was crazy. Others might not know about Lin Rei's alchemy realm, but he knew. Now, when he heard that this girl wanted to have an alchemy competition with Lin Rei, Lu Yu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Hell, all right. Since fellow Taoist Hua has said so, then it's settled. At this moment, Lin Rei was delighted. Lin Rei, who was already in the honorable realm, wanted to find an opponent who was on par with him. It was extremely difficult, especially in the realm of the gods. Now, there was finally someone who was on par with him. How could he be so foolish as to let go of this opportunity? Looking at the current situation, everyone was stunned. Lu Yu was stunned. He felt that he was in a bad mood. However, there was nothing he could do. Since the person involved had agreed, he had no reason to stop them. When he came back to his senses, he glanced at the crowd. Then, he cleared his throat and announced, "Since the two of you have agreed, then the competition will continue. The rewards will remain unchanged. As for who will be the champion, it will depend on their luck." At this moment, everyone was looking forward to Lin Rei. However, among everyone, except for Lin Rei, no one noticed Hua Yuan's ugly expression. At this moment, when Hua Yuan heard the person in front of her call out her surname, her body tensed up. She was filled with vigilance. One had to know that no one in the realm of the gods knew her surname. Moreover, her name in the realm of the gods was forged. Those who knew her surname were all big shots in the sacred world. But now, he had appeared in the realm of the gods. At this moment, she couldn't help but be vigilant. At the same time, along with her vigilance, she was filled with curiosity. She wanted to know who the person in front of her was to know her surname. Knowing that Hua Yuan was relying on him, Lin Li transmitted a message to her. Hua Yuan, daughter of Hua, emperor from the Hua clan of the Desolate State in the sacred world. She is an upper paragon alchemist and a late-stage god emperor. Although I don't want to know why you came to the realm of the gods, I must win this competition. Moreover, there is no one in the realm of the gods who can discuss alchemy with me. Now that you have appeared, so... At this point, Lin Rei chuckled. At this moment, he didn't hide anything and directly told her everything he knew. At that moment, when she heard the blind young man say her identity and everything about her, she was shocked. She was completely shocked. She knew that it was definitely not a coincidence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know her father's name and that she was from the Barren State. At this moment, Hua Yuan was even more vigilant against Lin Rei. But along with the increase in vigilance, her curiosity also increased greatly. You don't have to be surprised. You don't have to guess how I know, and you don't have to guess that I'm from the sacred world, because none of these are true. The reason why I know your identity is naturally because I have my ways. Similarly, I won't harm you. You can rest assured. Lin Rei, who knew Hua Yuan's thoughts, opened up all his goodwill without holding back. Indeed, after hearing Lin Rei's words, although she couldn't let down her guard against him completely, it was still better than before. "Ha! You're very interesting." Looking at Lin Rei, Hua Yuan said, "To think that a god emperor from the firmament would know where I came from and even be able to accurately point out my surname. Although I don't know if I can trust your words, you're not simple at all. My curiosity toward you has grown even stronger." Looking at her, Lin Rei couldn't help but tease her. "Miss Hua, don't you know that a woman will fall in love with a man because of curiosity?" Chapter 739. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Hua Yuan was slightly angered. She stared at Lin Rei fiercely and said, "I've seen his eloquence, but I don't know how good he is with his hands." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Rei's reply, Hua Yuan's body flashed and instantly appeared below the stage. Seeing this, Lin Rei chuckled and did not say anything. His body flashed and disappeared. When the crowd saw him again, he was not far away from Hua Yuan. Looking at the two of them, Lu Yu smiled bitterly and said, all right. The pill for the third round is a top-grade Emperor-level pill called the 6th Transformation Golden Pill. Whoever concocts it well and has the most pill veins will be the winner of this alchemy conference." After Lu Yu finished speaking, Lin Rei and Hua Yuan did not even look at him. They were minding their own business and choosing the pills they needed in their storage rings. As for the 6th Transformation Golden Pill that Lu Yu mentioned, Lin Rei and Hua Yuan could only say haha. Although that pill was rare in the eyes of ordinary people, in the eyes of Lin Rei and Hua Yuan, it was not much different from a mortal-level pill of rejuvenation. At this moment, Hua Yuan could not help but glance at Lin Rei. Her eyes were filled with seriousness. This guy. I originally wanted to get the Saint Herb to increase my strength so that I can go home earlier. But why did he appear? At this moment, Hua Yuan felt very sullen. Originally, she wanted to get the Saint Herb easily and find a quiet place to increase her cultivation. But now, her expectations were dashed. At the same time, she knew that the blind young man in front of her was not simple. She even felt a sense of oppression from him. She had to be careful because this was the first time she felt this way ever since she came down from the Holy World. However, she was starting to like this feeling a little. After all, when a person was invincible, they would become arrogant and ignorant. They might even cause their cultivation methods and combat strength to regress. Therefore, although Lin Rei's appearance made her feel a little pressured, she couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Rei also felt the same way. After all, in the divine realm, other than some top-level ultimate gods who did not show themselves, the others were basically non-existent to him. Hua Yuan's appearance was just as Hua Yuan had thought. She was a sparring partner, or even an opponent. Thinking up to here, Lin Rei could not help but be extremely excited. This kind of feeling, he had not appeared for a very long time already. At this moment, he took out the materials he wanted to refine pills from the storage ring. The moment he exited the ring, he felt that Hua Yuan was looking at him. In response, Lin Rei turned around and faced her with his divine sense. He smiled and teased, "What? Have you fallen in love with me so quickly? But you don't have to be like this. After all, the two of us are opponents now, so be more reserved. I don't like that kind of open-minded woman." Lin Rei's words entered the ears of the onlookers. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Their mouths were wide open, and their facial expressions were even more exaggerated. They were like walking emojis. Of course, the person in question was so angry at Lin Rei's words that she stomped her feet like a little girl. Although she looked angry, her appearance and overall temperament. However, Lin Rei could not help but be stunned on the spot. Fletcher. Hua Yuan rolled her eyes at Lin Rei's current expression and did not say anything else after Lin Rei's expression. She turned around, took her own spiritual medicine, and started her refining process. Lin Rei, who came back to his senses, looked at Hua Yuan's actions and chuckled. Then, he started refining too. This time, he planned to use his own strength to refine the supreme Level 9 Revolutions Mixed Energy Pill. Moreover, he also planned to use the chaotic energy in the system and the training field. After all, the main catalyst for refining the 9 Revolutions mixed energy pill was the chaotic energy. So, the effect of a 9 Revolutions mixed energy pill was something that all the gods in the realm of the gods dreamed of. Even if it was a sage, Lin Ray dared to guarantee that when they saw the 9 Revolutions mixed energy pill, they would want to kill and steal it. After all, when one reached the sage realm, although they also needed spiritual energy for cultivation, the chaotic energy was the best thing for them to improve their cultivation. However, the chaotic energy was extremely rare, so that was why Lin Ray dared to guarantee that when a sage saw the 9 Revolutions mixed energy pill, they would want to kill him. Boom! At this moment, the illusory spirit blood flame rushed out of his palm. This time, Lin Ray did not plan to use the pill furnace. After all, at his level, the pill furnace was useless to him. On the contrary, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth around him, and he could do whatever he wanted without the risk of the furnace exploding. When Hua Yuan saw Lin Li's actions, she too did not want to be outdone. She immediately gave up on the cauldron. Just like Lin Li, she started to concoct pills out of thin air. At this moment, the actions of these two people deeply attracted the attention of everyone present. Damn, they're giving up on the pill furnace? Nonsense, isn't it obvious? But for a pill refiner to give up on the pill furnace, I don't think even the Tourism Association's president could do it. How could they? Could it be? At this moment, everyone started to make wild guesses. At this moment, Zhuge Ho, who was sitting beside Lin Ray, thought of something terrifying, but he was not sure. What? Could it be something? When everyone heard Zhuge Ho's words, they turned around and fixed their eyes on him. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and say it. If you don't, we'll attack you together." Ha! Zhuge Ho did not have the courage to become enemies with so many sects present. In the end, he had no choice but to sigh and tell them his guess. I agree with my ancestor. He said that as long as a pill refiner reaches the honorable level, they can refine pills out of thin air. This way, they can borrow the power of heaven and earth, and the pills they refine can be said to be the best of the best. Even the Emperor God would find it hard to get one. Honorable level? Hearing Zhuge Ho's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. If what he said was true, it meant that Lin Ray was a genuine honorable level pill refiner. However, what surprised them more was that the participant was also an honorable level pill refiner. This was something that they never expected. As for Lin Ray, they were naturally used to all the surprises from him. Therefore, they were only shocked for a moment when they realized that he was an honorable level pill refiner. As for the woman who had suddenly appeared, no one knew how she had registered herself. However, they were certain that none of the sects present knew who she was. At this moment, everyone was both shocked and surprised. After all, such an honorable level pill refiner was placed in front of them. If they could pull her into their group, then, thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but think about it. However, they didn't know that besides being an honorable level pill refiner, Hua Yuan was also a genuine Great Circle Martial Emperor expert. If they knew, they would have thrown their previous thoughts to the back of their minds. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. Of course, the person who guessed that Hua Yuan was an honorable level pill refiner was none other than Lu Yu. He was so angry and disdainful of her. Now he was slapped in the face. What the hell is going on? Why is it that pill refiners are worthless now? How could there be so many of them? Moreover, even an honorable level pill refiner was like this. The appearance of one before was already shocking enough. But now, another one appeared. Moreover, they seemed to be of the same age. This was something that he couldn't accept. He couldn't accept such a strange thing. Looking at the two people refining pills in the air, Lu Yu abandoned the desire in his heart. One had to know that this kind of scene wasn't something that could be seen all the time. Instead of being extremely envious at the side, he might as well properly observe this pill refinement. Who knows? He might be able to learn a little bit from it. He believed that even if it was just a little bit, it would still be able to benefit him greatly. At this moment, Lin Ray was refining the 9-revolution mixed essence pill. Except for the primal chaos chi, he threw all the ingredients into the illusory spirit blood fire. He wanted to refine the pill as soon as possible. He didn't want to lose to a girl who was also from the holy world. Not only would it be a disgrace to his identity as an honorable level pill refiner, but it would also cause him to lose face. This was something that he couldn't allow. 9 dragon refinement art. Refine for me. At this moment, Lin Ray couldn't help but use the pill refinement art that he had never used before. This time, he was determined to get the sane elixir of the ending. Of course, Hua Yuan wouldn't show any weakness. She threw all the ingredients she refined into the pill fire, just like Lin Ray. She was going all out at this moment. Her reason was the same as Lin Ray's. She wanted the saint elixir of the ending. Because she needed it, she wouldn't lose. Moreover, as a member of the Holy World's Hua clan, she felt that face and the reputation of her clan were the most important. As time flew by, in the blink of an eye, 1.5 hours had passed. At this moment, the two of them had refined the chi liquid and put it into the pill bottle. I didn't expect a person like you to appear in a small place like the divine world. I admit that I have underestimated you. However, I won't lose. Don't worry. She became anxious and panicked when she saw the blind young man complete the tempering process with her. This completely confirmed the trace of pressure she felt from him earlier. Hearing Hua Yuan's voice transmission, Lin Ray was stunned. When he came back to his senses, Lin Ray couldn't help but say, "Although I don't know how big the holy world is since you have come to the divine world, please, you must have a reason for coming here. Moreover, the divine world is vast and boundless. Are you sure you can't explore all of it? If you can't, then shut your body and refine the pills. You are just an ordinary upper honorable level pill refiner. Since you want to challenge me, it's fine as long as you don't cry in the end." Seeing that she couldn't win against him, Hua Yuan was speechless and continued to refine the pills. Regarding this, Lin Ray kept his mouth shut. Since she didn't know what was good for her, Lin Ray would still be polite. Immediately, he activated the 9-dragon fusion technique. The spiritual energy of a middle-stage god emperor rushed out of his body. Under Lin Ray's control, the spiritual energy condensed into 9 5-clawed golden dragons. At this moment, the 9 5-clawed golden dragons rushed into the pill fire and started to fuse with the refined chi liquid. This was an extremely brilliant technique. Lu Yu, who had been watching from the side, was completely stunned. His face was filled with excitement as he stared at Lin Li's every move. At this moment, Lu Yu was staring at the 9 5-clawed golden dragons within the dream spirit blood fire, his face filled with excitement. Lin Ray didn't stop Lu Yu from watching. After all, there was nothing to learn. Without the permission of the system, even if he learned it, it would be taken back by the system in the end. Therefore, Lin Ray wasn't worried about this. Little by little, the more than 70 drops of chi liquid in the illusory spirit blood fire started to fuse under the control of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons. At this moment, Lin Ray separated a strand of his consciousness and entered the system's martial arts field. Looking at the gray, fairy-like martial arts field, Lin Ray didn't hesitate. He flashed into the center of the formation and activated the formation. He guided a strand of primal chaos chi into the 9-revolution mixed essence pill without anyone noticing. This strand of primal chaos chi was the most important medicinal primer for the 9-revolution mixed essence pill. Therefore, at this moment, after the addition of primal chaos chi, the pill's formation speed greatly increased by more than 2 times. It's almost done. The sacred medicine will be mine in the end. Looking at the pill that was about to be formed, Lin Ray felt an indescribable joy in his heart. On the other side, Hua Yuan was trying her best to win. After all, the sacred medicine was simply a necessity for her to go home. She couldn't give it up. However, she couldn't be like Lin Ray, multitasking. It was even more impossible for her to have the illusory spirit blood fire like Lin Ray. So, bam, bam, bam. At this moment, Hua Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged and activating the flame in front of her, suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes, and a ray of light instantly shot out from her eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, she gave up on activating the flame. Instead, she stood up and slapped the flame with her palm. At this moment, a strange sound of collision spread throughout the entire alchemy guild. Even Lin Rei, who was at the side, was startled by this. Lin Rei released his consciousness and looked at Hua Yuan's actions. His eyes were filled with doubt. However, he saw that the pill contained in the flame in front of Hua Yuan was slowly taking shape under her continuous slapping. Moreover, what shocked Lin Rei even more was that in the process of forming the pill, she had completed the division of the pill at the same time. This method was something that even an honorable alchemist who had been in the honorable level for a long time couldn't do. Today, Hua Yuan did it, and she did it so well. Lin Rei couldn't help but admire her. Chapter 740. What more can I ask for from such an opponent? Lin Rei exclaimed as he looked at Hua Yuan. No, I can't fall behind. Hua Yuan's actions gave Lin Rei unprecedented pressure. The holy world was indeed the holy world. A random person who came down was already so strong. It seemed like he had to work harder to improve his cultivation in the future. Hua Yuan didn't know what Lin Rei was thinking. Moreover, he had overestimated the people in the holy world. There were also people with low cultivation in the holy world, not just sage realm experts. Some sage realm experts would even send their descendants to the lower world to train. However, not all of them were so strong. In the holy world, the Hua family of the Barren State was a force to be reckoned with. No one dared to offend them. Even the Tao integration realm experts in the holy world would dare to offend them. Hua Yuan was a top-notch talent in the Hua family. The reason why she came to the holy world was because she had snuck out. Therefore, Nine Dragons' pill formation technique. Condense. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't hold back anymore. He directly used his supreme-grade Honorable Realm alchemy skills and the illusory spirit blood fire. In an instant, the elixir in the illusory spirit blood fire started to take shape rapidly. This scene made Lu Yu, who was watching quietly and comprehending a lot, smile bitterly. Sigh, it's too fast. At this moment, Lin Rei's hand speed was so fast that Lu Yu, who had been comprehending, retracted his gaze. With his supreme-grade alchemy skills, it was already impressive for him to be able to see a supreme-grade honorable alchemy skills clearly. Moreover, Lin Rei had slowed down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. At this moment, if Hua Yuan hadn't used her full strength, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. At this moment, both of them had revealed their identities. However, the people who were watching were the most shocked. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Rei and Hua Yuan in awe of their supreme-grade alchemy skills. No matter which world it was, alchemy masters, array masters, weapon refiners, and talisman masters were all highly sought after, and no one dared to offend them. They had skills that ordinary people did not have, and even top-notch experts did not dare to provoke them. Just like Lin Rei's identity as a venerated great alchemist, even the Tao fruit saints of the holy world wouldn't dare to offend him. After all, having a venerated great alchemist was equivalent to having a powerful sect. Time slowly passed as the two of them competed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours were almost up. At this time, the two of them had reached the end. The pill is done. Right at this moment, Linley let out a loud shout, and then the mirage blood fire emitted a buzzing sound. Afterwards, the alchemical fire disappeared, and 6-9 revolutions mixed yuan pills with 10 markings floated there on their own. Hiss! At this moment, everyone's gaze fell onto Lin Rei's pill. Suddenly, when they saw the 10 lines on the pill, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. Previously, when Chu Si had concocted a pill with 5 patterns, everyone had already been stunned. But now, Chu Si had concocted a pill with 10 patterns. Even in the Saints' realm, this was enough to shock the world. Seeing this, The first thought in everyone's mind was to try their best to rope in this person and not to offend him, because they couldn't afford to offend him. Not only was he in the Emperor realm, he was also a venerated great alchemist, and they had heard that he was a weapon refiner who could refine supreme, grade divine weapons. No matter what kind of identity he had, he was enough to dominate a region in the divine world. Well, just as everyone was shocked, on the other side, Hua Yuan's pill refinement had also finished. At this moment, everyone withdrew from the shock of seeing Lin Rei and focused their attention on Hua Yuan and her pill. At this moment, there were 4 red medicinal pellets with 10 pill veins floating in the air. What the hell is going on? Both of them have 10 pill marks. Could it be that refining 10 pill marks is now very common? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be shocked again. They didn't expect this mysterious woman to be the same as Lin Rei, refining a pill with 10 lines. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with interest and shock. What was interesting was that both of them had 10 lines. They wanted to see whose pill would be better. What was shocking was that this woman was the same as Lin Rei, able to refine 10 lines. If it was Lin Li, they had already been shocked enough before, so they were already numb to it. However, this woman was different. She had appeared out of nowhere, and her background was unknown. Just as everyone was guessing and watching the show, Lin Rei turned around. His divine sense instantly rushed out and landed on Hua Yuan's pill. Lin Li wasn't surprised that she was able to refine a pill with 10 pill veins. However, he was surprised that her pill was infinitely close to a supreme grade exalted grade pill, and her dance stage was only a high-grade exalted grade alchemist. From this, it could be seen that Hua Yuan's alchemy skills and talent were both top-notch. Lin Rei was very certain about this. At this moment, looking at Hua Yuan's pill, Lin Rei recognized it with a single glance. It was a high-grade venerable level pill, life-continuing pill. Although the name was tacky, the medicinal properties of the pill were extremely powerful. Its use was just like its name. It was to extend the life of cultivators or living creatures that were about to die. At the same time, this heaven-defying pill had a flaw. That was, after consuming the life-continuing pill, although it could restore one's vitality, they could only live for a year. After that, they would turn into ashes and die without a complete corpse. Therefore, although this pill was heaven-defying, no one would be willing to consume it unless they were forced to. Otherwise, no one would touch this pill. Looking at this pill, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile. To be able to refine this pill, the spiritual herbs required were something that even Lin Rei would be jealous of. He didn't expect that such a small competition would cause her to use such a precious elixir. This caused Lin Li to be quite surprised. At the same time, Hua Yuan, who felt Lin Rei's divine sense, also looked at Lin Rei's pill. In the next moment, Hua Yuan frowned and looked at Lin Rei with a puzzled expression. When she saw Lin Rei's pill, she could feel the enormous energy coming from the pill. However, she couldn't tell what the pill was. The world was full of strange things. It was impossible for her to recognize all the pills. Oh, why? You don't recognize it? Knowing Hua Yuan's puzzlement, Lin Rei didn't hide it and said directly, So what if I don't recognize it? I admit that I don't recognize all the pills. Looking at Lin Rei, Hua Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, I can feel the enormous and endless energy in your pill. This energy is very familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. However, I can't remember it now. Lin Rei was very sure about what Hua Yuan said. After all, he was born in the holy world and had definitely seen the chaotic energy. The pill that I refined is called the 9 Revolution Mixed Energy Pill. It is a supreme, honorable grade pill with 10 elixir markings. Just based on this point, Miss Hua, you've already lost. Therefore, I won this round, Lin Rei said calmly. Looking at Lin Rei, Hua Yuan was speechless. After all, they had made a promise before. With that, Lin Li put away the pills. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Lu Yu. All right, just when Lin Rei was walking towards Lu Yu, he suddenly stopped and said to Hua Yuan without turning his head, My mixed energy pill contains the chaotic energy. Therefore, no matter what, you're going to lose. Don't be unconvinced. This is my ability. If you want to win, I advise you to go back and practice more. What? Chaotic energy? At this moment, Hua Yuan was shocked by what she had just heard. Others might not know, but she knew very well that the primal chaos chi was extremely useful after reaching the Sage Realm. Even the old ancestor of the Hua clan yearned for the primal chaos chi. Now, she heard from a blind young man from the divine world that the pills he refined contained the primal chaos chi. This, even if it wasn't her, anyone from the holy world would be shocked by what he had just said. The chaotic energy was extremely precious. While Hua Yuan was still in shock, Lin Rei had already arrived beside Lu Yu. Looking at him, Lin Rei smiled and said, "I won. Give me the prize for the first place." Okay. Regarding Lin Rei's words just now, everyone present had heard Lin Li's words clearly, including Lu Yu. Upon hearing Lin Li's request, Lu Yu immediately prepared to take out the reward. However, at this moment, Hua Yuan's voice was heard again. "No, you're bullying me. You are bullying me in my field of expertise. I won't accept this." Seeing Lu Yu stop, Lin Rei frowned and turned around. Looking at Hua Yuan, who was pouting angrily, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly regained his senses. Looking at her, Lin Li had a look of "I'm not convinced" on his face. His tone was cold as he said, "Little girl, don't try to twist words and force logic. This is the Alchemy Conference. If I don't use this to defeat you, do you think I'll use something else to defeat you? Moreover, why would I do this in your field of expertise? Do you think I am stupid? Or what?" At this moment, Hua Yuan was like a duck. I couldn't stop. Lin Rei smiled at this. However, Lin Rei had already agreed to her suggestion in his heart. However, he didn't want to make a move for no reason. If he didn't take out something from before, what would happen? Looking at her, Lin Rei turned around and said to Lu Yu this time, "Give it to me." At this moment, the most innocent person was Lu Yu. He was sandwiched between the two strong cultivators and was attacked from both sides. However, he didn't dare to make a sound. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his bitterness. "No, tell me, what do you want to do now?" At this moment, Hua Yuan was anxious. She was determined to get the sacred medicine in the prize. No matter the price, she was determined to get it. When she saw Lin Rei pressuring Lu Yu again, Hua Yuan fell into Lin Rei's trap. At this moment, seeing Hua Yuan falling into his trap, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned around and said telepathically, because the next thing would involve the matters of the holy world, "I'll fight you now, but as a punishment, if you lose, you'll answer my questions unconditionally. But if I lose, I'll give up the first place reward and give you a 9-revolution mixed yuan pill. What do you think?" Hearing Lin Li's words, Hua Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. If I lose, I'll answer your questions unconditionally. If you answer, don't go back. Give me the prize for first place, and give me a 9-revolution mixed yuan pill. I won't go back on my words." Seeing how straightforward Lin Rei was, Hua Yuan chuckled. Then she told him the rules and the scope of the competition. "This time, our mental strength is not weak. As an alchemist, I believe that your mental strength is not weak. If I lose this round, I will not only answer your questions, I will also be your maid for 10,000 years and be at your beck and call." Okay. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Hearing Hua Yuan's words, Lin Rei was very confident in his mental strength. However, looking at Hua Yuan's confident gaze, Lin Rei couldn't help but be cautious. The atmosphere became solemn once again. At this moment, everyone knew that the competition was about to begin. Immediately, they all retreated from the battle range and used their cultivation to protect themselves and the disciples of their sects within the boundary that they had set up. Competing with me in mental strength. See if I don't kill you. At this moment, Hua Yuan was very confident. She always thought that no one in the divine world would be able to break through her mental strength. Even those who were more powerful than her in alchemy would not be able to do so. Ha! Soul-destroying needle, go. At this moment, the smoke of battle began. Shapeless long needles suddenly appeared and shot towards his direction. For a moment, Lin Ray was stunned. Looking at the long needles, he could feel the aura of death from them. However, what made him curious was that this was clearly a battle technique. Moreover, it was a mental strength battle technique. He had never experienced such a situation before. Moreover, he had never heard of such a battle technique. This soul-extinguishing needle is a forbidden secret skill that I secretly learned from the library. If it wasn't for the sacred medicine, I wouldn't have done this. However, don't worry. I haven't mastered this soul-extinguishing needle yet. Therefore, I won't kill you. At most, I'll make you unconscious for a while. After that, you will be fine. Looking at the soul-extinguishing needle that she shot out and was about to crush Lin Ray, Hua Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Trying to kill me with a mere needle. You have underestimated me. At the same time, you have overestimated yourself. Looking at the pity in Hua Yuan's eyes, Lin Ray was enraged. He didn't waste his breath. Although he didn't know how powerful this thing was, he knew that his spiritual force was comparable to a Dao fruit saint. It wasn't something that a few needles condensed from spiritual force could kill. Chapter 741. What? Sensing Linley's confidence, her woman's sixth sense told her that the person in front of her was extremely dangerous. Just as she was about to withdraw her spiritual energy, she felt as if there was a special force binding her, making it impossible for her to move. Hua Yuan was shocked. She looked at Lin Ray with a shocked expression. She did not expect things to turn out this way. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Since you're here, do you think you can leave? Looking at the mental energy needle in front of him, he suddenly activated the devouring heaven art. With a terrifying devouring power, he raised his hand and sucked in the mental energy needle in front of him. No, don't. At this moment, she clearly felt that the energy was the most terrifying, devouring power in the world. At this moment, she was afraid. She was really afraid. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Lin Ray did not care about Hua Yuan's pleas for mercy. His face was cold, and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Suddenly, the devouring heaven art was fully activated, and a tyrannical devouring power was released. The next moment, the mental energy the Hua Yuan used to attack him was completely devoured by Lin Ray's devouring power. It was converted into pure mental energy, replenishing Lin Ray. Sensing that his spiritual energy had suddenly increased, a hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. He really hoped that he could do this a few more times. That way, his mental energy would increase again, and he would not have to worry about breaking through to the saint level. But at the same time, he knew that it was impossible. After the first time, who would dare to be tricked a second time? Sure enough, just as Lin Ray thought of this, Hua Yuan said, "No more, no more. If I go down again, all my mental energy will be devoured by you." After saying that, Hua Yuan spread out her hands and stepped aside helplessly. She did not speak anymore. Seeing this, Lin Ray could not help but sigh. "AI, forget it. I still wanted to devour more. Since you don't want to give it to me, then forget it." Even though Lin Ray spoke softly, how could Hua Yuan, a grand perfection god emperor, not hear him? Hearing Lin Ray's words, Hua Yuan wanted to give him a good beating. At this moment, Linley no longer paid any attention to Hua Yuan. Instead, he went to Lu Yu's side and asked, "Come, give me the prize for the champion." "All right, please wait a moment." Upon seeing that Lin Ray had won, Lu Yu casually took out a ring and handed it to Lin Ray. "Senior, this is yours," he said fawningly. And, without looking at him, she took the ring and nodded. Then, she walked over to Hua Yuan's side. Even though she had received the prize of the alchemy conference, she had yet to receive her prize. At that moment, when Chu Si saw Lin Ray's actions, she took a step forward and stood behind him. She stood there respectfully and did not say a word. At that moment, seeing that the alchemy conference had come to a dramatic end, Lu Yu smiled bitterly and said regretfully, "This alchemy conference has come to a successful end. After 100 years, the alchemy conference will be held again. I hope that everyone will participate enthusiastically." After saying that, Lu Yu did not stay any longer. He directly left and walked towards the depths of the Alchemy Guild. Everyone present did not move, except for Lu Yu. As for them, they wanted to curry favor with Lin Rei, Hua Yuan, and Chu Ci. After all, their alchemy realms were still there. Of course, Chu Ci did not count. However, because he was Lin Rei's follower and could concoct pills with 5 patterns, they would not let go of this opportunity. At that moment, looking at Hua Yuan, Lin Rei was full of questions. Seeing that the people around him had no intention of leaving, Lin Rei waved his hand and an honorable realm array appeared instantly, enveloping Lin Rei and Hua Yuan. This, however, Lin Rei did not want to know, because the array that he casually set up caused an uproar and discussion among the people present. Damn, what an all-round genius. Concocting pills, refining weapons, and now a magic array. How can we live? Boo-hoo. That's right. How can we live like this? This kind of person is the evilest of evilest, the most abnormal of all. Sigh, who said otherwise? What does it mean to be the darling of heaven and earth? That is, at that moment, Chu Ci, who was standing in the magic array, heard the discussions of the people. Suddenly, Chu Ci could not help but raise his chin with a proud expression on his face. It was as if the people were talking about him. At that moment, Zhuge Hoqiao had seen the whole process. At that moment, he was deeply convinced that Lin Rei was not bluffing when he said that he could concoct supreme divine artifacts. He really knew how to concoct supreme divine artifacts. In the next moment, Zhuge Hoqiao could not help but feel excited. When he thought that he would soon have a supreme divine artifact, he did not know what to do. At that moment, in the magic array, Lin Rei looked to Hua Yuan and smiled. He said, "Tell me, why are you in the lower realm? How did you come here? What are your intentions in coming to this alchemy conference? Why did you stop? At that moment, hearing Lin Rei's questions, Hua Yuan looked as if she had lost him and said, "Don't ask anymore. I will not tell you everything." Since she had lost, she had to accept it. After all, this was what she had always believed in since she was young. Seeing how straightforward she was, Lin Rei was naturally happy. At least he did not have to ask her one by one. "My name is Hua Yuan. I come from the barren plain of the Holy World. The barren plain has a sect and a top-notch clan. This clan is our Hua clan. You should know all this, right?" That's right. Linley nodded his head disapprovingly. Indeed, Linley basically knew what she had just said. Looking at his reaction, Hua Yuan looked helpless and tired. "If that's the case, then I will tell you some things that you don't know." At that moment, he could clearly feel the change in Hua Yuan's aura. She was no longer as lively and cute as before. Instead, she became more mature. It was as if Hua Yuan was 18 years old before, and she was now 30 or 40 years old. "Although my clan is the #1 clan in the Barren Plain, in the Holy World, there are some existences in the 10 great continents. The Huang Plain is the lowest out of the 10 plains, while our Desolate Plain is ranked 6th. However, the matters of the clan are not limited to lower worlds. Even the Saints' World is not immune to it," Jian Shen said with a sigh. Hearing this, Lin Rei laughed. "Don't tell me it's a marriage alliance." Sigh. She did not want to admit Lin Rei's words, but it was the truth. Marriage alliance was an unavoidable existence for every clan, including the Holy World, which was a sacred place in everyone's eyes. Hey, it's true. Seeing Hua Yuan sigh, it meant that he had guessed correctly. Immediately, Lin Rei laughed even harder. He did not expect that the Holy World would have such emotional disputes. "Yes, that's right." Looking at Lin Rei, Hua Yuan continued, "Although my clan is powerful and our bloodline is the direct line of descent, my father only has me as a daughter and no son. In order to strengthen the position of the direct line of descent in the clan, my father betrothed me to the #1 clan in the 8th continent, the young master of the Guyu clan, Guyu Lanbing. Isn't that good? The 8th continent? It's only second to the 9th or 10th heavenly layer. It should be very powerful. At this moment, Lin Rei's words were exactly the words of those who had been persuading her. If this was not the divine world, she would probably think that Lin Rei was sent by her father to persuade her. Although the Guyu clan is powerful, Guyu Lanbing is a famous playboy in the holy world. Just the women by his side are more than 10 times more than the people here. Tell me, can I marry such a person? Such a playboy? How can I give up my life's happiness? At this point, tears flowed down her face. Looking at her, Lin Rei sighed. Sigh. That's how clans are. For their own benefits, they don't care about sacrificing anyone. After all, only power is eternal. Yes. At this moment, Hua Yuan agreed with Lin Rei's words. So, I prepared to leave the Hua clan and wander the holy world. Although the outside world is full of danger, at least I don't have to marry someone I don't like. Finally, with the help of a servant, I escaped from the Hua clan. But who would have thought that the servant had already become Guyu Lanbing's spy? The reason why he helped me was because he wanted to give me to his master, Guyu Lanbing. That's quite tragic. At this moment, Lin Rei couldn't help but admire her luck. Yes, not long after I left the barren state, I met Guyu Lanbing. When he wanted to do something to me, I used a secret technique to escape. Just like that, a chase began. I entered the life of a fugitive, and this fugitive lasted for 1,000 years. During that 1,000 years, I lived in hell. There wasn't a good day, and I didn't have a good meal. After 1,000 years, he finally caught up. Just when I was in despair, I accidentally stepped into a mysterious formation. After that, I fainted. When I woke up, I was already here. After I woke up and asked, I found out that this was the divine world. Just like that, I drifted here for 2,000 years. At this moment, Lin Rei could be said to have heard a person's life story. Such a strange story actually happened to her. Okay, I'm done. Can we leave now? At this moment, Hua Yuan recovered from her memories and said to Lin Rei, Leave? I haven't finished asking. Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing that she was about to leave, Lin Rei couldn't help but stop her. What else do you want to ask? At this moment, Hua Yuan was a little impatient. Nothing. I just want to ask, how's the situation in the heavenly court in the holy world? You know about the heavenly court? At this moment, Hua Yuan, who was originally impatient, was immediately energized the moment she heard this. That's right. Not only do I know about the heavenly court, but I also have a grudge against the master of the heavenly court, Hao Tian. At this moment, when she thought about how her eyes were blinded by Hao Tian, a boundless killing intent uncontrollably emerged. This person, feeling the boundless killing intent, Hua Yuan was stunned. This kind of killing intent, even from her father and the clan leaders of the various large clans, but now she felt it from an emperor god cultivator. What's going on between you and Hao Tian? You're from the divine world, and he's from the holy world. Logically speaking, you two shouldn't have any contact. Of course, at least not now. Hearing Hua Yuan's question, Lin Rei didn't hide anything and immediately told her the story of how he saved Xiefeng. After a few minutes, after listening to Lin Rei's story, Hua Yuan was stunned on the spot. Her expression was filled with disbelief. The master of the Phoenix clan? I didn't expect him to still be alive. She knew about the Phoenix clan. After all, they were both in the holy world, and the Phoenix clan was a ruling existence in the early days of the Eldritch era. All right, quickly tell me, what's Hao Tian's cultivation level now, and how powerful is the heavenly court? At this moment, hearing the question, Hua Yuan didn't hide anything and told him everything she knew. The heavenly court is a colossal existence in the holy world. Although it's not the strongest, it's not easy to provoke it. As for the heavenly emperor Hao Tian, I really don't know what cultivation level he's at. However, I know that he hasn't reached the Dao integration stage. As for the power of the heavenly court, if my Hua clan can use everything we have, we might be able to completely uproot the heavenly court from the holy world. At this moment, when talking about the Hua clan, Hua Yuan couldn't help but show an arrogant expression. All right, you didn't say anything at all. At this moment, Lin Rei no longer prayed that Hua Yuan could tell him the cultivation level of the various forces in the holy world, because she didn't know. Seeing that she was useless, he waved his hand and broke the array around them. Chu Si, let's go. All right. Chu Si, who had been waiting, responded immediately when she heard Lin Rei's words. She followed behind Lin Rei and was about to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he thought of the 9 revolutions mixed energy pill that he had refined. He turned his head and said to Hua Yuan, although I didn't get the answer I wanted from you, I still have to thank you. Swoosh, after saying that, Lin Rei waved his hand and a ray of light instantly shot out and landed in front of Hua Yuan. A 9 revolutions mixed energy pill with 10 pill patterns landed in the air and floated there. Ha! How interesting. Looking at the pill and looking at the door and Lin Rei, who had left, Hua Yuan smiled and reached out her hand to grab the pill. In a flash, she left the Alchemy Guild. At this moment, before the crowd could react, Lin Rei, Hua Yuan, and Chu Si had disappeared in front of their eyes. As for Zhuge Ho, when Lin Li was about to leave, he came back to his senses and followed closely behind. A farce for Lin Rei ended happily just like that. Seeing that the 3 most important people had left, it was useless for the crowd to stay. In the end, they all left separately. As the saying goes, everyone should go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Chapter 742. Zhuge Ho returned to the restaurant with Lin Rei and saw Zhuge Mingyue forging a supreme quality god artifact for him. At this moment, Lin Rei looked at Chu Si on the way back and smiled. How was it? What do you think of today's competition? Yeah, it was all right. The others were all right, but I never thought that woman would be on the same level as you, young master. Moreover, she's so young, Chu Si said with some disappointment. Ah, Lin Rei smiled when he sensed the disappointment in Chu Si's voice. He explained, actually, you don't have to worry too much about it. I should have known. That woman is no ordinary person. She comes from a large clan in the Saints' world. What? The Saints' world? Chu Si was shocked. His eyes widened in shock. He never thought that the woman would actually be from the Saints' world. At that moment, he immediately calmed down. After all, she was from the Saint world. Just her insight was extraordinary, let alone the fact that she was from a large clan. Humph, useless. Sensing that the hint of defiance in Chu Si's eyes had disappeared, Lin Li immediately began to berate her. Young master, so what if she's from the Saints' world? Is being born in the Saints' world any different from you? It's just that her background is better. If you were born in the Saints' world, you'd probably be the same. So don't lower your own prestige. How am I supposed to take you to the Saints' world if that's the case? Isn't that just showing my eye for people? With that, Lin Rei shook his head and said nothing more. Afterwards, he sped up and made his way back to where he lived. However, after being scolded by Lin Rei, he immediately came to his senses. He felt enlightened. That's right. So what if she's from the Saints' world? As long as I work hard, the people of the Saints' world will still be trampled under my feet. With that, his confidence returned. He sped up and caught up to Lin Rei. At this moment, not far from Lin Rei's voice, Zhuge Ho finally saw the figures of Lin Rei and Lin Feng. Then, his face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly sped up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Lin Rei. With an awkward expression, he cupped his hands and interrupted. Fellow cultivator Lin Rei, I'm really sorry to disturb you. Hearing someone call him, Lin Rei was stunned. He immediately released his divine sense. When he saw Zhuge Ho beside him, he suddenly remembered that he had promised to help him refine a supreme-grade divine artifact. More importantly, Zhuge Mingyue was still in the restaurant. Previously, he had captured her purely out of interest. Of course, more importantly, he hoped to befriend her. Once he came out of the ancient corpse trove, he would immediately begin the matter of the Talisman Grandmaster. Looking at Zhuge Ho, Lin Li slapped his forehead, a look of embarrassment on his face. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was so focused on hurrying back that I forgot about fellow Taoist Juga. Fellow Taoist Lin, you must be joking. Seeing Lin Rei's reaction, Zhuge Ho hurriedly stopped him and said, I'm sorry to disturb you, fellow Taoist Lin. Haha. All right, let's not stand on ceremony. Let's hurry back. It's not that easy to refine supreme-grade spiritual energy. All right. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they sped up and headed back to their residence. On the way, when he was bored to death, Lin Rei asked Zhuge Ho about the type of weapon he needed. By the way, fellow Taoist Zhuge, what kind of weapon do you like and what do you need? Since you have nothing to do, why don't you tell me about it? Hearing this, Zhuge Ho's eyes lit up. Then, he told Suemo about the type of weapon he wanted. I like a sword 2 fingers wide and 1.5 feet long. It would be best if it's a soft sword. Oh, hearing Zhuge Ho's request, Lin Rei was slightly surprised. He had never refined a soft sword before. Moreover, from what he knew, soft swords were usually used by women because it was easy to hide. Moreover, it was very useful for assassinations. Hearing that Zhuge Ho wanted to use such a weapon, Lin Rei was slightly puzzled. He did not understand why a man would use such a weapon. He had underestimated him. Haha, to be honest, the soft sword I mentioned is actually for my daughter to use. She has liked soft swords since she was young, and she likes the art of assassination, so... Zhuge Ho said embarrassedly. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Li finally understood that he had been mistaken. This was what was going on. All right, I'll refine it for you. After saying that, Lin Rei did not say anything else. Since he had confirmed that it was a supreme-grade divine weapon, it would be easy to handle. After a while, the group returned to their residence. Just as Lin Rei returned to his residence, Xie Feng walked out of her room. You're back. Looking at Lin Rei, Xie Feng said indifferently. Lin Rei nodded and said to Xie Feng, well, release the woman I caught the other day. I'll refine a supreme-grade divine weapon. After saying that, Lin Rei went back to his room. The evil phoenix, upon hearing Lin Li's words, felt very unhappy, but in its heart, it still did as it was told. She turned around and went back to her room. When she came out, there was a woman beside her. It was Zhuge Mingwei. Mingwei? At this moment, Zhuge Ho noticed the woman behind Xie Feng. At first glance, who else could it be but his daughter? Father, Zhuge Mingwei, who had just stepped out of the room, was complaining in her heart when she heard a familiar voice. She immediately looked up and saw her father, Zhuge Ho. Immediately, she ran to his side excitedly and hung herself on him. At this moment, Zhuge Mingwei, who was lying in her father's arms, thought of Lin Rei and said cutely, Father, I was bullied. That person kidnapped me and tied me up for a long time. Oh, who dares to touch me, Zhuge? Just as Zhuge Ho was about to say something, he remembered that his daughter seemed to have been released by Lin Li. For a moment, the aura that he had just built up was like a deflated balloon at this moment, falling limp. Sensing that something was wrong with her father, Zhuge Mingwei jumped down. When she saw her father's helpless expression, she knew that there was something fishy going on. Father, what's going on? Sigh. Looking at his daughter, Zhuge Ho said helplessly, Mingwei, it's not that I don't want to avenge you. It's just that we can't touch that person. Not to mention your father. Even your grandfather wouldn't be able to touch the person who kidnapped you. What? Zhuge Mingwei was shocked. She knew that her grandfather was an expert in the early ultimate god realm. However, her father said that he was no match for Lin Rei. How could she not be shocked? Yes, we can't afford to offend this person. Moreover, he's helping me to forge a supreme-grade sacred weapon. Tell me, how can we touch such a person? Moreover, just now, he used his identity as an honorable grade alchemist to compete with another honorable grade alchemist in the alchemy conference. He won in the end. Moreover, according to my observation, he knows how to use formations. If I'm not wrong, the level of his formations is probably similar to the level of his weapon forging and pill refining. At this moment, when she heard that Lin Rei had so many shocking skills, she couldn't help but click her tongue. If he's really that good, not to mention the sword sect, even you guys won't be his match. At this moment, her desire to seek revenge completely disappeared because it was impossible. She probably wouldn't be able to do it in this lifetime. At this moment, in his room, Linley took out his trump card. From his storage ring, he took out some top-grade equipment. Finally, from his storage ring, he took out a piece of violet gold soft iron. Linley had been reluctant to use this item. He did not expect that because of a promise, he would use it now. Coincidentally, Zhuge He wanted to use the software, and the purple gold soft iron was suitable to forge a soft sword. Therefore, in the end, Lin Rei could only reluctantly give it up and forge it. Boom! The illusory spirit bloodfire appeared instantly. After all, after forging the divine artifact, he had to go into seclusion to treat his eyes. That was the most important thing. Whoosh! Lin Rei controlled the purple gold soft iron and instantly threw it into the illusory spirit bloodfire to smelt it. Puff! The moment the purple gold soft iron entered the illusory spirit bloodfire, it showed signs of melting. This was the difference between the purple gold soft iron and the purple gold meteoric iron. The purple gold soft iron was particularly good at melting, while the purple gold soft iron was very easy to melt. However, the two iron ores were indeed of the same level. However, if it were an ordinary person, they would choose the purple gold meteoric iron instead of the purple gold soft iron because the soft iron was not very useful. However, the purple gold meteoric iron was different because it could enhance the offensive power of the divine artifact. After watching the purple gold soft iron melt little by little, Lin Rei took out a mass of purple molten iron and put it in a special container. Oh, the master has melted. Let's go crazy. The purple gold soft iron was the backbone of the software. Now that the backbone had been refined, the rest would be easy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 20 iron ores on the ground were all thrown into the illusory spirit bloodfire by Lin Rei and began to melt. At this moment, Lin Rei used all his strength. The temperature of the illusory spirit bloodfire was getting hotter and hotter, so much so that the whole house was about to collapse. My cultivation is still too low. As for the strange state of the house, Linley blamed it all on his low level of cultivation. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely be so angry that they would chase him down with a machete and hack him down the streets. In just a short period of 2,000 to 3,000 years, an ordinary person like you had cultivated to the Emperor God realm. Even the heaven's pride in the holy world would not be able to compare with this cultivation speed. Even so, Lin Rei still felt that his cultivation was too low. This was really not leaving him any way out. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The iron ores in the fire showed signs of melting. Seeing this, Lin Rei smiled. Hee, it's finally melted. As long as it melts, it will be soon. After saying that, the fire became stronger. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk at this moment, outside the room, Zhuge He was still waiting. He did not dare to take half a step away. After all, this was for him. Sigh. It would be great if such a genius could be my son-in-law. That's enough. Thinking of this, Zhuge He could not help but smile at Xiefeng. Then, a disappointed expression appeared on his face. The alchemy conference was completely disbanded. When the sects returned to their own sects, they spread the news of what happened at the alchemy conference. Some people even added oil to the fire. Suddenly, the hottest topic in the inner layer of the divine world was the alchemy competition between Lin Rei and another mysterious woman. Whether it was eating, strolling on the streets, or going to the martial arts arena, everyone was talking about Lin Rei. Suddenly, Lin Rei became the focal point of the entire divine world. Of course, people were not afraid of fame. Pigs were not afraid of being fat. Ever since the news of Lin Rei's strength spread, some people were not convinced. In the end, they gathered in Xiong City to challenge Lin Rei and become famous. Lin Rei, who was refining the divine weapon, did not know about all this. Of course, even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. At the very least, he would kill all those who came to challenge him as a warning to others. At this time, more than 10 days had passed. In the room, Lin Rei, who was sitting cross-legged, smiled. Finally, all of you have turned into molten iron. Looking at the molten iron in the fire, he found a special container and put the molten iron in. Phew! After doing all this, Lin Rei breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately tensed up again. After all, the next step was the final refining. Thinking about the style of the divine weapon that Zhuge He wanted, spiritual energy rushed out of his body and formed a sword embryo. This sword embryo was made strictly according to Zhuge He's requirements. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Seeing that the sword embryo was ready, he poured the molten iron into the sword embryo according to the order in his heart. Each and every one of these materials could cause a bloodbath in the divine world. Thinking about it, Lin Rei felt that he had suffered a great loss. However, as a person, honesty was the most important thing. Since he had promised, he had to do it. Watching as the long sword slowly took shape, Lin Li took out some liquid violet gold soft iron, then applied a layer of seal to it. 10,000 hammers, smelting heavenly art, merge. With a loud shout, he activated the forging technique. Lin Li's palms clenched into fists, and then one punch after another landed on the long sword within the embryonic form. Pung, 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 pung. That tapping sound caused Lin Li to feel a hint of joy at his heart. At the same time, Lin Rei could feel that his spiritual energy and other aspects were slowly improving. Following which, a series of knocking sounds reverberated throughout the entire room. Spirit gathering array. Merge. In the instant that Lin Li hammered the long sword, one formation after another was imprinted onto the long sword by Lin Li's hammering technique. Divine flame pattern, blade pattern. Chapter 743. One by one, the honorable level formations and runes were fused into the flexible sword by Lin Rei at the fastest speed possible. Of course, even though they were honorable level runes and formations, most of them were small and simple, unlike the Sect protection formation. After all, this was just refining a weapon, and the flexible sword couldn't withstand the support of the startling formation. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this period, Lin Rei's mental state had been at its most tense. Moreover, during this period of time, he had been fusing formations, runes, and refining weapons. Even an honorable level cultivator couldn't withstand it. At this moment, Lin Rei's face was pale and his breathing was weak, as if he would faint at any moment. It was worrying. Phew! Soon, feeling that the weapon was about to be completed, Lin Rei was delighted. To be honest, if not counting the worldly splendor, this was his first time refining a supreme grade weapon in the truest sense of the word. Moreover, he pursued perfection too much. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would expend a lot of energy. Of course, outside, Zhuge He and the rest, including Xiefeng, had been waiting. After not seeing Lin Rei for such a long time, Xiefeng was very anxious. This was the first time that he had taken so long to refine a weapon. Weapon complete. Finally, at this moment, after the last formation was engraved on the flexible sword, the supreme grade weapon was finally completed. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, the originally clear sky was blown by a strong wind. Vaguely, everyone could feel a trace of the pressure of heaven and earth in the wind. Although it was very faint, but everyone present was a powerful cultivator. How could they not be able to receive it? Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the originally clear blue sky suddenly lost its color. One black cloud after another began to gather from every direction. Finally, with Lin Li's room at the center, it began to disperse in every direction. The sound of rolling thunder reached everyone's ears at this moment. At the same time, the pressure of heaven and earth instantly pressed down, crushing everyone's bodies. Cultivators below Sir Godfan were all suppressed by the pressure of heaven and earth at this moment without exception. At this moment outside the door, Zhuge He could feel the thunderclouds in the sky. Immediately, he looked at Lin Rei's room with a burning gaze. At this moment, Combined with the sudden change in the environment and the thunderclouds in the sky, the only thing he could think of was the completion of the divine weapon, the heaven and earth lightning tribulation. Apart from the baptism of the lightning tribulation and tempering oneself, there were also heaven-defying formations, talismans, pills, and heaven-shaking divine artifacts. Looking at the lightning tribulation above his head, apart from Lin Rei's divine tool, he couldn't think of anyone else who could transcend lightning tribulation here, or any other kind of lightning tribulation. Looks like it's done. At the side, Xiefeng felt the lightning tribulation rolling in the sky and the shocking pressure of heaven and earth. She was not surprised at all. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a relieved smile. She said, "This kid always brings surprises." Previously, he was only upgrading the divine tool's realm based on the original foundation. Now, he's even refined a supreme divine consciousness. Looks like it won't be long before he can refine a sacred weapon. Sacred weapons are also known as acquired absolute treasures and innate absolute treasures. However, the difference is that innate absolute treasures are created by heaven and earth. They're extremely powerful and carry the power of heaven and earth. Acquired absolute treasures are refined by heaven and earth. Although they're also very powerful, they can only run for their lives if they encounter innate absolute treasures. At this moment, the appearance of the lightning tribulation had alarmed all the powerful cultivators in Xiong City, including the people in charge of guarding the major sections. At this moment, experts from all directions gathered towards the thunderclouds in a frenzy. They were curious about who was undergoing the lightning tribulation here. After all, the 99 heavenly tribulations would only happen when one broke through to the ultimate God realm. Everyone was curious and vigilant at the same time. After all, if an ultimate God appeared in one of the sects, it would be a potential threat to their sections. However, they did not know that this was not the 99 heavenly tribulations, but the supreme divine weapon refined by Lin Rei. Because of its heaven-defying power, the heavens and earth did not allow it to exist. Therefore, the lightning tribulation descended to destroy it. Lin Rei, who was in the room, did not care about what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, Lin Rei stood up and looked at the floating, flexible sword with his divine consciousness. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and was extremely soft. The design was exquisite and it was very attractive. At the same time, the suppressive might of the flexible sword, as well as a soul-piercing sword aura, rose into the air. If it hadn't been for the fact that Linley had set up a formation prior to the forging process, most likely the entire room would have been destroyed by the sword aura emanating from the sword. Sensing the terrifying sword chi, even Linley, the person who had forged it, was shocked. This was something he had not expected. He had not expected this weapon to be so powerful. Of course, such a powerful sword chi was not worth mentioning to him. After all, he was not only a cultivator, but also a body cultivator. His body was strong and unparalleled. His body alone was enough to fight against a mid-ultimate god expert. Lin Rei did not care about the sword chi emitted by the long sword. However, at this moment, a few words appeared on the hilt of the sword. Lin Rei knew that he was the one who refined the sword, but he did not leave his name on it. The only thing Linley could think of was that this top-grade divine artifact had already gained sentience, and the heavens and the earth itself had been born. When he thought of this, Linley felt a surge of excitement. If that was the case, then his sword could be considered as an acquired divine weapon. The three words, Purple Qilin Sword, made Lin Rei happy. He could feel the excitement coming out of the sword. He could feel the excitement of the heavens' retribution outside. Hey, all right, since you want to go through the heavens' retribution yourself, then go ahead. Let me see how powerful your Purple Qilin Sword is. Lin Rei understood the meaning of the long sword. He did not stop it and immediately agreed. With a wave of his hand, he removed the formation that was protecting the room. Whoosh! The moment the formation was removed, the purple Qilin sword could not help but break through the room and soar into the sky. At this moment, the people who were waiting outside naturally saw the purple light that rushed out of the room. However, the speed of the purple light was too fast, and no one saw it clearly. However, when the purple light rushed into the air and stopped in midair, everyone was shocked. This was because it was not a person standing in midair, but a long sword. At the same time, because Lin Rei's formation was no longer controlling it, the shocking sword Qi rushed out of the sword and towards the thunderclouds in the sky. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. It was as if it was saying, "Hit me, hit me." Feeling the shocking sword Qi, everyone was shocked. However, they also knew that this was an item without an owner. This was because an item that could go through the heaven's retribution must have just been made. The owner had not had time to make it. At this moment, when Zhuge Ho saw the long sword in the sky, his breathing quickened and his eyes were filled with shock. Supreme? Supreme divine weapon. It's really a supreme divine weapon. At this moment, he believed. He was completely convinced by Lin Rei. Before he had seen the long sword, he had been suspicious and curious as to whether or not Linley would be able to forge a top-grade divine artifact. But now he was completely convinced. At the same time, their respect for Linley was as endless as the waters of the Yellow River. Their admiration for Linley was indescribable. Kacha, at this moment, the heaven's retribution felt the provocation of the long sword and was instantly enraged. It originally wanted to destroy the long sword, but now that it was provoking it, the heaven's retribution could not ignore it. Suddenly, a lightning whip as thick as an arm rushed towards the purple Qilin sword. It was extremely fast and powerful. At this moment, everyone was filled with worry. This was because everyone thought that when a divine weapon went through the heaven's retribution, there would usually be a weapon refiner by its side to help it through the heaven's retribution. But now, everyone only saw the long sword and did not see the weapon refiner. This made everyone worried. At the same time, they felt sorry for the divine weapon that was resisting the heaven's retribution. Of course, this included Zhuge Ho. He wanted to rush up to help the sword, but he knew that if he did, the heaven's retribution would increase by several times. This way, the long sword would be in even more danger. In the end, his impulse was suppressed. He could only stay on the ground and look at the long sword in the sky while praying silently in his heart. Whoosh! Just as the lightning whip was about to collide with the long sword, the crowd could not bear to watch and instinctively closed their eyes. At this moment, they felt the power of the lightning whip. The purple Qilin's sword trembled and a shocking sword aura rushed out. Finally, the sword aura turned into a gigantic sword and collided with the lightning whip. Kacha! A strange sound was heard. The moment the gigantic sword aura collided with the lightning whip did not resist at all and instantly shattered into pieces. Then it dissipated into the air. Ah, good. Strong indeed. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was in the room, spied on the situation in the sky through the giant hole above his head. When he saw that Lin Rei's first heaven's retribution was easily blocked by the purple Qilin sword, he was relieved. After all, a divine weapon's retribution was not like a cultivator's retribution. A divine weapon's retribution only had 4 bolts of retribution, but a supreme god's retribution had 81 bolts of retribution. That was no joke. If one was not careful, the final result would be a body smashed to pieces and not even a corpse would be left behind, even if one's soul could enter the cycle of reincarnation. No, it cannot be guaranteed that one's soul would remain in this world. When he saw the gigantic sword aura emitted by the purple Qilin sword, he knew that this level of heaven's retribution was useless against it. Relieved, Linley straightened out his clothes, then opened the door and walked out. However, the divine weapon that was refined this time is very strong. It can fight on its own and even release such a terrifying sword aura. TSK. Kid, you've improved on the path of craftsmanship. Linley didn't know where he had come from, but as soon as he stepped out of his room, a red-robed demonic phoenix appeared in front of him and spoke out in praise. Why don't you take a look at who refined it? Linrei was already used to Xie Feng's appearance. After all, her appearance was similar to that of the little dragon. Therefore, Linrei was not too surprised. Tisk, cocky fart. Seeing Linrei's narcissism, Xie Feng rolled her eyes at him and let him understand the meaning behind her words. Boom! Gotcha! Just as Linrei and Xie Feng finished their conversation, the lightning whip appeared again. However, this time, it was 3 to 4 times stronger than before. It was as thick as Linrei's waist. Wang, feeling the power of the heaven's retribution, the purple Qilin's sword shook and a gigantic sword aura appeared. Whoosh! At this moment, without waiting for the heaven's retribution to act, the gigantic sword aura moved first. The gigantic sword aura disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the heaven's retribution. Then, without hesitation, it pierced the heaven's retribution towards the heaven's retribution without any hesitation. Gotcha! Gotcha! The same scene happened again. The second heaven's retribution was dispersed by the gigantic sword. However, the gigantic sword did not disappear because of the disappearance of the second heaven's retribution. Instead, its aura disappeared and it rushed towards the heaven's retribution. At the same time, Linrei felt the purple Qilin's sword's actions. Instantly, his face changed and he knew something was wrong. If it was a normal heaven's retribution, it would be fine. However, if the sword aura rushed into the heaven's retribution and caused the heaven's retribution to dissipate prematurely, what awaited was an even more terrifying heaven's retribution. Emil thinking of this, Linrei did not stop. In the next moment, his body disappeared from the spot. At this moment, he knew the purple Qilin's sword's intention. Immediately, he rushed towards the sky at his fastest speed, wanting to stop it. But it seemed like it was too late. The gigantic sword aura rushed towards the heaven's retribution. Suddenly, rays of purple light came down from the heaven's retribution. Boom! F***ck shit. Feeling the heaven's retribution disappear, he knew that it was too late. Thinking of the powerful heaven's retribution, Linrei felt helpless. He did not expect the sword to act so recklessly. But at the same time, he was shocked by the sword's recklessness. One had to know that a legendary weapon could not fight on its own, let alone disperse the heaven's retribution. With pride in his heart, Linrei sensed that the heaven's retribution was dispersing. Immediately, he appeared in front of the purple Qilin sword in a flash and grabbed it in his hand. Then, he turned around and rushed towards Xie Feng. Sigh, what a troublemaker. It's fine if he's a troublemaker, but I didn't expect that the legendary weapon he created would be so troublesome as well. Looking at Linrei flying towards her, she understood what he meant. She smiled helplessly and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Linrei. Looking at him, Xie Feng rolled her eyes and said, "If you create such a reckless weapon again, I can destroy it without the heaven's retribution." Whoosh! With that, Xie Feng disappeared in front of Linrei again. At this time, hearing Xie Feng's words, Linrei shrugged his shoulders and flew towards the ground. Sure enough, the moment Linrei landed safely on the ground, the dissipating heaven's retribution gathered again. But the difference was that the heaven's retribution was blood red. Rumble. Chapter 744. Oh my god, that's hella blood. At this moment, all the cultivators in Xiong City, including the ordinary people, could feel the powerful and evil aura from the sky. The evil aura was on a completely different level from the black lightning tribulation. The previous lightning tribulation would at most immobilize the cultivators, but this hell of blood was the most terrifying one among all the tribulation clouds. The hell of blood was a weapon tribulation. Only a heaven-defying weapon could attract such a lightning tribulation. Not only could it destroy the weapon, but it could also corrode the person who made it. Although the person who was suppressed by it would not be directly hit by the lightning tribulation, their body and subsequent cultivation would be damaged to a certain extent. This hell of blood was something that all weapon refiners, cultivators, and even body cultivators did not want to encounter. It was because of its tyrannical, evil, and plundering power that no one could tolerate. Even so, it was enough to prove that the weapon used to pass the tribulation was beyond the immortal state. Otherwise, it would not be able to summon such a lightning tribulation. At the same time, how could some greedy people not be tempted by such a treasure? At this moment, all the cultivators who came from all directions within a radius of 1,000 feet all looked at the purple Chelan sword in Lin Rei's hand. Their eyes were filled with greed and viciousness. At this moment, everyone was tempted by greed. They wanted to get the sword. At the same time, the rogue cultivators, demonic cultivators, body cultivators, demons, and even the dwarves who prided themselves on refining weapons were all tempted by the sword. No matter who got the sword, it would not take long for them to be able to ignore the top supreme gods in the realm of the gods. They wanted it because they had just become the rulers of this realm. At the same time, Lin Rei did not expect that the supreme grade sacred weapon he made would cause such a consequence. At the same time, he was proud of his crafting skills. At the same time, he fantasized in his heart, Tisk, if everyone in the Xuanzong sect were to use this kind of divine weapon, the power would be unimaginable. Of course, this was only Lin Rei's fantasy. After all, it would take such a long time to refine a single sword. If 30 or 40,000 people were to use such a divine weapon, it would take hundreds or thousands of years to refine. He couldn't afford such a price, nor did he want to bear it. After all, the current sect master of the Xuanzong sect was him. Coming back to his senses, Lin Rei could sense the vicious and greedy gazes from thousands of feet away. His originally smiling face suddenly turned cold. He had been happy that he had managed to forge such a weapon, but now there were these people who didn't want to play and came to cause trouble. Looking at them, he glanced at Xie Feng in the sky. Suddenly, a murderous aura rushed out and soared into the sky. At this moment, he was angry. There was a legend in the profound sky world that when Lin Rei was angry, blood would die thousands of miles. When the demon god appeared, bones would dry up for thousands of years. Of course, Lin Rei naturally knew about these rumors, but he didn't want to. If it weren't for those who didn't want to play and challenged him, causing the deaths of his wives and children, he wouldn't have done that. Now, Lin Rei naturally wouldn't be so impulsive. After all, every time he killed someone who had no enmity with him, it would be his own karma in the end. He had to pay it back. It was very troublesome. All of you, don't enter within a radius of 300 meters. Keep your greedy hearts in check. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. At this moment, Linley was extremely mischievous, and he had an amused expression as he spoke. Of course, he knew that his words were very inappropriate. Those people wouldn't stop. Instead, they would become more active. Indeed, the moment Lin Rei finished speaking, a late god emperor who hadn't left stood out and replied to Lin Rei with a cold, murderous aura. Blind man, I'll also give you a chance. Hand over the sword in your hand. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything overboard. That's right. Look at yourself. You've already become a blind man, yet you still dare to jump out. Don't lose your sword and lose your life for nothing. You'd better obediently hand over the sword in your hand. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a complete corpse. At this moment, it was even worse than what Lin Rei had expected. Everyone pointed at his nose and scolded him for being blind. Suddenly, Lin Rei's smiling face froze. If the people of the Xuanzong sect were here and saw Lin Rei's current appearance, they would definitely tremble with fear. Without saying anything, they would immediately run away. This was because they knew that Linley had definitely been enraged by that look. Hong Long Long. Kacha, right now, just as Linley was about to explode with rage, an enormous, blood-colored dragon that was as thick as Linley's waist suddenly charged out of the red tribulation clouds, charging towards the demonic phoenix. Feeling the strangeness in the air, Lin Rei smiled. Then, he circulated his cultivation and disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. Where did he go? At this moment, Lin Rei's disappearance was too strange. Even the late God Emperor was stunned. His gaze and spiritual sense were all activated, trying to search for the figure of the blind man who had disappeared. But none of this was what he had expected. Before he could find the figure of the man, and soft sword was already pressed against his throat. At this moment, the soft sword emitted a bit of cold light, but this cold intent was comparable to that of 10,000 years old ice. At this moment, the body of that late-stage God Emperor seemed to have been immobilized by the body-fixing technique, causing him to be rooted to the ground. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, which finally flowed down his cheeks. At this moment, he felt the killing intent behind him and the soft sword emitting endless sword chi. He was afraid. He was no longer as arrogant as before. "Yuha, let me think. What did you say just now?" At this moment, behind the man was Lin Li, who had disappeared from his original spot. At this moment, Lin Rei was standing behind the man. His violet Qilin sword was pressed against the man's throat. The bright red blood stain was very eye-catching. "Say, Senior, I was wrong. This little one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please." His life was in the hands of others. Admitting defeat was a way to survive. It was better than losing his life. "Hey, wrong?" Looking at the man, an amused smile appeared on Lin Li's face. With a disdainful look, he said softly, "Earlier, this sovereign had already said that if you retreated, everything would be fine. But you didn't listen? Then what should we do? To prevent future troubles, I'll kill anyone who steps within 300 meters. "What? You?" Hearing this, the man was shocked. He did not expect this blind man to be so decisive. "Don't worry, I'm very merciful. I won't let you feel any pain." No matter how the man struggled, he could not get away from Lin Rei's palm. "Pooh!" A strange sound rang out, resounding in everyone's ears. They saw a bloody hole appear in the God Palace in the man's dantian. His dantian and God Palace were destroyed. The man's cultivation of a late God Emperor was gone. At this moment, he was crippled. Feeling the pain coming from his dantian, he felt his entire cultivation going down the drain. He regretted it. Miserable cries came out from the man's mouth continuously. A strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face turned pale, and he felt powerless. His body went limp, and he sat on the ground. His face was filled with an aura of death, and he stared at Lin Li angrily, as if he wanted nothing more than to skin Lin Li alive and tear out his tendons. At this moment, everyone was startled. At this moment, the few people who were the first to provoke the other party were all stunned. They could not move at all. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. Cold sweat started forming on their foreheads. At this moment, no one dared to take another step forward. They had seen the consequences and price that late God Emperor had to pay. At this moment, everyone was afraid. They could feel the deep fear of death. They regretted it. It's a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world. Hence, they would be killed mercilessly like that man. Break for me. At this moment, when everyone was stunned, a sound similar to the descent of a sage could be heard. In the sky, the moment the heaven blood dragon clashed with Xiefeng, a web of cracks appeared. In less than 2 breaths of time, cracks started spreading on the body of the heaven blood dragon. With a hong, the heaven blood dragon was destroyed. It finally exploded and dissipated from the world. This scene stunned everyone on the ground. Aside from Chu Xi, Yun Kai, and Lin Li, who were familiar with the demonic phoenix, the others didn't feel anything. This was because they knew the demonic phoenix's true power long ago. Thus, is this still the power of a human? That is a lightning tribulation sent down by Tendo. Yet, it was easily destroyed by such a beautiful move. This person's realm is, at this moment, these questions appeared in everyone's mind. Other than Lin Rei's group, no one was an exception. Even Zhuge Ho and Zhuge Mingyue's group were the same. They knew how powerful Lin Li was. They knew how powerful Chu Xi was. However, they didn't expect that the woman by Lin Li's side would be so fierce as well. Even though she had a beautiful face and a curvaceous body, she still couldn't resist. At this moment, how could they not be shocked? At this moment, Linley stared at the demonic phoenix in the air. He let out a helpless laugh. I knew it would be so pretentious. Why make such a big commotion? Wouldn't it be better to just silently wipe it out? However, he did not pay too much attention to this matter. What he wanted to do was to punish these disobedient pests on the ground. Although he could not get rid of all of them, he had to at least make an example out of them. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time for him to take action and sacrifice his own blood to the sword. Looking at the man who was paralyzed in front of him, Lin Ray's cold voice rang in his ears. In your next life, remember to be a good person. Don't do this again. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Psst. After saying that, Linley's arm shook. Moving the flexible sword, he slit the man's throat, causing him to slowly die in despair and coldness. After all, although the man's cultivation of the God-Emperor realm had been wasted, his vitality was still very strong. After dealing with him, Linley raised his head and locked his divine sense onto the others. Although his eyes were already blind, when everyone saw his eyes, they couldn't help but instinctively retreat. Haha, it's your turn. The hunting game has begun. Oh no, run. At this moment, the moment everyone heard Lin Ray's voice, their expressions changed. They did not care about anything else. They did not care about their disciples or their sons. At this moment, they did not care about them. They did not have the time or the experience to do so. Just like that, a game of chasing and killing began the moment Lin Ray made his move. At this moment, no one was in the mood to admire the scene of CF Feng crushing the blood dragon in the air. At this moment, Lin Ray appeared in front of another person in a flash. He stared at him with his consciousness and smiled evilly. The other person's hair stood on end. Plus, he didn't even let out a scream. It was a clean, crisp move. Linley attacked, instantly crushing his opponent's dantian and his own head. Finally, he took the storage ring from his opponent's finger, then flashed towards the other person. In this period of time, he only spent 3 breaths to get rid of a powerful cultivator who could shake a region. This method of killing people like cutting vegetables stunned Zhuge Ho, who was watching from a distance. Zhuge Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the two of them were convinced by Lin Ray's powerful methods. Kacha! Kacha! In the air, Xiefeng's speed became faster and faster. In the end, Xiefeng frowned and felt impatient. She pointed to the sky and roared, I've given you face, haven't I? There's no end to it. Phoenix cry 9 heavens. Xiefeng looked impatient. She casually made a hand seal. Suddenly, a fire phoenix dozens of feet long appeared and rushed towards the huge bloody hell. Boom! Crack! Xiefeng's attack was also sensed by the bloody hell in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared, accompanied by a shocking blood dragon that rushed towards the fire phoenix. Oh! Roar! When a dragon and a phoenix fought, one of them was bound to be injured. The two extremely powerful attacks collided in an instant. Rumble! Linley, who had been watching the pill concocting this entire time, was completely astonished. In his heart, he knew that the blood dragon, which had just emerged from the hell of blood, was not something he could fight back against. Of course, if he had to pay a price, then perhaps there was a 75% chance of success. At the same time, at this moment, he once again examined Xiefeng's strength. Although he knew that Xiefeng's cultivation was in the Saint realm, Xiefeng did not indicate what level she was in the Saint realm. When he looked behind him, the beautiful scene from before was now gone. At this moment, he knew that killing the chicken to warn the monkey was enough. Immediately, he killed the man in his hand and put him away in his storage ring. Then, he suddenly rose into the air and shouted, Anyone who comes within 300 meters of me will be killed without mercy. Chapter 745. At this moment, no one dared to refute or take a step forward. After all, Lin Ray's strength was clear for all to see. If someone were to enter at this moment, They would either think that they were stronger than Lin Rei or be a fool. Very well. Seeing everyone's reactions, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Li's face. Then, he turned around and walked towards Zhuge He. At this moment, his hand was already filled with storage rings. These were all his spoils of war from earlier. Now, all trash. Looking at his level on the surface of the rings, Lin Rei was full of disdain. He did not use these things when he was in the immortal world. Of course, although he said that it was inevitable that there would be some loopholes in the rings. However, he did not look at them now. Instead, he put them all in the system. Moreover, when Xie Feng killed people, she also got some storage rings. At this moment, Lin Rei put them all together. Taoist Lin Rei is indeed domineering and powerful. At this moment, seeing Lin Rei, who was like the god of death, standing in front of him, Zhuge He immediately said respectfully. In his words, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After the battle, just now, he had completely divided himself and Lin Rei into two different people. He was at the bottom, while Lin Rei was at the top. He was an existence that could not be reached. He was not. Taoist Zhuge, you must be joking. They're all small fries. If you were in their place, you would probably do better than me. Knowing what Zhuge He meant, Lin Rei quickly greeted him. Zhuge He smiled and didn't say anything else. However, Zhuge Mingyue's gaze towards Lin Li was filled with admiration, envy, and a sense of admiration that she shouldn't have. After all, such a powerful existence would be a hero in every woman's heart. Coincidentally, Lin Rei met the standard of a hero in Zhuge Mingyue's heart. Oh right. At this moment, Lin Rei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly handed the purple Qilin sword to Zhuge He, saying, "This sword is called the purple Qilin sword." The name of the sword naturally appeared when it was forged. It is truly blessed by the heavens. This, although he had just arrived at this moment, he hesitated after seeing the might of the sword. There were so many people who wanted to snatch it from him earlier. If he were to put it away now, it would probably cause others to kill him for it. Although he was a member of the Milksword Sect, but there might be some people who were blinded by greed and wanted to rob him. Perhaps some sects would be jealous and then kill him to steal the treasure. They might even destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Father, although Zhuge He thought so, Zhuge Mingyue didn't think so. After all, who wouldn't want to play with such a powerful weapon? Moreover, the flexible sword was very beautiful. Hey, take it. Lin Rei knew what Zhuge He was thinking. He smiled and said, "This sword was specially forged according to your standards. If you don't take it, I won't use it. My wives won't use the software either. In the end, the purple Qilin will be covered in dust. Wouldn't that be a pity? Your wives." Hearing Lin Rei's words, Zhuge Mingyue's eyes dimmed and were filled with disappointment. Sigh. Sensing the meaning in Zhuge Mingyue's eyes, Lin Rei sighed and said, "Yes, my wives don't use flexible swords. So take it." With that, he didn't wait for Zhuge He to speak and stuffed the sword into his hands. Then he turned around and faced the crowd hundreds of feet away. He said, "All of you, I give this sword to the sword Sect Zhuge He." This? Zhuge He was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Rei to do this. However, hearing Lin Rei's next words, Zhuge He lowered his head in shame. "The sword is in Zhuge He's hands. I'm different. Others can't have it. Not even a supreme god. If I find out, no matter what sect you are from, whether it's the Danzong sect or the Rain sect, as long as you try to steal it, I'll destroy your sect with everything I have." With that, Lin Li turned a smile on his face. "All right, now you can use it boldly. In the future, if anyone tries to steal it from you and I find out, I'll wipe out their entire sect as a warning." Hearing this, Zhuge He sighed in relief. He immediately thanked Lin Rei. "Thank you, Taoist Lin Rei. Not only did I let you forge a supreme-grade artifact for me, but I also let you protect me. It's really... All right, that's enough." Lin Rei knew what Zhuge He wanted to say. He didn't wait for Zhuge He to finish and interrupted him. "This matter is over. I can go into seclusion with peace of mind." At this moment, Lin Ray couldn't wait to go into seclusion immediately. That way, he wouldn't need to use his divine sense to replace his eyes when he exited seclusion. He wouldn't need to wait until he reached a certain level of cultivation before his eyes could recover. Oh, Taoist Lin Ray wants to go into seclusion? Zhuge He was shocked. It was an eventful time now. Moreover, the burial ground was about to appear. It was really inappropriate to go into seclusion now. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Ray was puzzled. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say that the ancient corpse burial ground will open 22 years later. At that time, many people will go there to seek opportunities. If you go into seclusion now, I'm afraid. In his memory, emperors usually went into seclusion for a few hundred years. Oh, the ancient corpse burial ground is opening? Lin Ray was very surprised about the ancient corpse burial ground. After all, his next destination was the ancient corpse burial ground. Now, it was too coincidental. The coincidence made Lin Ray a little scared. After he came here, he had never heard of such a dangerous place. There was actually an opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't say that he wanted to go to the ancient corpse burial ground. After all, if the ancient corpse burial ground was going to open, they would probably go too. If he said, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. He wouldn't get involved in this kind of business. Yes, I don't know why, but the ancient corpse burial ground has been moving in and out during this period of time. It seems like the Corpse King has appeared. Many people are very jealous of the Corpse King's unique corpse core. Moreover, those who entered the ancient corpse burial ground have never come out. One can imagine how dangerous it is inside. At the same time, danger and opportunity coexist. The ancient corpse burial ground is a place that has never been explored. There are countless divine medicines inside. Therefore, various sects will take the opportunity to search for corpse cores and plunder it. Oh, at this time, Lin Ray heard Zhuge He's words and immediately frowned. Now, he had to get the corpse core faster than those people. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Gotcha. However, just when Lin Ray was in a daze and thinking, thunder roared in the sky. He saw a blood dragon instantly coming out of the thunder clouds and descending towards Xiefeng. At this moment, Zhuge He saw it. His face turned pale, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, not only Zhuge He, but even Lin Ray was a little shocked. Perhaps even he would find it difficult to withstand this lightning tribulation. Of course, if he wanted to withstand it, he would have to pay a painful price. However, Xiefeng stood in the sky with a calm face as if nothing had happened. It was as if she didn't care about the existence of the red dragon. Willful, too damn willful. This was the only thing Lin Ray could think of. In the sky, Xiefeng, who was standing in the sky, raised her head slightly and looked at the blood dragon that was coming towards her. The corners of her mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. If this scene were to be seen by others, they would probably be scared silly. Oh, the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if it wanted to break through the heavens and earth. Ant, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? What are you waiting for? Back off. Looking at the blood dragon, Xiefeng frowned. The pressure of the true phoenix rushed out and formed an invisible phoenix. Instantly, it rushed towards the blood dragon. Its speed was so fast that even the reincarnation of the Kuan Peng might not be able to reach it. The phoenix spread its wings and appeared in front of the blood dragon in an instant. Then, without hesitation, it crashed into the blood dragon. Boom! Gotcha! At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the blood dragon collapsed for no reason. However, in Lin Ray's eyes, it was different. After all, his spiritual energy and consciousness were incomparable to those in the realm of the gods. He could clearly feel the presence of a phoenix formed from the pressure of the true phoenix. It's finally over. The last tribulation lightning was destroyed by Xiefeng. Instantly, the blood-red thunderclouds that covered the sky above Jade City completely dissipated. As the saying goes, the clouds parted to reveal the blue sky. At this moment, the thunderclouds dissipated and the heavens and earth returned to normal. Whoosh! In midair, the demonic phoenix flickered, then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was by Lin Li's side. Let me tell you, this is your last chance. In the future, I won't care about your tribulation lightning. Looking at Lin Rei, Xie Feng's face was filled with resentment. She was very unhappy. All right. This is the last chance. Lin Rei had his own way of dealing with Xie Feng. Although this was the last chance, when the time came, she would have to appear. Oomph. She snorted coldly and ignored Lin Rei. Then, she walked back to her room. At this moment, Lin Rei withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuge He. Fellow Zhuge, I fulfill my promise to you. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Then, without waiting for Zhuge He's response, he left with Chu Xi and Yun Kai and returned to his room. Sigh, forget it. We can only meet such a capable person again if fate wills it. After seeing Lin Rei and the others completely disappear, Zhuge He called everyone to leave. In the room, Lin Rei sat on the bed. He looked at Chu Xi and Yun Kai and said with a smile, I'm about to go into seclusion. During this period, you two should also go into seclusion. Don't go out. I'll call you when I come out. Hearing the order, the two nodded repeatedly. Yes, we understand. Nodding, he then placed his divine sense on Chu Xi. You do as I said before. Although I can't let you go into seclusion for 100 years, when I come out, I'll check on your cultivation. Try your best to advance from the Dan stage to the Zong stage. As for your cultivation, you've been advancing too quickly recently. Therefore, during this period, don't advance further. Focus on consolidating your cultivation first. Wait until your cultivation is completely consolidated before you make the next breakthrough. I'll remember. After instructing Chu Xi, he turned to Yun Kai and said, You won't be able to compete much, so don't concoct pills. Just cultivate according to the cultivation method I taught you before. Cultivate your body well. This will bring you unexpected benefits in the future. I understand. All right, since that's the case, you two can go back into seclusion. When I come out, I'll wake you up. Then, with a wave of his hand, spiritual energy rushed out and formed two spiritual heads. They enveloped Chu Xi and Yun Kai and then gently pushed them out of the room. Bam! The door was closed and Chu Xi and Yun Kai left. At this moment, in the room, Lin Rei smiled when he sensed that the two had left. I hope you two will have improved after I come out. With that, Lin Rei prepared to go into seclusion. Who is it? Just as he was about to enter the system to go into seclusion, a familiar feeling suddenly appeared. Did you notice? At this moment, in a house not far from Lin Rei's room, Hua Yuan, who had competed with Lin Rei in the alchemy conference, was staring at Lin Rei's room with interest. Yo, the little princess of the Baron State's Hua family in the Holy World has a habit of peeking. Aren't you afraid of getting in needles? You. Hua Yuan was shocked. She turned around and saw Lin Rei looking at her with a smile. Why are you here? I just felt that you... At this moment, Hua Yuan did not understand. She felt that Lin Rei was in the room a moment ago, but in the next second, he appeared behind her. She knew this speed very well. Tell me, why are you here? Why are you spying on me? What are you trying to do? Instead of answering Hua Yuan's question, he asked his own question. Stingy. Knowing that Lin Rei would not tell her, Hua Yuan stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Then she explained, What else can I do? It's all because of the 9-revolution mixed energy pill you gave me. It's so good. After eating it, my cultivation has increased a lot. I feel that if I eat a few more pills, I can break through the Emperor God realm and enter the ultimate God realm. After that, Hua Yuan looked at Lin Rei with a yearning look. Her hand involuntarily reached out to Lin Rei as if she wanted something. You're interesting. He had never seen anyone who asked for things so confidently. Since you think I'm interesting, then give me a few more 9-revolution mixed energy pills. Don't worry. When I enter the holy world again, I'll pay you back double. Looking at Hua Yuan's current state, Lin Li chuckled and walked towards his room. Forget it. It's not like I don't know what happened to you in the Saint's world. So, you should save it. Bang! Without waiting for Hua Yuan to speak again, Lin Rei returned to his room and locked the door. He entered the system and began his seclusion. Chapter 746. In the system, Lin Rei came to the front of the little dragon excitedly and sat down. Come on. Heh, you're quite impatient, aren't you? Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Lin Rei gave him a helpless look. Aren't you talking nonsense? I haven't used my eyes for such a long time. It's you. Aren't you excited? Really? That's true. The little dragon blushed with shame. All right, let's begin. I can't wait any longer. After saying that, Lin Rei took out the Tendo's eye. Using his spiritual energy as a hand, he dragged the Tendo's eye and handed it to the little dragon. At this moment, he had already closed his eyes and was waiting for his eyes to return to normal. Sigh. All right, since you're so anxious, I'll go all out. Looking at Lin Rei's expectant and excited face, the little dragon sighed inwardly. Then, he took the Tendo's eye and began to repair Lin Rei's eyes. In the deepest part of the ancient corpse trove, a young man dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe stood on top of a towering mountain peak. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked into the distance with a charming smile on his lips. However, this smile wasn't just charming on the surface. Instead, it was extremely strange and sinister, the kind that made one's hair stand on end. Finally, the restriction of the ancient corpse trove is about to be lifted. I'm finally going to be free. For millions of years, I've been locked in this forbidden land and suffered the coldness and cruelty of this place. Finally, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is about to come. What a pity. At this moment, the man's face was filled with disappointment, decline, and loneliness, giving off a feeling of loneliness. Millions of years have passed. Little sister, little brother, I don't know if you're still alive. I miss you so much. The crystal clear teardrop flowed out of the man's eyes. It was filled with anticipation, longing, and sadness. He knew that millions of years had passed. How could his younger siblings still be alive? Unless their cultivation was heaven-defying, it was impossible for them to have such a powerful life, force, and lifespan. However, in the depths of his heart, there was still a trace of expectation and hope. After all, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. What if they cultivated? What if they became cultivators and cultivated to the point where it was a pity that they had to endure the restrictions of millions of years? All of this was still unknown, but the man's expectations were so low. Sigh. Little sister, little brother, if I had known that I would die here and accidentally become the master of this ancient corpse trove, I definitely wouldn't have come. This man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe was the master of the ancient corpse trove, Gufeng. At the same time, he was the target of Lin Rei's desire to obtain the pill. Gufeng was originally living in the divine realm. Although he wasn't happy, at least he was able to live with his younger siblings. Although his life wasn't very satisfactory, he was still very happy. However, one day his younger sister, Gu Ai, suddenly contracted a very strange disease. At that time, Gufeng asked all the sections. In the end, he obtained a pill formula from a living old man. He said that there was a medicine in the ancient corpse trove. This medicine couldn't be found anywhere else. It could only be found in the ancient corpse trove. The name of this medicine was spirit grass. It was the most important pill formula for his younger sister Gu Ai. After hearing this, Gufeng became excited. His younger sister could finally be saved. After that, the old man left. Gufeng wanted to find the medicinal stone wholeheartedly. This time, he bid farewell to his family and went to the ancient corpse trove alone. Everything was fine at first. However, when he went deep into the trove, he finally found the spirit grass. Originally, everything was so simple. When he saw the medicinal stone before him, he only needed to extend his hand and he would be able to grab it. However, At the moment when he extended his hand and was about to touch the medicinal stone, a corpse master instantly rushed out from the side. At that time, Gu Feng was only an ordinary person. Although he was very strong, he was still no match for a corpse master. Corpse masters were existences comparable to divine guards. How could an ordinary divine guard be a match for them? In the end, the divine guard had his blood sucked dry by the corpse master. 1,000 years later, the originally dead Gu Feng miraculously woke up. Furthermore, he possessed the strength of a corpse master. Furthermore, he also possessed an indescribable cultivation technique. It was precisely because of this cultivation technique that he began to slowly cultivate it. Another 10,000 years passed. Just when Gu Feng felt that he had become so powerful that he was invincible, he left the ancient corpse trove. After finding the spear grass, he planned to leave the ancient corpse trove. However, who would have thought that, to Gu Feng's despair, at the moment when he was about to leave the ancient corpse trove, just as he stepped into the border between the outside world and the ancient corpse trove, a burst of frightening energy appeared. It locked onto him and pushed him into the depths of the ancient corpse trove. Regarding this, Gu Feng persevered. However, every time, it was like the first time. He tried again and again, but in the end, he failed again and again. He knew that he would not be able to leave. Furthermore, such a long time had passed. Although he very much hoped that his relatives were still alive, their disappearance was very revealing. Thus, he gladly accepted it. However, there was always a trace of hope in his heart. That was because he did not want to believe that his younger siblings had already passed away. Just like this, because he was unable to leave, he stayed here. Furthermore, he went deeper, deeper, and deeper, and deeper, defeating the experts of the ancient corpse trove step by step. 1,000 years later, he became the king of the ancient corpse trove. Furthermore, he had cultivated a rare corpse core. In the past, there would also be some people who would recklessly come to the ancient corpse trove. Thus, in order to leave, Gu Feng, who wanted to leave, spread a rumor that as long as he could obtain the corpse core of a corpse king, he would be able to increase his cultivation. In fact, he might even be able to break through the deity realm and reach the saint realm. Cultivators love to hear such words and treasures the most. Sure enough, when this news spread, the entire deity realm was shaken. In the end, every few hundred years or even 1,000 years, there would be a group of people who would enter the ancient corpse trove. In the end, they would all be cruelly killed by Gu Feng. When they were 7,000 years old, Gu Feng would obtain the information he wanted to know. Then, he would cruelly kill them without any trace of emotion. After all, he was someone who had already died once. Although he was alive now, he did not have a heartbeat or a pulse. He only had the ability to stand up and walk, as well as think. This time around, it was the opening of the hidden ground that happened only once in 1,000 years. However, to Gu Feng's excitement, he felt that the spirit formation sealing him was slowly disappearing. Regarding this, he was very excited. He wanted to leave. He wanted to verify whether his relatives had truly left. Plop! At this moment, a man suddenly appeared. With a respectful expression, he stood in front of Gu Feng and asked, reporting to the Zong Master, "This time, are we going to kill all the people who come here, as usual?" Yes. After coming back to his senses and hearing his subordinate's question, Gu Feng fell into deep thought. He had not thought about this question. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible and had forgotten about this matter. A few minutes later, Gu Feng came back to his senses. He turned to look at the man kneeling on the ground and said, "Just like in the past, kill all the people who come here. Leave none alive. However, in the future, you don't need to bring those people to me. You guys can stay here. The blood vessels in their bodies are very powerful. You guys should hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, when I leave this time, I will not feel at ease leaving such a big mess to you guys." You're leaving? At this moment, the man was shocked. He looked at Gu Feng with a blank expression. He knew about the spirit formation. Back then, he also wanted to go out. Yes, he was impulsive. However, because of the spirit formation, he couldn't go out at all. Now that he heard that the Zong Master was going out, how could he not be shocked? He respected the Zong Master a lot. He could not think of a second person who could unify the fragmented ancient corpse trove in 1,000 years. Yes, he didn't hide anything from the man in front of him. I can feel it. That barrier is slowly weakening me. That's why I want to go out and see if my family is still there. Although I know it's a silly idea, but I want to try. What if something unexpected happens? However, don't worry. If I really can't find them, I will come back immediately and cultivate in peace. I want to ascend to the Holy Realm as soon as possible. He good? At this moment, the man laughed. This is the Gu Feng I know, the Zong Master of the ancient corpse trove. That's the kind of courage you need. Hee brat. Hearing the man's flattery, Gu Feng felt very helpless. All right, you can go now. At most, I will be able to leave in 30 years. Yes, good. The man nodded and then left. Sigh. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. You can really let me out and give me freedom. Looking at the man's back, Gu Feng turned around and looked into the distance again. He was confused. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 22 years had passed. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the ancient corpse trove. At this moment, the strange movement of the ancient corpse trove caused the 7 sects in the divine realm, as well as some smaller sects and families, to send people to the ancient corpse trove. Although they knew that there was no news of those who entered in the past, this time they were led by their seniors. Moreover, for the treasures inside, they were willing to go in wave after wave. All of the major sects in the firmament had sent out their most valuable treasures. Even some of the sect leaders of the major sects had personally taken part in the expedition, all for the sake of obtaining the treasures in the ancient corpse vault, as well as the corpse cores in the corpse king's bodies. At this moment, in the most authoritative heavenly temple in the sword sect, Zhuge He was sitting on the seat of the sect leader. He looked at the 6 elders and the 12 protectors with a serious and hesitant expression. What do you think? This time, should we participate in the expedition to the ancient corpse trove? According to the past, those who could come out from the ancient corpse trove had a 90% chance of dying. Furthermore, only 1 or 2 of them came out alive. However, the treasures that those 2 people brought with them are indeed like the expenses of our sect. That's 100 years' worth of expenses for a sect. Hearing the words of Zhuge He, the 18 elders and protectors of the sword sect were similarly hesitant. They knew about this problem, but they were unsure if they should go or not. After all, the probability of death was high if they went. But if they did not go, they would similarly suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, it would be spread by the outside world that they were too cowardly to enter the ancient corpse trove. This was a dilemma. He couldn't go, but he could not go either. Father, I feel that we should go to the ancient corpse trove this time. Furthermore, we should have a middle stage God Emperor leading the team. Just as everyone was pondering, the voice of a girl suddenly sounded. One could see a beautiful girl standing at a corner. She was looking at the cultivators present with a resolute expression. Her face was filled with confidence. What? Zhuge He asked. Father, have you forgotten? I have the violet Qilin sword, which surpasses the supreme grade deity weapon. In addition, I am a middle-stage god emperor. Do you still think that we can't win against the other sects? Furthermore, Lin Rei has said previously that if anyone dares to snatch the treasures, he will annihilate their sect. Thus, I feel that this is a rare opportunity. That's right. At this moment, hearing his daughter's words, Zhuge He's eyes widened. His face was filled with joy and relief. His eyes became resolute at this moment. All right, since that's the case, I'll order the Grand Elder and Second Elder to bring 16 elites of the sect to the ancient corpse trove. It's good to obtain treasures, but at the very least, don't lose your life. Do you understand? Furthermore, this time, my daughter, Zhuge Mingyue, will be going too. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was in an uproar. After all, the dangers of the ancient corpse trove were not something ordinary people could predict. They did not think that the sect master would actually let his daughter, the little princess of the sword sect, go. However, no one refuted. Even though they had doubts in their hearts, they still did as they were told. We understand. We wish the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Miss Mingyu a victory and return early. At the same time, this phenomenon was very common within the 7 sections. Even if they wanted to steal, they had to use their trump cards. After all, this time they were sure that it was the ancient corpse trove, so they had to be cautious. At this moment, the figure of the little dragon could no longer be seen in the system. There was only Lin Ray sitting alone on the surface of the water. His eyes were shining brightly, as if there were no signs of dissipating. At this moment, the aura on Lin Ray's body was indeed stronger than before. The feeling he gave off was extremely domineering. This brat has been in closed-door cultivation for more than 20 years. That's not bad. At least his cultivation has broken through to the great perfection late-stage God-Emperor realm. He even cured his eyes. At this moment, seeing the changes in Lin Ray, the system was filled with emotions. The only thing it was dissatisfied with was the little dragon, because this time he had used up all of his soul energy. After all, he was originally a soul body. Now that his soul energy was used up, he had to return to his training ground and cultivate again. Otherwise, he would not wake up again. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Ray let out a long breath of turbid air. His face was filled with ease and comfort. Along with the comfort of his body, his originally closed eyes opened at this moment. Chapter 747. So, a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes and landed on a hill in front of him. Bang! The golden light shot out from Linley's eyes instantly sank into the mountain. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. The next moment, the golden light in Lin Ray's eyes regained its clarity. The previous dark gray color had completely disappeared. His eyes regained their usual nimbleness and coldness. A smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. Finally, my eyes have recovered. Looking at the colorful space around him, Lin Ray's face was filled with excitement. It was just that his eyes did not match his face at all. His face was full of smiles. It was like flowers blooming in spring, giving others a warm feeling. Looking at his eyes, they were cold and emotionless. It gave others a feeling of goosebumps. If one looked at them enough, they would feel as if they had fallen into ice. Amen. The moment Lin Ray felt the colors around him, a strange feeling came from his body. After checking it out, Lin Ray felt excited. TSK. Who would have thought that this Tendo's I would contain such a huge amount of energy? After 20 years of closed-door cultivation, it allowed me to advance from the middle stage to the peak of the late stage. If a few more come, won't I only need 100 years to advance to the sacred world? Of course, he could only think about it. He did not believe that the Tendo's I was as common as cabbages on the streets. One had to know that this was the Tendo's I. It was already a blessing from the heavens to have one. This kind of opportunity could not be forced. To be able to regain his clarity, he had nothing else to ask for. Feeling the energy in his body, Lin Ray was filled with excitement. After all, the system had promised him that as long as he could reach the late stage of the God-Emperor realm, it would give him a spatial technique. This was something that Lin Ray had been thinking about all these years. Now that he had finally broken through to the late stage of the God-Emperor realm, how could he not be excited? As he thought about this, Linley didn't waste any more time. Raising his head, he stared at the sky and said, "System, now that I've reached the level you spoke of, shouldn't you tell me about that secret technique?" Silence. After Lin Ray finished speaking, the space was silent. It was as if the system did not hear him. Seeing this, Linley's face twitched, and he rolled his eyes. Tirelessly, he opened his mouth again and said, "System, you are an omnipotent existence. Tell me, an existence like you wouldn't want to renege on my secret technique, right?" At this moment, Lin Ray used his cultivation, even though he knew it was useless. However, what he did not expect was that after he finished speaking the second time, a few breaths later, The originally quiet space was finally broken by the system's voice. "You little rascal." The system laughed and scolded. "Can you not be so greedy? Opening up a secret space, although it's not a top-notch existence, it's still very impressive. Can't you let me slow down? My heart would ache if I gave you something so good." At this moment, Lin Ray was speechless. However, he did not disturb the sadness of the system. Instead, he quietly waited for the system to give him the secret technique. Anyway, when Lin Ray felt that he had broken through to the late stage of the God Emperor realm, he decided that he would not give up until he got the secret technique. 10 minutes, 1 hour, 4 hours after a very long time, until Lin Ray did not know how long. The silent system finally spoke. "You brat, I really admire you." Towards Lin Ray, the system was helpless. "All right, you can go out first. I have to find that secret technique for you. After you come out from the ancient corpse vault, I'll give it to you, okay?" In hearing the words of the system, Lin Ray fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, he would not agree to such a thing, but when he thought of the possibility that the ancient corpse vault had opened, he felt a sense of urgency. After all, he was aiming for the corpse core this time, and the corpse core was related to his life. Therefore, he could not help but be nervous. Thinking of this, Lin Ray agreed. "All right, since it's like this, I promise you. But when the time comes, don't act shamelessly like today. Just pretend that you didn't hear me." I won't. Also, I really didn't hear you just now. I'll be a fool if I believe you." These words could only fool a 3-year-old child. To deal with him, it was simply treating him as a retard. "All right, I won't argue with you anymore. I'd better go out quickly. I don't know how the ancient corpse vault is now, and whether those sects have entered the ancient corpse vault." After saying that, Lin Ray decided to go out. However, just before he left, Lin Ray could not help but turn his head and look at a mound of dirt in the depths of the space. This mound of dirt was the place where the little dragon recovered. "Don't worry, little dragon. After I return from the ancient corpse vault, I will search the entire celestial realm for you. I will also find elixirs that can increase your soul power and replenish your soul power." After saying that, he looked at the mound of dirt again. Then, with a thought, he instantly disappeared from the system. He returned to the room where he went into seclusion. Phew! Returning to reality, Lin Ray looked around and saw that nothing had changed. He let out a long sigh of relief, and his face was full of smiles. Finally, I'm finally out. Ancient Corpse Vault, wait for my arrival." After saying that, he got out of bed and tidied up his messy clothes. His face was full of warmth, and then he pushed the door open and walked out. "You came out at noon." The sudden voice made Lin Ray, who was walking, stop in his tracks. His face was full of shock. Damn, it can't be. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was frozen in place, heard the voice of the girl just now. Suddenly, a girl's figure appeared in his mind. At this moment, a girl floated down from the roof and came in front of Lin Ray with a face full of resentment. She pointed at his nose and said, "You're finally out. Do you know that I've been waiting for you here for more than 20 years? In these 20 years, I couldn't do anything. I was just afraid that you would suddenly leave. In these 20 years, I ate and slept in the open. What about you? You were comfortably in seclusion. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" At this moment, the one who spoke was not someone else. It was Hua Yuan, who came to seek the 9-revolution mixed energy pill before Lin Ray went into seclusion. Looking at Hua Yuan's face, Lin Ray smiled helplessly and bitterly. He did not expect Hua Yuan to still be so persistent. However, he did not plan to give the 9-revolution mixed energy pill to anyone, including Hua Yuan. After all, he was about to reach the Saint Realm. These pills were very useful to him. Thinking about it, Lin Ray quickly shook his head and said, "I can't agree to what you said, Hearing this, Hua Yuan quickly refuted. However, Lin Ray cut her off in the end. "Listen, I don't need anything in exchange, including divine crystals. So give it up." Seeing that Lin Ray was stubborn, Hua Yuan could only use the word delay to bluff her way out. "All right, Since you don't want to give it to me, then I won't leave until you give me the pill. During this period, I will follow you until you give me the pill. Otherwise, I will exhaust you to death. Anyway, I need time. I'm not afraid." Speechless, Lin Rei did not say anything to Hua Yuan. Since she was willing to follow him, then let her follow him. Anyway, he would be going to the ancient corpse vault soon. With her around, she might be a good assistant. Thinking about this, Lin Rei smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he walked towards Xie Feng's room. After all, only Xie Feng was following him. Of course, he had to inform her about the recovery of his eyes. Their rooms were not very far away. In a few minutes, they arrived at Xie Feng's room. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came into the room. In the room, when Xie Feng was cultivating, she suddenly heard a series of knocks on the door. In an instant, she frowned and her face was filled with coldness. "Bastard, I am cultivating. Don't you know how to write the word death by disturbing me?" Carrying a huge amount of pressure and cultivation, she rushed out of her body and rushed towards the door. Boom! Lin Rei, who was full of anticipation, suddenly heard a roar and a terrifying pressure coming from the room. He was shocked, and his face was filled with astonishment. TSK. She is indeed in the Sage realm. Even though I have broken through a small level, I did not expect it to be so difficult to deal with her pressure. It seems that I'm still not strong enough. At this moment, feeling the intention of Xie Feng's pressure, Lin Rei smiled and transmitted his voice. "Come out. I am out." Lin Rei transmitted his voice in her mind. After hearing it, Xie Feng was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on her cold face. This brat, with a smile, he retracted his pressure and took a step forward. In the next moment, he arrived at the door and opened it. Suddenly, Lin Rei's figure appeared when the door was opened. At this moment, Xie Feng was paying attention to Lin Rei's eyes. Your eyes have recovered? It is obvious." Saying that, he could not help but roll his eyes. PFFF, facing Lin Rei's mischievousness, Xie Feng did not give him any face and laughed. After all, she knew Lin Rei's character. "All right, come in." Saying that, she removed her hand from the door and opened a path for Lin Rei to enter. "I don't think I invited you." At this moment, Hua Yuan, who swore to follow Lin Rei, saw Lin Rei enter and wanted to follow him. However, the moment she stepped into the door, Xie Feng was dissatisfied. At this moment, Hua Yuan wanted to fly into a rage. But when she thought of that terrifying pressure, she immediately calmed down. In the end, she could only helplessly retract her foot. After that, she stood at the door unwillingly. At least you were sensible." Seeing that Hua Yuan was sensible, Xie Feng snorted and closed the door with a pong sound. At this moment, Lin Rei and Xie Feng were the only ones in the room, but the two of them did not speak. The atmosphere became stiff. Under the awkward atmosphere, Lin Rei finally showed his gentlemanly side and took the initiative to speak. "This time, I have broken through to the late-stage God-Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion. Furthermore, I have recovered my eyes. Therefore, I wish to set off for the ancient corpse depository tomorrow." Saying that, Lin Rei could not help but look at Xie Feng. He wanted her to agree. "Do you agree?" "I agree." Clean and crisp. After hearing Lin Rei's words, Xie Feng did not hesitate and directly agreed. "Didn't I say before? Even if you don't allow me to go to the ancient corpse depository, I will still return. After all, I am still waiting for you to follow me to the sacred world to take revenge on Hao Tian." Hearing this, Lin Rei shrugged helplessly. "All right, since you agree, then it's decided. Tomorrow, we will set off for the ancient corpse depository." Xie Feng nodded in agreement. However, thinking of that woman, Xie Feng could not help but ask, "I am very curious. Why are there so many women around you? Furthermore, that woman outside is not simple." "Oh, not simple? Why is it not simple?" Hearing her words, Lin Rei could not help but be shocked. TSK, I can feel the aura of the sacred world from her body. It's like this person has been living in the sacred world since she was young. Hearing this, Lin Ray laughed. Your guess is quite accurate. She is really from the sacred world? Previously, it was Lin Ray who was surprised, but now it was Xie Feng who was surprised. Although she could feel the aura of the sacred world from the girl's body, she could only feel a trace of it. But now, her identity as a person from the sacred world had been confirmed. That's right. She is from the sacred world. The Baron states, Miss Hua. Xie Feng did not hide anything from Hua Yuan and directly revealed Hua Yuan's identity. And, at this moment, Lin Ray nodded and immediately told her how he met Hua Yuan and what happened after that without missing a single word. After a few minutes, Lin Ray finally opened his eyes and sighed. He said with a helpless expression, Tell me, is there such a person? She insisted on asking me for pills. If I didn't give them, she would stick to me. But later I thought it through. Since she is willing to follow me, then let her follow me. After all, we have to enter the ancient corpse trove later. Make sure that her cultivation is at the great perfection late-stage God-Emperor realm. Although Lin Ray was talking, Xie Feng did not have the mood to listen to Lin Ray at this moment. At this moment, Xie Feng's eyes were shining. She stretched out her hand in front of Lin Ray and said, Come, 9 revolution mixed energy pills. Such a good thing. Why didn't you give me some in the past? Really, you're not a good friend. Seeing Xie Feng's excitement, Lin Ray suddenly had the urge to continue talking. Damn, you can't be. You are so stingy. Chapter 748. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't know what to say. He didn't seem to have said anything just now, but now he was being blamed. Lin Ray, you here, 10-9 revolutions mixed yuan pills. Without waiting for Xie Feng to speak again, Lin Ray took out 10-9 revolutions mixed yuan pills from the system and handed them to her. Although Lin Ray's face was calm and no expression could be seen, his heart began to bleed at this moment. After all, refining the 9 revolutions mixed yuan pills was 1 in a million. It was the best and could be casually taken out. It was enough to make the Sects fight to the death. He had forgotten before that Xie Feng was in the Sage realm, so it was suitable for her to take the 9 revolutions mixed yuan pills. If he could remember this before, he was afraid that he would have mentioned the 9 revolutions mixed yuan pills. Only 10? At this moment, looking at the pills in front of her, Xie Feng's interest was instantly wiped out. She thought that there would be a lot more. What? Only 10? Originally, he was reluctant to part with the pills because of his heartache. Now, because of the small number, he was despised. For a moment, Lin Ray was even more speechless. Yes, just 10. Take it or leave it. It's good that you don't. When I reach the holy world, I'll eat it myself. With that, Lin Ray was about to withdraw his hand. But at this moment, Xie Feng immediately said, Don't, I want it. I want it, okay? With that, Xie Feng directly snatched the 9 revolutions mixed yuan pills from Lin Ray's hand. It's a waste if you don't want it. Anyway, there's only so much now. Every little bit of improvement is a little bit. What do you want me to say to you? Looking at Xie Feng's resigned look, Lin Ray suddenly became angry. Well, now that the pills have been given to you, we'll prepare to leave tomorrow and go to the ancient corpse trove. All right, got it. Xie Feng could no longer listen to Lin Ray's words. Now that she had obtained the 9 revolution mixed yuan elixir, the only thing she wanted to do was quickly increase her cultivation. After all, he hadn't improved his cultivation base for tens of billions of years. He had to make up for the lost time as soon as possible. Otherwise, after entering the holy world, if she was not strong enough, it would be useless. Even if she faced Hao Tian, she would only be at his mercy. Of course, if time could go back when she was still the Phoenix ancestor, she should have rushed to Hongjun and killed Hao Yin. Then, there would be no such thing. Perhaps she was still in the Saint world, living a life of luxury, ruling over the entire Phoenix clan, and throwing her weight around in the gods' world. Of course, this was just a thought. How could there be a cycle in the world? Even if there was, it would only happen in a short period of time. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the untainted age. Even if there was a cycle of reincarnation, it would be impossible to return to that time. All right, since it's settled, I'll go back first. With that, Lin Rei walked out of the room and headed back to his room. At this moment, Hua Yuan was following behind him. At this moment, she was like a security guard. It was as if she was ensuring his safety at all times. Lin Rei just smiled at Hua Yuan. Then he sent a voice transmission to Chu Si in Yun Kai's room. I've come out of seclusion. Come and see me quickly, huh? Where's the money? He's out? Young master is out. At this moment, the two people in the room woke up when they heard Lin Rei's voice transmission. Their hearts were filled with excitement at the first moment. Swoosh! Immediately, the two of them activated their cultivation base and rushed out of the room, rushing toward Lin Rei's room. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach Lin Rei's room in 2 breaths' time. When the two of them met, their eyes were filled with excitement and adoration. After all, the two of them were engaged. Now that they had been separated for more than 20 years, how could they not be excited? However, before their excitement, Lin Rei's matter was the most important. At the same time, this was what the two of them thought. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Chu Si took the lead. She knocked on the door and opened it. Her movements were light, but the sound was loud. After that, the room was completely silent. There was no movement at all. The two of them were stunned. In fact, what they didn't know was that Lin Rei hadn't returned to his room, and there was no sign of Lin Rei in the room. At this moment, Lin Rei was still on his way back. He didn't expect that his words would make the two of them so excited. They didn't even need to walk and directly teleported over. Knock, knock, knock. There was another series of knocks on the door. However, the result was the same as before. There was still no sound from the room. Immediately, the two of them stood on both sides of the door in confusion and respectfully, waiting for Lin Rei to open the door. They didn't understand. In less than a minute, just as the two of them were smiling and chatting, Lin Rei walked over from afar. Behind him was Hua Yuan. At this moment, Chu Si sensed the figure in the distance. Instantly, she became excited. However, when she saw Hua Yuan behind Lin Rei, she was shocked. Hua Yuan? Why is she here? Hua Yuan? Her name is Hua Yuan? At this moment, after hearing her fiancé's words, Yun Kai locked her gaze on the beautiful woman behind Lin Rei. Instantly, her jealousy increased. Is she beautiful in his imagination? Haha, beautiful. At this moment, Chu Si didn't seem to think before speaking. Even she didn't know why she would say such a thing and answer such a question. However, the moment she finished speaking, the smile on Chu Si's face turned bitter. Sigh. Looks like it won't be easy in the future. At this moment, Chu Si was extremely depressed. He didn't think that he would say something like that. However, regarding the topic of Hua Yuan, the moment the two of them saw Lin Li, they stopped talking about it and respectfully greeted him. Chu Si and Yun Kai greet young master. That's enough. There's no need for such formalities in the future. As he spoke, Lin Rei waved his hand at the two of them. Then, he pushed open the door and walked in. Yes, young master. The two of them, who had never disobeyed Lin Rei's orders, had already responded. However, their responses were always the same as before. Regarding this, Lin Rei was already used to it. After all, no matter if it was in the past, present, or future, everyone would be the same. Previously, after Lin Rei's nurturing, they had already changed. However, next time, everyone would return to their original starting point. Everyone arrived at the room. However, at this moment, an extra person also arrived. Regarding this, Lin Rei signaled to Chu Si. Chu Si received Lin Rei's message and nodded her head. She turned around and said to Hua Yuan, Fellow Hua, this is a conversation between our sections. You don't seem to be part of it. So, could you please leave first? As soon as she heard this, the originally excited Hua Yuan's face turned cold. She couldn't bear to say anything and left immediately. Bam! After closing the door at this moment, the room was finally empty. At this moment, looking at the two of them, Lin Rei spoke. This time, I called you here to tell you that I will be heading to the ancient corpse trove tomorrow. What about you? Do you want to follow me or wait here? Of course, this is voluntary. There will be no coercion or threats. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then stay here. It's your choice. Young master, we will go. As long as you are there, we will be there. Have you thought it through? Seeing them agree without thinking at all, Linley secretly felt a burst of delight. Yes, I have. Chu Si nodded her head. Good. Since that's the case, then it's decided. Tomorrow, we will head to the ancient corpse trove together. However, before that, I would like to verify your cultivation situation. Have you completed the task I gave you? Or rather, how is your progress? Is there any improvement? As expected, hearing this, Chu Si thought to herself. However, her face was full of smiles and confidence. Good. Yes, you can. Seeing Chu Si's confidence, Lin Ray smiled and said, since that's the case, then refine a pill for me. That is your limit. But remember, it must be better than the pill refined in the alchemy conference. Until tomorrow morning. If you refine it well, I will reward you. If you don't, I will make you regret it every day for a period of time. At this moment, Chu Si was speechless. However, he did not give up immediately. Instead, he nodded and agreed. Okay, then young master, I will refine here. Yes, you can refine it. After saying that, Lin Ray did not pay attention to him. Instead, his gaze fell on Yun Kai. Looking at her, Lin Ray asked, How is the consolidation of your cultivation? Is the refining of the formation good? Hearing this, Yun Kai's face darkened. Then, she said in a low voice, Young master, I am sorry. In the past 20 years, I have only consolidated my cultivation. As for the rest, I did not have time to do it. Oh, after hearing Yun Kai's reply, he released his divine sense and began to check the situation of the spiritual energy in Yun Kai's body. After a few minutes, Lin Ray suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with gratification. You did well. Although you have only consolidated your cultivation in the past 20 years, your foundation and the density of your spiritual energy is so high that even 3 great emperors would be no match for you. Of course, don't be arrogant because of this. You still have a long way to go. So, continue to work hard. After saying that, Lin Ray clenched his fist and raised it slightly. His face was cold as he said, But before that, let me test your true strength. After saying that, Linley moved swiftly and decisively. He didn't waste any more words and immediately used the astral finger. Instantly, his sword finger was dyed with a golden color. Like a sharp sword, it carried a terrifying pressure as it shot towards Yun. Its speed was so fast that it completely surpassed Yun's vision and the 5 senses of Linley's divine sense. You've lost. At this moment, before Yun Kai could even react, in the next instant, Yun Kai felt a murderous aura gathering around her throat. Then, a figure walked out from behind her. This person was Linley. At this moment, Lin Ray's finger was already at Yun Kai's throat. If it was half an inch closer and he used a little more force, Yun Kai would have died. Young master. Yun Kai panicked. In the face of death, no matter what, even Lin Ray himself would panic. Just now, in order to let Yun Kai experience death, Lin Ray had already released his murderous aura. Now you know why I want you to cultivate. In fact, cultivation is a personal matter. The reason I want you to cultivate is so that you can have the strength to protect yourselves in the divine world. So work hard. Your talent is not to be underestimated. In the future, purify the spiritual energy in your body. That way, your spiritual energy will be more powerful in the future. Just like me now. With that, Lin Ray withdrew his stellar finger and went to the side without saying anything. At this moment, Yun Kai also chose to remain silent. However, the difference was that after listening to Lin Ray's words, Yun Kai directly sat on the ground and began to comprehend the concept that she had just experienced. Haha, the child is worth teaching. Seeing one of them refining pills and the other cultivating, he had nothing to do, so he entered the system. After arriving at the scripture pavilion, he began to search for more powerful battle techniques. Time slowly passed. With Lin Rei's investigation and the others cultivating, the night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Chu Ci, who was refining pills, had already lost her red complexion and was replaced by a pale white color. Wong. A white light instantly shot out of the pill furnace. At this moment, Chu Ci, who was originally tense, completely relaxed. However, because of the excessive spiritual energy and mental energy in the pill furnace, Chu Ci directly fell backward the moment she relaxed her nerves. Haha, I finally succeeded in refining. At this moment, although Chu Ci's face was pale, it was full of smiles. You've refined it? The moment Chu Ci collapsed, Lin Rei, who had been searching for battle techniques in the scripture pavilion, knew that the next day had arrived. Then he walked out of the system. Unexpectedly, the moment he did, he sensed that Chu Ci had succeeded in refining the pill. Yes, young master. The pill that I refined can be considered to be a low-grade Grandmaster pill, the Vajra pill. Oh, Vajra pill. Hearing the name of the pill that Chu Ci had refined, Lin Rei was stunned. He knew that the Vajra pill could be said to be very difficult to refine. Even a mid-grade Grandmaster alchemist might not be able to refine it in a day. Thinking about it, Lin Rei, who was a little skeptical, pointed his right hand at the pill furnace. Suddenly, a suction force appeared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden pill rushed out of the pill furnace and landed perfectly in Lin Rei's hand. When he looked at the pill in his hand and saw that it was really the Vajra pill, he knew that Chu Ci had become a Grandmaster alchemist. Chapter 749. Lin Rei's eyes were filled with gratification. After all, he was the only venerable grade alchemist in the sect. Everyone else was still growing and couldn't be of much use. But now they had Chu Ci, an ancestor grade alchemist. Although he was still a primary grade alchemist, his name alone was enough to match 10 emperor grade alchemists. Not bad. He smiled appreciatively and walked over to Chu Ci's side, squatting down. Seeing his weak appearance, Lin Rei sighed inwardly. He's still a little too eager. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to refine some pills that can increase his spiritual power. Lin Rei took out a recovery pill from his ring and stuffed it into Chu Ci's mouth. He then circulated his spiritual energy and placed his palm on Chu Ci's chest, slowly helping him refine the tyrannical medicinal energy of the pill. Even though he was a middle-stage god emperor, and was indeed a giant in the eyes of others, he was nothing in front of the pills concocted by Lin Li. Whether it was in terms of alchemy or cultivation, he couldn't compare to Lin Rei. At this moment, Yun Kai, who had been cultivating to the side, had already woken up. She was guarding Chu Ci, not leaving his side for even an inch. Looking at Yun Kai, Lin Rei nodded. All right, he's fine now. He'll be fine after eating the pill. Lin Rei withdrew his hand from Chu Ci's chest and stood up. He didn't want to disturb the two and directly walked out. However, when Lin Rei reached the door, he seemed to have thought of something. He stopped and said, "Oh right, when you're done resting, quickly come to the dining room in front. Xiafeng, and I will wait for you." With a bang, the door closed and Lin Rei's figure disappeared from the room. At this moment, Yun Kai, who was in the room, carried Chu Ci and placed him on the bed. She then waited for him to wake up. She was also an alchemist, so she knew what it felt like to overexert one's spiritual power. After coming out of the room, Lin Rei walked on the path to eat. The two sides of the path were no longer as damaged by him as before. At this moment, the two sides of the path were filled with colorful jokes. It was very beautiful and moving. On the road, the fragrance of flowers floated in the air. When one smelled it, it gave one a feeling of lingering and forgetting to go back. In addition to the house that he created with his magic, the scene at this moment could be described as a paradise on earth. However, even in this paradise on earth, Lin Rei was helpless. It was not because of anything else, but because when he came out of the room, the little tail behind him followed him again. The person Little Tail was referring to was none other than Hua Yuan. Not for anything else, but for the 9 revolution mixed yuan pellet. Lin Rei felt very helpless about this. He had also tried to persuade her to leave. After all, although he had met her once, there was no interaction between them. Friends. No, not really. Brother? That's not right either. Gender lover? That's even more wrong. Lin Rei did not love her. The only thing that could make Lin Rei think of was a stranger. Moreover, it was a very annoying stranger. Sensing Hua Yuan behind him, Lin Rei turned around and rolled his eyes at her. His face was full of helplessness. I say, can you not follow me? Look at you. You're a good girl. Why are you following a married man like me? What's going on? Moreover, I've already told you before. I've already given all the 9 revolution mixed yuan pellets to CFO. I really don't have any more now. If you want, you can go and find CFO. Of course, it depends on whether you can beat her or not. Moreover, we're leaving here today and going to the ancient corpse vault. There are many strong cultivators in there, and there are also quite a number of hierarch realm cultivators. Tell me, I don't mind. Hua Yuan interrupted. At this moment, Lin Rei was stunned. Ancient corpse vault? I'm very interested. I heard that it's a place of no return. Who knows? We might be able to find some special divine medicine or even sacred medicine. Don't you think so? As soon as she said that, Lin Rei was instantly defeated. He finally understood the true meaning of the idiom pestering. Hua Yuan, on the other hand, was a person who was made for pestering others. At this moment, Lin Rei no longer asked her to leave. Since she wanted to go to the ancient corpse vault, then let her go. Anyway, once they were inside, it would be fine if she didn't affect him. If she did, he could even kill and bury the corpse. All right, since you're willing to follow me, then follow me. After saying that, Lin Rei no longer cared about Hua Yuan. Immediately, he turned around and quickened his pace. At this moment, in Xiefeng's room, Xiefeng was sitting on the bed. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. I'm finally out. After saying that, Xiefeng hurriedly stood up and tidied up her messy clothes. Then, she opened the door and walked out. After that, she walked towards Lin Rei's location. Waiter, bring all the specialties here. Also, bring a few jugs of wine. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had just entered the restaurant, looked at the waiter and ordered, AI. Okay, please wait a moment. After hearing Lin Rei's name, the waiter became excited and hurriedly walked to the back. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had finished ordering, came to an empty table by the window and sat down. He ignored Hua Yuan and sat down. Then, he turned his head towards the window and instantly released his sense of hearing. He began to inquire about the interesting things that happened during this period of time when he was in closed-door cultivation. Dao friend, have you heard? The 7 sects have all moved out. The leaders are all late god emperors. Furthermore, there are rumors that for the opening of the ancient corpse vault, some old, undying people have all come out of closed-door cultivation. Their purpose is to obtain the corpse core from the corpse king of the ancient corpse vault. Oh, is there such a thing? At this moment, this conversation entered Lin Rei's ears. Immediately, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. He listened to their discussion with great interest. AI, speaking of which, I don't know where the rumor came from. It says that the corpse core can increase one's lifespan, improve one's cultivation, and various other benefits. Look, those old, undying people can no longer improve after cultivating to the Tao sovereign realm. You have to know that it has been hundreds of thousands of years in the divine world to reach the saint realm, and those old, undying people's lifespan is about to reach its end. Some of them are already dead, but they insist on using divine medicine to prolong their lives. How can they give up on such a good thing when they hear that it can increase their lifespan? Damn, this, interesting. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was in the restaurant, laughed. His face was full of interest. Why didn't I know that the corpse core can increase one's lifespan? At this moment, Lin Rei was both interested and puzzled. He couldn't understand how the corpse core could be related to lifespan. Nonsense. Isn't this nonsense? Just as Lin Rei was curious and puzzled, The system's angry voice exploded directly in Lin Ray's ears. Oh, what is the function of the corpse core? He knew that the system must know something about it. The corpse core can be a kind of pill called the heavenly corpse core. This kind of pill can control all the people who have swallowed it. Of course, this kind of pill with your current Dan realm, Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray was speechless. However, out of curiosity, he directly deleted the unpleasant words and began to ask what he was interested in. Besides refining the heavenly corpse core, is there any other use? For example, increasing one's cultivation, or don't guess blindly. Before Lin Ray finished speaking, the system directly cut him off. The corpse core has only one use, and that is to refine the heavenly corpse core. It has no other use. Oh no, it has another use. Oh, what is it? Lin Ray asked excitedly. It is the corpse core. In addition to refining the heavenly corpse core, it can also be used as a poison, and its medicinal effect is very strong. Even you can't cure it. At this moment, Lin Ray did not pay attention to the system's words. At the same time, after listening to the system's words, he knew that the conversation between the two people just now was pure nonsense. There was no such thing at all. However, if there was no such thing, then where did these rumors come from? Was all this too coincidental? The coincidence made Lin Ray feel that someone had arranged this in advance. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Ray muttered. Well, what's interesting? Just as Lin Ray was muttering, Xie Feng's voice suddenly came. After hearing Lin Ray's voice, he quickly came back to his senses. At this moment, Xie Feng had already sat down beside him. Looking at her, Lin Ray told her what he had just learned. A few minutes later, Xie Feng frowned, and her face was full of coldness. Who is doing this? Even I don't know what the corpse core is used for. How could someone spread such a rumor? I don't know, but don't you think that this matter is getting more and more interesting? He said with interest in his voice. Hearing this, Xie Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That's right, such a coincidence can attract so many people's attention. It seems that after this time, there'll be a big reshuffle of the situation here. Yes, Lin Ray, who understood Xie Feng's meaning, nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them returned to silence. At this moment, Hua Yuan, who was sitting opposite them, was stunned. Looking at the two of them talking to each other, she was speechless. However, due to Xie Feng's strength, Hua Yuan didn't act rashly. Instead, she sat aside quietly and waited for the dishes to arrive. I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many people in the shop today, and we have neglected you. This is the mysterious rain wine that our shopkeeper has specially prepared for you as an apology. Please try it first. The dishes will be sent to you in a moment. What do you think? Just when the situation was extremely awkward, the waiter's voice was heard. At the same time, a fragrant smell drifted over. Sure. At this moment, Lin Ray only heard the waiter say that the wine was to be sent. He didn't hear the rest, because at this moment, Lin Ray's eyes were locked on the mysterious rain wine in the waiter's hands. Chapter 750. His eyes were full of passion, his throat was moving, and his face was full of desire. Looking at this scene, Xie Feng covered her face and turned her body to the side as if she didn't know him. Not only Xie Feng, but even Hua Yuan had the same reaction as Xie Feng. Both of them didn't expect Lin Ray to behave like this. However, Xie Feng was slightly better. After all, she knew that Lin Ray was a complete drunkard. As long as he found the wine in his shop to be especially delicious, he would disregard his own safety and plunder everything. At this moment, Xie Feng silently mourned for the shop owner in her heart. Sigh, I hope this guy won't plunder all the wine in this shop like he did in the past. However, although she acted as if she didn't know Lin Ray, her nose was attracted by the mysterious rain wine. After all, she loved wine very much. Especially after smelling the wine's aroma, she wanted to taste it even more. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll give you breast milk now. At this moment, after hearing Lin Ray's words, The waiter placed the wine on the table and turned around to leave. Hee, there's wine to drink. Seeing that the waiter had left, Lin Ray fixed his eyes on the wine again. Then, he reached out and grabbed the wine, tilting his head back and drinking. Gulp, gulp, this was the so-called gulp. Hearing the sound of Lin Ray drinking, Xie Feng turned around and watched as Lin Ray finished the wine bit by bit. For a moment, she couldn't help but say, "That, don't drink anymore. Leave some for me." When Hua Yuan heard Xie Feng's words, she rolled her eyes to express everything. Here. Hearing Xie Feng's words, Lin Ray directly handed the wine bottle to Xie Feng and shared it with her. After all, they were friends who went through thick and thin together. He could still afford to give her something like this. Okay. Looking at the bottle of wine, Xie Feng didn't refuse. She took the wine and started drinking. The way she drank was similar to how Lin Ray drank before. A bottle of wine was quickly finished by the two of them. At this time, the dishes were served. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes, Lin Ray said, "Hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, we'll prepare to head to the ancient corpse trove." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd. Instead, he lowered his head and picked up a dish to eat. At this moment, his appearance shocked Xie Feng and Lin Lei. It was not because of anything else, but because Lin Ray's head was almost stuck to the plate. In the process of being stunned, Lin Ray had already finished one plate at an extremely fast speed. Then, he grabbed another plate and began to eat. Just like that, plate after plate of food was served. When the evil phoenix saw that the dishes were about to run out, he rolled up his sleeves and began to eat. Regarding the actions of Lin Ray and Xie Feng, Hua Yuan was very surprised. She couldn't imagine that such a strong person would have such a strange scene. And just as they were eating, Chu Xi and Xie Feng, who had fainted because of the alchemy, came to the table and then joined in the vortex. This scene, the actions of the four people, not only caused Hua Yuan to be shocked, but also attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Everyone's expression was the same as Hua Yuan's. During the meal, Lin Ray's mind went into the system and found the place where the Pai Xiao was, which he had never visited before. Ever since he took a drop of the Pai Xiao's blood essence, he had never visited it again. At this moment, he came to the system space where the Pai Xiao was. Looking at it, he saw a monster's body that was hundreds of feet tall appear in his darkness. Damn, it can't be. I just didn't come in for a while, and it grew to such a level. Looking at the huge body, Lin Ray was shocked. Lin Li wasn't just shocked by the Pai Xiao's body. He was even more shocked by the Pai Xiao's cultivation. At this moment, the Pai Xiao's cultivation had already recovered to the middle stage of the hierarch realm. Its entire body was emitting a terrifying aura and pressure. Even Lin Li, who had just seen it, was stunned. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, the originally sleeping Pai Xiao, after sensing Lin Li's aura, slowly woke up, and a beast roar that shook the heavens spread throughout the entire space. Lin Ray, who had been listening to the beast roar the whole time, suddenly rolled his eyes. It was enough to express everything he wanted to say. "You little brat, do you know that it's very inhumane for you to put me here?" Suddenly, the Pai Xiao opened its mouth. However, the words it said were very tiring with its current identity and the pressure it exerted before. It was like the soul of a loafer and the body of a superior. This difference made Lin Ray stunned. What's wrong? Can't speak?" Seeing Lin Ray's silence, the Pai Xiao continued to pursue. This. At this moment, Lin Ray was really in the wrong. When he saved Pai Xiao before, he said that he would only let Pai Xiao follow him for a few hundred years. But now, Pai Xiao had been locked up here for almost a few thousand years. Looking at the Pai Xiao, Lin Ray opened his mouth to negotiate. "Brother Pai Xiao, you see, I had something to do before, so I won't come. But I saw something to know. No, I don't want to do it." Pai Xiao had basically figured out Lin Ray's nature after so many years. In the Pai Xiao's heart, Lin Ray was a shameless and shameless person, but he was a righteous person who kept his oath. However, for Lin Ray's shamelessness and his oath, the Pai Xiao had already experienced it. When he saw Lin Ray just now, the Paishio's right eyelid began to twitch wildly. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Now that Lin Ray came, he must have something to say. Sure enough, just when the Paishio was thinking, Lin Ray opened his mouth and said exactly the same as him. Then, he immediately said the three-nose policy that he had thought of before. So sure. Looking at the Paishio's straightforward refusal, for a moment, Lin Ray asked awkwardly, "Yes, I'm so sure." Seeing that the Paishio was so stubborn, Lin Ray was silent. "The last time you came, you asked me to give you a drop of blood essence. You said that the thing that you can say must not be a small matter, so it's normal that I don't agree." Facing Lin Ray's silence, the Paishio panicked. Although he said the three-nose policy, he was a bit uncertain about Lin Ray. After all, Lin Ray was the kind of person who farts silently, and every time, it was a big fart. Listening to the words of the Paishio, Lin Ray thought about it, and then took out a 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan. Since this pill was useful for Xiefeng, it would be even more useful for the Paishio. Sure enough, as soon as the pill was taken out, the medicinal fragrance drifted in the air. The Paishio's body suddenly stood up and whispered with a shocked face, 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan? This is 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan. Yes, it must be. As he said, his eyes locked on the small pill in Lin Ray's hand. It really is. At this moment, the Paishio smiled with surprise. The 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan could be said to be of great use to him. How could not like it? Give it to me, whatever you want. I will agree to it as long as you supply me with the 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan. Thinking of the previous Paishio's unyielding appearance for a moment, after thinking about it, Lin Ray had the urge to laugh out loud. However, seeing that the Paishio finally agreed, Lin Ray quickly said, "Well, as long as you agree, I will give you the 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan." Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, a white wave of air instantly came out of the Paishio's mouth, and then instantly came in front of Lin Ray, rolled up the 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan in Lin Ray's hand, and finally accurately fell into the mouth of the Paishio. Phew! Awesome! At this moment, the Paishio was very satisfied, but he was very curious about how Lin Ray refined such a high-grade pill. How did you refine the 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan? As far as I know, only that old fart Hong Jun has this kind of pill. Hong Jun? Old fart? Hearing the question of the Paishio, Lin Ray was stunned. He knew about Hong Jun. Now, the enemy said that he was old fart. However, Lin Ray did not stay on this question for long, and immediately explained, "I got this by accident. You don't have to care about the rest. You just need to know that I can give you what you want, that's enough." Hearing this, the Paishio nodded his head. "That's true. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Drag us to the ancient corpse depository. Then the deal between us will be over. What do you think?" Lin Ray said his plan. At this moment, after hearing Lin Ray's words, the Paishio hesitated. He did not expect Lin Ray to ask such a question. As a member of the untainted tribe, born by heaven and earth, he had a noble status, but now he was being ridden by a small emperor god cultivator. This made him lose face. However, when he thought of the 9 revolutions Hunyuan Dan, the so-called face disappeared. Thinking of this, the Paishio agreed. "Okay, it's settled." "Good. In that case, I'll let you out in a while, and then take us to the ancient corpse depository at the fastest speed." The Paishio agreed, and Lin Ray was very happy. Immediately, his divine sense exited the system. At this moment, in the outside world, the meal was over. Looking at everyone's enjoyment, Lin Ray said, "Okay, since everyone is full, let's go." In response to Lin Ray's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Looking at everyone, Lin Ray nodded with a smile, and then asked Shu Ci to pay. The moment Lin Ray and the others walked out of the restaurant, they flew up into the sky. "Come out." The next moment, a huge monster appeared in the sky. Immediately, the area under the huge monster was covered by its shadow, and it became dark. Hiss. That is? Oh my god, what is that thing? The moment everyone saw the Pai Xiao, they began to talk about it. Even CF Feng, Chu Ci, Yun Kai, and the rogue Hua Yuan, who were beside Lin Rei, could not help but be shocked when they saw the Pai Xiao. Pai Xiao? At this time, CF Feng, who had recovered, revealed the identity of the Pai Xiao. Lin Rei was not surprised by this. After all, they were the first creatures in the untainted land. Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's leave quickly. Instead of answering CF Feng's question directly, he took CF Feng and the other two and disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already on the back of the Pai Xiao. As for Hua Yuan, she was still in the same place, looking dazed, and did not come to her senses. Okay, let's go. At this time, the Pai Xiao, who had been waiting for a long time, heard Lin Rei's words and instantly disappeared into the sky. Chapter 751. You guys, at this moment, when Linley and the rest had disappeared, Hua Yuan regained her senses. She could no longer see Linley and the rest of them. In the end, in order to catch up to Lin Rei, Hua Yuan used all her strength, stepping on lotuses and pushing her movement technique to the extreme. High Sky City was the only large city next to the ancient corpse burial ground. Originally, this place was empty, and no one came here. After all, there were no cultivation resources and no sects, except for the original residents. However, every few thousand years, there would always be a period of time when this ghost town would be very lively. It would be a boiling cauldron of voices, and flowers would bloom like a brocade. Today, the city was bustling with people and carriages. During this period of time, various forces had gathered from all directions. Regardless of whether they were third-grade sects or first-grade sects, they all had to rush in. Immediately, all the restaurants and inns in Lincoln City were filled with people. The Rain Sect, the Sword Sect, the Tool Sect, the Erase Sect, and even the Pill Sect, which was ranked at the bottom of the 7 sects, brought their people into Sky City. At this time in Sky City, in the largest restaurant, Stormhouse, a very funny and interesting thing happened. At this time, a disciple wearing the Rain Sect's uniform walked into the restaurant. Seeing that it was full of people, he was stunned and said to the waiter, "Hey, hurry up and find us a seat. Let us eat, hurry up." At this moment, the Water Sect disciple's strong aura made the waiter's legs tremble. He turned around to see if there was an empty seat. Sure enough, the result was in front of him. Then, with an embarrassed smile, he turned around and apologized to the Water Sect's disciple. "I'm sorry, sir. As you can see, our restaurant is full, so, of course, if you want to wait, you can wait for a while. After everyone finishes eating, you can go up. I just don't know if you can wait." The attitude of the Water School's disciples had already affected the people eating on the first floor. The entire first floor quieted down. Everyone's eyes were on the Water School disciples, some of them full of mockery. Some of their eyes were filled with disdain, and some of their eyes were filled with disgust. Of course, there were also those whose eyes were filled with fear. The Water Sect had a transcendent status in the God realm, and wasn't something that small sects like theirs could compare to. When the Water Sect members heard what the waiter said, their expressions grew even more ferocious. They looked like they wanted to kill someone. "Bastard, we're disciples of the Water School. Aren't you afraid that the Water School will kill you all?" An outspoken and narrow-minded person from the Water Sect ignored the gazes of the crowd and the face of the Stormwind House's owner. He shut his mouth and threatened the Stormwind House owner. Regarding this point, everyone's expression changed at this moment and became unified. The original ridicule, disdain, and disgust all turned into the attitude of watching a show. They all knew that although the owner of Stormwind House wasn't part of the 7 sects, she was still very strong. After all, in the God realm, if someone mentioned the jade-faced Rakshasa, they'd think of her as the owner of Stormwind House. Stormwind House had charged into a first-rank sect all by herself, and no one had been able to stop her. Your Water School really does have a lot of face now. You don't even put me in your eyes. It looks like those old bastards have forgotten about me after all these years of seclusion. Just as the atmosphere became extremely awkward and quiet, an extremely enchanting woman walked down the stairs. Her face was full of charm, and her body was curvaceous. She gave off an exquisite feeling. However, it was precisely this kind of woman that caused everyone's gazes to be filled with admiration and adoration the moment she appeared. That included the water school disciples. Who the fuck do you think you are? What right do you have to speak? Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a toy for us to play with? Seriously. After a pong sound, the young man who had been cursing in a particularly carefree manner was instantly sent flying. The instant he was sent flying, while he was still in the air, he had already lost all signs of life and turned into an ice-cold corpse. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was rumored that when the jade-faced Rakshasa attacked, corpses would litter the ground. No one even knew how she did it. Now that they'd seen it for themselves, they knew that the rumors weren't baseless. You. The water school disciple looked at his junior brother, who'd been sent flying. When he sensed no signs of life, he was shocked. At the same time, he remembered that the jade-faced Rakshasa was the reason Stormwind House had been able to stand for so long. However, he regretted that it was too late. They had completely offended the woman in front of them. I've been in power for many years. I didn't think I'd be taken advantage of by a bunch of brats. Huh, how laughable. The jade-faced Rakshasa's voice was cold. Madam, I think your punishment was a bit light. If it were up to me, we should have just killed them all. Wouldn't that be enough? That's right, madam. Look at those shifty eyes. It's obvious the water school didn't teach them well. Why don't we just let them die here, so they don't pollute the air of the god realm? Haha, well said. The water school is nothing more than that. They're complete idiots. The water sect members' faces were ashen, and their hearts were burning with rage. What's going on? Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with rage. Those who were able to make it here were all elites of their sections. They had never suffered such humiliation in their sections. Now, after hearing the discussions of the crowd and the killing intent of the jade-faced Rakshasa, they wanted to vent their anger. However, they couldn't because the person standing in front of them was an expert of the same generation as their elders. He was a mountain that they couldn't cross yet. The water school disciples could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. In the end, they could only wait until they were strong enough to get their revenge. But now, they could only bow and apologize. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, Senior Azura. We were rash and didn't consider your opinions. We'll leave now. Enjoy your meal. With that said, Shui Zongxin left Stormwind House in front of everyone's eyes. Laughter erupted from the mouths of the Water Sect members as soon as they emerged from the Gale Rain Tavern. The sound caused the faces of the Water Sect members to turn as red as pig liver, and their hearts to fill with resentment and hatred. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll be back for revenge. The young man from the water school turned, glared at the Stormwind House signboard, and then left with his people. Young master, what do we do next? At this moment, Chu Ci, seated by the window on the second floor of Stormwind Manor, was asking Linley for instructions. Let's wait and see. The ancient corpse vault hasn't opened yet, and all the sects are stirring. I don't want to appear in front of them so soon. It's best if Ning Yuan doesn't know I've been here. That way I can sneak in, take the 10 treasures, and leave. Lin Rei and the others were sitting on the second floor. Huang Hua wasn't among them. More than 2 months had passed since Linley left Jade City. In these 2 months, the Paishios group had crossed several continents before finally arriving at the closest city to the ancient corpse trove. In the past few days, Lin Rei's life had been rich and exciting. Apart from cultivating on the Paishios' back, he spent the rest of his time refining pills. In the past 2 months alone, Linley had refined hundreds of 9 revolutions mixed energy pills. However, he didn't use a single one. Instead, he gave all of them to the demonic phoenix, as well as the Paishio that carried them. Of course, in the beginning, the Paishio and the demonic phoenix had nearly come to blows over the pills. But for some reason, In the end, the two of them came to an agreement that each of them wanted half of the pills that Linley had refined. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this, but he couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only smile bitterly and nod. Although he didn't want to, he still had to do it. After all, the refinement process of the 9 Revolutions mixed energy pill and the spiritual ingredients required were astronomical prices, yet they had been refined for 2 months. If this happened in the saints' world, there would probably be a few saints who would become restless and fight over them. After all, chaotic chi was not something that could be easily obtained in the saints' world. Apart from a few powerful figures from a few sects who could obtain it, others could only cultivate in the saints' world's spiritual energy to strengthen their own cultivation. Actually, in my opinion, we might as well go straight into the ancient corpse vault. The sudden words attracted Lin Rei's attention. At this moment, the person who spoke was Xiefeng. You want to go straight in? You have to know that the ancient corpse vault hasn't opened yet. Lin Rei was puzzled. Sigh. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiefeng sighed helplessly and said, So what if it hasn't opened? Have you forgotten that although it's sealed, it's just talismans and formations? No matter how wrong it is, it's just a restriction. I don't believe that with your current level of formations, you can't break it. Of course, even if you can't break it now, it's still better than doing it here. After Xiefeng's words, Lin Rei was stunned and fell silent. That's right. The seal is at most made up of formations or talismans. With my current level, maybe I can really break it? As he thought about this, for the sake of getting more information, Linley's divine will entered his system and began to ask questions. System, tell me, if I'm now, can I break the seal outside the ancient corpse vault? Lin Rei stopped talking. After a while, the system spoke. I don't know. I haven't seen the ancient corpse vault and don't know how strong the restriction outside is, so, Hearing this, Lin Rei smiled awkwardly and continued. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it. According to your imagination, if I can break the seal outside the ancient corpse vault, what are the chances? At this time, the system was speechless and didn't say anything. In this regard, Lin Rei looked at the system and didn't have any further confirmation. Finally, he fell silent. All right, since that's the case, I'll leave first. I'll see when I reach the ancient corpse vault. After saying that, he instantly exited the system and returned to his body. At this moment, he made a decision. He would go to the ancient corpse vault first. No matter if he could break it or not, there was no harm in going first. After all, there was an old saying that the early bird gets the worm. Lin Rei believed that this saying was well-founded. All right, since that's the case, we'll go to the ancient corpse vault later and break the seal. I like to see how strong this seal is. Don't be fooled by Linley's self-confidence. Beneath his confident exterior, however, was an extremely guilty conscience. Although he felt that his own level of insight was very high, for him to be able to break through a Tibetan seal, one could imagine how powerful the seal was. Of course, the only way to reach the ancient corpse vault was to cross the entire Sky Mountain range. In this mountain range, there were all kinds of demonic beasts. Some people even said that in the important areas of the Sky Mountain range, there were a few godly, venerable level demonic beasts. No matter if it was strength, physical body, or realm, they were all very strong. Moreover, the demonic beast Great Tao would reach a certain level and become a human. Just like Xiefeng, no different from ordinary people. Yes, all right. Hearing Lin Rei's words, the three of them nodded and agreed. They were not willing to bring too many people here. After all, there were too many people here. If they were to bump into that familiar person, then trouble would come one after another. This was something that Lin Rei did not want to see happen. It was also something that they did not want to see happen. Young master, Hua Yuan, what do you plan to do? Should he wait? Or do we just leave? The sudden words made Lin Rei, Chu Ci, and Xiefeng completely stunned on the spot. They looked at Yun Kai as if she was an idiot. It was as if they did not expect that a smart Yun Kai would ask such a stupid question. Oh no, we didn't plan to bring her along. Since she didn't follow us, That's great. We can finally have some peace, isn't it? Hee hee, that's right. That good girl is simply a follower, a dog skin plaster. Once she sticks to you, you can't get rid of her even if you want to. Chapter 752. At this moment, everyone thought that getting rid of Hua Yuan was the right decision. After all, she was not one of them, and it would be inappropriate for them to do some secret things with her around. All right, let's eat and leave. After saying that, everyone started eating. The meal was finished in less than 10 minutes. Looking at them, Lin Ray stood up and said, "Let's go. We can't stay here for long." After saying that, he went downstairs and walked towards the western city gate without waiting for them. Right at this moment, Chu Ci, who understood Lin Li's intentions, hurriedly followed behind him. After persuading the payment counter downstairs, he didn't say anything, just took out 10,000 mid-grade divine crystals, tossed them to the counter, and left. He did not care if he had given too much. At this moment, he was not in the mood to do so. Lin Ray was already nowhere to be seen. At the exit of the storm house, Chu Ci circulated his cultivation and used his lightning-fast footwork. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the path to the western city gate. At this moment, Lin Ray had already arrived at the western city gate with Xie Feng and Yun Kai by his side. Why isn't he here yet? He stopped and turned around, looking in the direction he had come from. He was speechless. At this moment, Xie Feng also frowned at Lin Ray's words, but her words were gentle and tactful. Maybe he was delayed by something. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Let's wait a little longer. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes and rushed towards them. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy, and they immediately turned and walked out of the city. Swoosh! Huff! Huff! We finally caught up. Finally, the moment Lin Ray and the others stepped out of the city gate, Chu Ci finally caught up with them. He was panting heavily, as if he was very tired. Looking at Chu Ci behind him, Lin Ray became excited and teased him. Your cultivation is still not enough. Moreover, your body is probably not as strong as my disciples. Chu Ci fell silent with an awkward expression. At this time, Lin Ray was also silent. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen them for a long time. Speaking of which, he was really incompetent as a master. It had been at least a few thousand years since he had taken them in as his disciples. The time he had spent by their side, teaching them cultivation methods, battle tactics, and other similar things was not long at all. That was especially true considering that they had all come from the profound heaven continent. They didn't have any relatives here. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's heart suddenly began to ache. Sigh. I wonder how they are doing. Have their cultivations improved? Have they been bullied? How are they doing in the sect? All of these questions popped up one after another. His originally excited mood disappeared at this moment, and it was replaced by endless sadness and longing. Of course, he knew that this would be futile. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed this feeling in his heart. After all, before he could return to their side and teach them cultivation methods and battle tactics quietly, he had to have the ability to conquer this world. Thinking of this, Lin Ray became even more determined. His path was not wrong. Furthermore, no matter how great the dangers and obstacles ahead of him were, he would overcome them with determination. Just like this, the group exited the city gate and flew towards the west. After 3 days and 3 nights, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Sky Mountain Range on the evening of the 4th day. Ayo, ayo. At this moment, the moment Lin Ray and the others arrived at the entrance of the Sky Mountain Range, a series of earth-shattering roars of beasts came from the mountain range. However, from the sound, everyone could feel that these roaring beasts were not a threat to them at all. Instead, they would become food to satisfy their cravings. After all, at their level, they no longer needed to consume food to improve their cultivation. The reason why they ate was because of their cravings and enjoyment. After all, eating was a very blissful and joyful thing. They would not miss this opportunity. Looking at the sky mountain range, Lin Rei's eyes glowed with golden light. A streak of crystal-clear liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Hee hee, fresh beast meat. I really want to have one now. At this moment, CF Feng and the others rolled their eyes and were filled with helplessness after hearing Lin Rei's words. Looking at the young master that he had acknowledged, Chu Ci let out a long sigh. However, he had to admit that after hearing Lin Rei's words, he was unnaturally convinced and looked as though he wanted to give it a try. Let's go. If you want to eat, I'll let you have your fill inside. At this moment, CF Feng said after seeing how hungry the two of them were. Her body turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh, competing in speed? Seeing CF Feng's movement technique, Lin Rei's heart was moved and he wanted to compete with her. You're going to catch up. If one of you is last, then... Hee hee, I'm sorry, but you'll have to prepare the barbecue later. Whoosh. After saying that, I didn't give the two of them a chance to react and disappeared on the spot, just like CF Feng. At this moment, it could be said that Linley was moving at full speed, all for the sake of keeping up with the evil phoenix. Sigh. Seeing the two of them disappear, Chu Ci smiled bitterly. Let's go. No matter what, I'm the one who will suffer in the end. Uff. Looking at her fiancé, Yun Kai burst into laughter. She agreed with Chu Ci's words very much. Chu Ci was very obedient to her words. Okay, let's go. Seeing his fiancée smile, Chu Ci chuckled and pulled her hand. He chased after Lin Rei and Xie Feng's aura and spiritual energy with all his strength. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment in the Sky Mountain range, two streaks of light flashed. The two of them were almost on par, but the red light was slightly faster. Sigh. It's still the difference in strength. If I could reach the same level as her, I'm sure I wouldn't be any weaker than her. At this moment, Lin Rei's heart was filled with disappointment as he looked at CF Feng, who was ahead faster than him. At the same time, because of this matter, Lin Rei used this matter to encourage himself to work hard and surpass CF Feng as soon as possible. Not bad, kid. At this time, the red light was CF Feng, who was ahead faster than Lin Rei. Feeling Lin Rei's aura behind her, CF Feng looked back at him with a face full of praise. It's already very good that you can have this kind of speed. I believe that the Reverend God Realm is no longer a threat to you. There, I'm still not as fast as you. Hearing CF Feng's words, Lin Rei said truthfully. However, he agreed with CF Feng's words. His speed had indeed surpassed the Reverend God Realm. Moreover, Lin Rei believed that his cultivation was definitely not weaker than the Reverend God Realm. At the very least, he was not afraid of the late Reverend God Realm. However, he was not confident that he could defeat the perfected Reverend God Realm experts. At least, he would not die in the hands of a perfected Reverend God Realm expert. He believed that there were not many people like him in the divine world. People like him were as rare as phoenix feathers and water chestnuts. After some time, the two of them who looked more like they were exchanging pointers finally stopped. At this moment, the two of them did not know where they were, let alone where they were in the Sky Mountain range. Looking at the surrounding geography, Lin Rei smiled helplessly. Sigh, I didn't expect to leave the two of them behind. I hope they're fine. Are you kidding? Xie Feng did not give Lin Rei any face and retorted. They're middle-stage God Realm cultivators. If they can't even pass such a small test, they might as well die. Linley was speechless. He didn't expect the evil phoenix to say this. However, it made sense. If they couldn't even pass such a small test, then it could only mean that they weren't strong enough. There was nothing he could do. At this moment, the evil phoenix suggested, all right, go and get a demonic beast. Since they haven't come yet, let's eat and wait. All right. Linley immediately agreed, then disappeared. As for the demonic phoenix, as it watched Linley disappear, it sat down where it had been. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but at this moment, the scenery around them was very beautiful. Although it was night, the surroundings were bright as if it was daytime. Dawn! A loud sound was heard, accompanied by dust. When the dust dissipated, A demonic beast that looked like an elephant but had fangs appeared. And beside the demonic beast, Lin Ray was there. He was looking at her with a smile. That cunning smile made Xie Feng feel a chill down her spine. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Look, I was the one who made these monstrous beasts, and in all this time, I've never eaten anything you made. Look, Linley rubbed his hands together, a chuckle on his face. Demonic Phoenix's face froze, and it stood there, stunned. When she regained her senses, Xie Feng looked at Lin Ray with disdain. It was as if she was saying, "Why is a man so calculative?" Lin Ray chose to ignore Xie Feng's disdainful gaze. He turned around and did not look at her. Instead, he went to the stream and sat down cross-legged. In the face of Lin Ray's action, Xie Feng was helpless. In the end, she could only choose to compromise. Looking at the mountain-sized hand in front of her, Xie Feng smiled bitterly. Her fist turned into a palm, and then, with a hand knife, she began to dissolve the mountain-sized hand. The speed was very fast. It was like moving clouds and flowing water. Lin Ray, who had been sitting in the stream but had been paying attention to Xie Feng with his divine sense, was shocked. Damn, so you know how to cook? At this moment, Lin Ray was not shocked by her cultivation, but by Xie Feng's technique of absorbing the amputation. This sort of technique caused even Linley to feel a bit envious. He could tell that there was something profound about this technique. Bang, bang, bang. Under Xie Feng's special amputation technique, the giant demonic beast was easily disintegrated. Whoosh, paw clatter, clatter. The small stream in front of Linley suddenly began to surge with waves. The small stream, which had been so clear that the bottom of the stream could be seen, now slowly began to turn blood red, as though it was a river of blood. It made one's hair stand on end, and one's hair stand on end. Damn, what are you doing? At this time, because it happened so suddenly, Lin Ray did not have time to react. At this moment, Lin Ray's body was wet, and he was not lucky enough to escape the erosion of the stream. I didn't mean it. Xie Feng, who knew Lin Ray's temperament very well, had already thought of what Lin Ray wanted to say, so she had already prepared a response. At this moment, Lin Ray's words were abruptly choked back. He did not know what to say. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Looking at Xie Feng's smiling and harmless face, he, who was originally full of anger, felt very weak like a deflated balloon. Alas! In the end, he had no choice but to leave the stream. After Xie Feng's fiddling, the stream, which was originally emitting a fragrance, was now filled with a pungent smell of blood. Oof, at least you know what's good for you. Seeing Lin Ray leave, Xie Feng snorted. Then, she used her spiritual qi to hold the demonic beast in the air. Boom! In an instant, the undying flame rushed out of Xie Feng's palm. As if it had a spirit, it directly surrounded the giant demonic beast and began to roast it from the outside to the inside. Not bad. TSK. At this time, Lin Ray, who had retreated to the side, saw Xie Feng's action and immediately felt relieved and went back to cultivate. Whoosh, whoosh. After an unknown period of time, only the smell of meat drifted in the air. At this time, two streamers cut across the sky and finally stopped in front of Xie Feng. The streamers dispersed, and a man and a woman appeared, their faces full of smiles. At this moment, the two of them were not strangers, but Chu Xi and Yun Kai. You're here. Seeing that it was the two of them, the evil phoenix greeted them indifferently. Then, it returned to focusing on roasting the meat. Senior Xie Feng. Looking at Xie Feng, the two of them respectfully greeted her and then walked toward Lin Ray's place. But not very quickly. The two of them tiptoed as if they were afraid of trampling the flowers under their feet and came to Lin Ray's front. Young master, we're here. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was cultivating, heard the call from the outside world and slowly woke up. Lin Ray opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. Then he smiled. How was it? Was the journey smooth? Yes, it was okay. But we met a demonic beast that was blind and I killed it. I originally wanted to bring it back for roasting, but I didn't expect. Chu Si said as she glanced at CF Fong, who was roasting meat in the distance, and then stopped talking. It's okay. Take the extra as a treat. A treat? Hearing this, Chu Si's eyes were full of doubts. Yes. In response to Chu Si's doubts, Lin Ray raised his head and 2 golden rays instantly rushed out his eyes. It was as if he could see through the ages and looked into the distance. Friend, you've been following us all the way. Isn't it time to come out? We have roasted meat, and you have wine. Wine with meat is perfect, isn't it? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.